Chapter 2, Monster. The grotesque nature of this being resembles more a monster than a human. The driver, taken aback, staggered back a couple of steps, then raised a hand to pound on the windshield, hoping to alert the bearded man and the portly figure in the vehicle to come and discuss a solution, but at that moment, the creature's eyes suddenly snapped open. It was very much alive. With a sudden lurch, it sat upright, facing away from the driver, emitting a low, menacing growl. Fear gripped the driver's heart. Regardless of whether this entity was human or not, he knew he could not linger any longer. The terrifying visage alone was enough to haunt his dreams for several nights. Resolutely, he decided to get back in the vehicle and maneuver around. However, as he turned, the aberration rose to its feet without any support. Transitioning from a seated position to standing in an instant, the bearded man, lost in thought in the passenger seat, witnessed the shocking transformation. Before he could fully comprehend the horror before him, the creature dashed toward the driver with blinding speed, seizing his shoulder and opening its gaping maw, revealing teeth as sharp as saw blades, before viciously sinking them into the driver's neck. The driver barely registered the pain before the creature yanked fiercely, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, along with sinew and bone. Thick, crimson blood gushed from the wound onto his shoulder, rendering him utterly voiceless. Monster, monster. The bearded man, horrified by the gruesome scene, turned to scream at the portly man in the back seat. The fat man slowly opened his eyes and glanced around the vehicle, seeing nothing. What are you screaming about? He was clearly displeased at being awakened. The bearded man steadied himself and looked toward the front of the car. But the grotesque figure had vanished. Not only that, but when he leaned over to peer through the windshield, the driver was also nowhere to be seen. Whereas my driver, the fat man, noticed this too. The bearded man was now drenched in sweat, stammering, just. Before he could finish, a hand suddenly pierced through the roof, grasping his hair and yanking him upward. He struggled desperately, reaching out for the fat man for help. But the fat man sat frozen in shock, paralyzed and unresponsive. The creature possessed immense strength. Despite the bearded man weighing nearly 200 pounds, he was hoisted up as if he were a mere chick. The hole in the roof was barely large enough for a head, and while the bearded man's head passed through, his body remained stuck, gazing at the nightmarish visage of the creature. He wept, pleading for mercy, yet the creature seemed impervious to human language, exerting all its strength to pull him upward. Ultimately, the bearded man's head was wrenched violently from his shoulders, and his headless corpse slumped back into the seat. Blood gushing from the severed neck, the remaining fat man could not escape his fate either. The creature's elongated, claw-like fingers punctured his corpulent belly, extracting intestines and entrails before he succumbed to death. As dawn broke, a passing truck driver spotted the blood-soaked scene and immediately called the police. The Public Security Bureau of Haixing City in Hebei Province swiftly responded to an emergency call and arrived at the scene. The leading officer, named Lian Yang, is a 32-year-old veteran with a decade of service under his belt. Despite his relatively young age, his wealth of experience could not shield him from a shiver of dread upon encountering the bizarre and grotesque demise of the three victims, a bearded driver and a corpulent man. The sight was so disturbing that it nearly induced nausea, as it was his first encounter with such a peculiar and monstrous manner of death, almost too ghastly to behold. Nevertheless, the primary objective of the police remained to scour the scene for clues. While the autopsy would fall under the purview of the forensic experts, the forensic pathologist accompanying the team was named Zhuang Xian, a 26-year-old woman of striking beauty and tall stature, her hair elegantly styled in a flowing ponytail. In the face of the horrifying corpses, Zhuang Xian displayed an admirable composure, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome sight, leaving the nearby officers feeling somewhat inadequate. Pondering the remarkable fortitude of her psyche, she adeptly removed her white lab coat and twisted it into a makeshift belt to avoid excessive blood spatter. Then rolled up her shirt sleeves and approached the first body, donning gloves to commence her examination. The initial subject was the corpulent man. Upon inspecting the massive gash in his abdomen, it was evident that the incision was painfully crude, likely inflicted by a blunt instrument. Apart from this, there were no other visible wounds on his body, leading to the grim conclusion that he had perished from the agony of having his entrails removed while still alive, a truly barbaric fate. Most troubling was the fact that the extracted organs were nowhere to be found, leaving the authorities at a loss. With renewed determination, she turned her attention to the second corpse, the bearded man. This presented a challenge for Zhuang Xian. The body was severed, and upon closer inspection of the disjointed neck, one segment retained a considerable patch of skin while the other was bereft of it, suggesting a method of decapitation that seemed more akin to tearing than cutting. Officer Lian, have you made any discoveries? Zhuang Xian inquired, opting to momentarily bypass the third body while addressing Lian Yang, who was examining the deceased's vehicle. At that moment, Lian noticed a gaping hole in the roof above the passenger seat and called Zhuang over. As she scrutinized the hole, Zhuang observed remnants of skin tissue clinging to the jagged edges of the metal, prompting her to glance towards the severed head of the bearded man nearby. Indeed, the face bore several scratches, leading her to a harrowing realization. Could it be impossible, she mused internally. If her hypothesis were correct, that the assailant had used the hole to forcibly remove the victim's head, such an act would require an extraordinary amount of strength, far beyond the capability of a single individual. After a few moments of intense contemplation, Zhuang Xian shut her eyes tightly, her brow furrowed in concentration. Upon reopening her eyes, she began to scan the area surrounding the corpses with an intensity that transformed her demeanor, leaving Lian Yang bewildered. "Zhuang, what has come over you?" he asked, perplexed. "It's nothing," she replied, attempting to mask her earlier agitation. "I simply didn't rest well and felt drowsy, trying to invigorate myself." Lian Yang, accepting her explanation, nodded in understanding. "I see, very well then. I shall not disturb you further. There are still many areas yet to be examined. I hadn't anticipated the enormity of this case, and we are short-handed. I must continue my search. Of course. Do as you must," Zhuang Xian responded thoughtfully. In truth, prior to her career as a forensic practitioner, Zhuang Xian held a unique identity as a spirit exorcist. As the term suggests, a spirit exorcist is one who dispels supernatural occurrences. Upon death, a person's soul departs from the physical body, embarking on a journey to another realm, commonly referred to as the underworld. The body represents the yang, while the soul embodies the yin. It is the soul that governs the body. Lacking a soul, an individual becomes akin to a marionette, devoid of consciousness, thought, and the capacity for action, effectively rendering them what we term a vegetative state. To assert that a person in such a state possesses awareness would be a grave misconception. It merely indicates that the brain continues to function. However, without a soul, even if the brain is operational, its contents remain blank, devoid of any thoughts. The soul is akin to mist. Once it vacates the body, it cannot manifest in daylight, as the sun dissipates fog. Thus, a person cannot exist without their soul, nor can the soul exist independently of the person. Rather, one must grasp the concept that a human being is sustained by the brain's biological functions. While the soul imparts consciousness to the brain, when the brain ceases to function, life ends, and this is unrelated to the soul. After death, the soul naturally departs the body, journeying to a rightful place. As remaining within the corporeal form serves no purpose, an immobile body holds no value, regardless of consciousness. There is a saying, yin and yang do not interfere with one another. The soul is intangible, rendering it invisible to humans, and the soul cannot physically interact with a person. Much like air, it may pass through without causing harm. However, exceptions do exist. If a person dies harboring a deep-seated resentment, such as being wronged, their soul may seek vengeance upon departure, transforming into a vengeful spirit, commonly known as a ghost. Speaking of ghosts, they, like humans, can be classified into benevolent and malevolent entities. Benevolent spirits seek retribution solely for themselves and do not harm the innocent, while malevolent spirits, akin to greedy beings, disregard the innocent, aiming to absorb the life force of the living to attain another level of existence. Upon reaching a certain threshold, they can manifest during the day and become exceedingly powerful. The underworld adheres to its own set of rules. Vengeance is permissible, but harming the innocent will result in the disintegration of the soul by the king of hell, leading to true annihilation. Hence, malevolent spirits dare not venture into the underworld, instead remaining in the realm of the living, hiding by day and emerging at night to siphon life energy until they achieve the ability to manifest during daylight. All things are interconnected. For every ghost, particularly those that harm the innocent, there must exist a means of counteraction, giving rise to the role of the spirit exorcist. The distinction between a spirit exorcist and an ordinary individual lies in the former's ability to perceive ghosts, a crucial aspect for their exorcistic endeavors. After all, without sight, how could one capture a ghost? This ability is known as the yin-yang eyeit, is an innate skill dormant within, requiring activation through either passive or active means, a topic that warrants further exploration in future narratives. Chapter 3, the male protagonist's initial appearance. Zhuang Xian, once a spirit medium, naturally possessed the ability of yin-yang vision. However, after transitioning to a career in forensic science, she ceased her ghost hunting activities. As a result, her yin-yang vision lay dormant, no longer accessible at will like during her days as a spirit medium. Thus, when Zhuang Xian closed her eyes and chanted in silence, she was indeed awakening her yin-yang vision. Convinced that this case was the work of a ghost, the extraction of internal organs is a matter achievable by mere mortals, yet to separate a person from their body solely through brute force is utterly implausible. At least, it cannot be done by one individual alone. According to the police report, aside from the 3 deceased, there remained only a single unidentified footprint at the scene, leading to the conclusion that the perpetrator was indeed one person. Wait a moment, how foolish of me, Zhuang Xian mused, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. How could I have been so misguided as to think a ghost was involved? Good heavens, how absurd, ghosts do not possess feet. Indeed, ghosts do not have feet, they glide ethereally. Therefore, if ghosts lack feet, they certainly cannot leave footprints. Moreover, a ghost would have no need to employ external force to commit murder, it could accomplish such acts with a mere wave of its hand. Additionally, since ghosts thrive on human essence, there is no rationale for them to extract internal organs. After activating her yin-yang vision, Zhuang Xian had not observed any signs of malevolent energy, indicating that a ghost was not responsible for the crime. With the ghost theory dismissed, the case became even more perplexing. Zhuang Xian steadied her thoughts and proceeded to examine the body of the third victim, the driver, contrary to the previous 2 autopsies that yielded no significant findings. The driver's corpse bore wounds to the neck, accompanied by distinct bite marks. This was crucial evidence. The bite marks suggested that the perpetrator might be some kind of animal. Zhuang Xian organized her thoughts, attempting to validate her hypothesis. The sharp teeth that punctured the neck, the immense strength capable of smashing through the car roof and decapitating the victim, and the sharp claws that extracted the internal organs. Could it be a bear? While this theory appeared the most plausible and explained the absence of the fat man's internal organs, as bears consume such parts, Zhuang Xian ultimately dismissed this conjecture. The reasoning was simple. The method of killing was decisive, leaving no other claw marks behind, something a bear could not achieve. Furthermore, there were human footprints at the scene. At this juncture, one might wonder about the ancient tomb that had been excavated in the body of the one-eyed man. Had the police not located them? Indeed, they had not. The police had also scoured the foot of the mountain but found nothing amiss. On the way back, Zhuang Xian took out her phone, perusing her contacts until she finally settled on one particular number to dial. The voice on the other end belonged to a man who was also the male lead of this narrative, a skilled practitioner in the realm of spirit mediums and, in a way, Zhuang Xian's mentor, Jin Kong. As previously mentioned, before becoming a forensic expert, Zhuang Xian had been a spirit medium. Her initial training in spirit medium techniques was self-taught, but upon meeting Jin Kong, he imparted some crucial skills and experiences, which were later fully taught by another individual. Although Jin Kong was considered Zhuang Xian's mentor, he was actually a year younger than her, only 25 this year, and thus preferred that she address him by his name rather than calling him master. Jin Kong is not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1.70 m. His appearance is rather ordinary. Since childhood, he has served as a Taoist priest atop Wudong Mountain in Huzhong Province. After turning 18, he descended the mountain to explore the world, and due to his innate ability to see both the yin and yang, he naturally became a spirit exorcist, addressing supernatural occurrences, sporting long hair tied back in a ponytail. He possesses a pair of sword-like eyebrows above a pair of bright, piercing eyes. A scar runs along the left side of his face, stretching from the corner of his eye to his jaw. His skin is dark and his physique leans towards the slender side. Owing to his ascetic lifestyle, his heart is as calm as still water, and he harbors no fondness for adornment. Additionally, given his appearance, even embellishment would not enhance his looks, resulting in a monotonous wardrobe consisting of merely a few identical outfits. He is always seen wearing a black jacket with frog buttons, loose black trousers, and a pair of handmade black cloth shoes, none of which are particularly valuable, yet this attire exudes an air of a reclusive sage. A rare visitor. What brings you to call me? Upon noticing Zhuang Xian's call while on the road, Jin Kong paused to answer. Aware of Jin Kang's busy schedule, Zhuang Xian wasted no time and directly inquired over the phone, "Do you believe in monsters?" "Monsters?" Jin Kong responded, bewildered. "What are you talking about? How could there possibly be monsters?" Zhuang Xian too found her question somewhat absurd, yet in light of the case, the notion of a monster was not entirely without merit. "I just wrapped up a case involving 3 rather peculiar corpses, which has left my mind in a bit of a jumble. I thought so. Trouble seldom arrives unannounced, and a call surely indicates a situation." Jin Kong expressed concern, asking, "What do you need me to do?" "Nothing really. I'm just perplexed." Zhuang Xian admitted her confusion. "Initially, I suspected it was a ghost, but my yin-yang vision didn't detect any spiritual energy. Then I considered it might be a bear, yet the footprints were human. It's all quite strange, which led me to think of monsters." Jin Kong found Zhuang Xian's mention of monsters amusing. After all, ghosts do exist, but the idea of monsters seemed rather far-fetched, something he had neither seen nor heard of before. Sighing, he reassured her, "Sister, if work is exhausting, take a breather. If it becomes too much, let those folks from Aoki Shrine take over. After all, it's their jurisdiction, and given your past affiliation, even if it's not a supernatural event, Lu Tao's forensic skills are on par with yours. I called you because I feared they would mock my thoughts about monsters, and now you're laughing at me too. Forget it, I won't bother you with future cases." Zhuang Xian retorted in frustration before hanging up. Her irritation was not directed at Jin Kong, but rather at the case that seemed to lead nowhere. Setting Zhuang Xian aside for the moment, let us shift the narrative focus to Jin Kong. Currently, he finds himself in a small town in southern Hunan province, situated close to the northern Hebei province where Zhuang Xian is located. Requiring merely half a day's journey to reach her, after ending the call, Jin Kong shook his head in resignation, picked up a small package from the ground, and turned to enter a noodle shop by the street. Having traveled all morning, his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to indulge in a bowl of noodles to satiate his appetite and rest his weary feet. "Young man, you sound like you're from out of town," the noodle shop owner remarked as he placed the bowl of noodles before Jin Kong. Jin Kong voraciously devoured a couple of bites and nodded. "Indeed, I passed through here and decided to take a look around." The proprietor, with a kind demeanor, remarked, "What is there to see in this small town? You would be better off visiting the city, where there are far more entertaining things. One should not speak so lightly," Jin Kong retorted, sipping his noodle soup. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to the owner while lighting another for himself, saying, "The city may appear bustling, but the people there bear far greater burdens than those in this town. They are so consumed with the pursuit of stability and wealth that, despite the lively atmosphere, they lack the warmth that should be inherent in humanity. You see, if I were dining in a noodle shop in the city, the owner would certainly not take a seat to chat with me as you do. Now that is a sentiment I appreciate, the owner chuckled heartily before inquiring. It seems, young man, that you are quite worldly. May I ask what line of work you are in? Jin Kong took a puff of his cigarette and in a teasing tone responded, would you believe me if I said I am a spirit exorcist? Flattered by the owner's compliment, Jin Kong felt a tinge of embarrassment, offering a polite smile and falling silent. So, do you possess knowledge of the supernatural? The owner sought to continue the conversation. What, have you encountered such phenomena? Jin Kong asked, intrigued. The owner waved his hand dismissively. I have done no wrong, so why would I encounter anything? However, there is a certain place in this town that might indeed harbor something unclean. What do you mean? Jin Kong furrowed his brow. The owner glanced around at the other diners before lowering his voice. Not far from here, there is a residential complex where residents have been mysteriously falling to their deaths. 5 or 6 have perished recently. It is quite sinister, and the true cause has not been disclosed, but rumors of a vengeful female spirit have begun to circulate. A vengeful spirit? Jin Kang's interest was piqued. Indeed, before these incidents, a girl had committed suicide by jumping from the building. The owner paused before continuing. Her tragic demise made headlines, stirring considerable uproar, yet public sentiment largely condemned the onlookers. What do the onlookers have to do with it? Jin Kong inquired, puzzled. At that moment, the girl hesitated on the rooftop. But many of the bystanders were uttering cruel remarks, urging her to jump, saying things like, if you're too scared to jump, just say so, don't waste our time. In the end, before help could arrive, she leapt to her death. The owner sighed. I truly cannot fathom how some people think. Not only did they fail to dissuade her, but some even live-streamed the entire event, shortly after her death. Strange occurrences began in that complex. Reflecting on the owner's account, Jin Kong grew pensive. It was evident that the residents' falls were no mere accidents, and the deceased girl had undoubtedly transformed into a specter. He simply wondered how advanced her state had become. If the yang energy had been depleted to a critical level, then this female ghost could manifest during the day and would be quite formidable. Consequently, Jin Kong resolved to visit the site after finishing his noodles. Excuse me, proprietor, where is that complex located? He inquired. Just turn right upon exiting and cross 2 streets. The owner chuckled lightly. What's this? Young man, do you truly understand these matters? Jin Kong somewhat evasively remarked. No, I truly do not comprehend. I am merely driven by curiosity, as every person possesses a hint of inquisitiveness. In truth, Jin Kong was reluctant to reveal to anyone that ghosts genuinely exist in this world. Thus he refrained from disclosing the truth to his employer. At that moment, 2 patrons arrived, prompting the boss to retreat to the kitchen to prepare a meal, which allowed Jin Kong to exhale in relief. He was genuinely apprehensive that the boss would continue to press him with questions. After finishing his noodles and settling the bill, Jin Kong set off with his package towards the residential area mentioned by his boss. It was not difficult to locate, and soon he found himself standing at the entrance of a community named Anha. Even from outside, he could sense a heavy aura of negativity within, suggesting that hauntings were inevitable. As he contemplated entering for a closer inspection, he was halted by a security guard, being neither a resident of the community nor acquainted with any of its inhabitants, and with a scarred visage that hardly inspired trust. He was denied entry. With no other option, Jin Kong decided to depart and bide his time until nightfall to seek an opportunity to infiltrate. Just as he was about to leave, a group of individuals emerged from the complex. Leading the procession was a middle-aged man clad in a yellow Taoist robe, possessing shifty eyes, followed by 3 individuals dressed in grey robes, presumably his disciples. As a genuine practitioner of the Tao, Jin Kong immediately discerned that these individuals were charlatans. It was evident that in light of the recent disturbances within the community, the residents had sought out these frauds to perform rituals for protection. Jin Kong smirked disdainfully and, without lingering, continued on his way. He intended to find a nearby inn to rest and recover from the fatigue of his journey, as well as to prepare himself for an encounter with the female ghost later that evening. It was worth noting that, apart from the recent imposters, Anha community had previously engaged several legitimate Taoist practitioners to perform exorcisms, among whom there were undoubtedly some with genuine spiritual abilities. However, the female ghost within was a formidable adversary. Although she had not yet reached a state where she could manifest in broad daylight, having absorbed so much yang energy from the living, her powers had significantly increased, rendering her difficult to subdue for those with shallow skills in exorcism. Thus, the outcome was always a brief tranquility, only to be followed by inexplicable incidents of individuals plummeting from heights, their bodies discovered only at dawn. Chapter 4. The experience of the jumping girl. A girl named Haixing had been enduring a streak of misfortune lately, encountering numerous vexing issues, and today, she was unceremoniously dismissed from her job. Heartbroken, she called her boyfriend, Chenwen, who resided on the opposite side of the city, to confide in him. On the other end of the line, Chenwen offered her words of comfort for a while before hailing a taxi to visit her residence. Haixing and Chenwen had been in a relationship for over 3 years. And to outsiders, their bond appeared strong and harmonious. Lixin was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted and remarkably empathetic. However, her excessive kindness had led to her being betrayed by colleagues at work, culminating in her termination. Chenwen, possessing a pleasant demeanor and handsome looks, although currently earning a modest income, was diligent and remained optimistic about their future together. Despite working in the same city, their residences were somewhat distant, prompting them to each rent an apartment near their respective workplaces for convenience. Upon arriving at her location, Chenwen took Lixin out for a leisurely stroll, indulging in food and sharing the occasional joke. Gradually lifting her spirits. Two individuals sat upon a park bench, with Lixin turned sideways, gazing at Chenwen's shoulder, although she felt that her colleagues were unfriendly and her boss was unjust. She found solace in the presence of a considerate boyfriend, which made her situation seem less dire. After a moment's hesitation, Chenwen spoke awkwardly. Xin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Speak freely, we need not stand on ceremony, Lixin replied, leaning against Chenwen's shoulder, her face brightening with a smile. After a brief pause, Chenwen continued. As you are aware, my mother is hospitalized due to illness, and the expenses are quite substantial. She is to undergo surgery soon, and I find myself lacking the necessary funds. How much do you need? Lixin inquired directly. Over 20,000, Chenwen sighed. Thus, I would like to ask if I could borrow a sum from you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lixin straightened up, opened her handbag, and produced a bank card, presenting it to Chenwen. There is over 10,000 in this card. It is all I have. Please use it for your mother's treatment. If it is insufficient, I shall find another way. Chenwen gratefully accepted the card. I will manage the rest on my own. There is no need for you to assist me further in borrowing. Xin, thank you. He then leaned forward to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead. However, it seemed that Lixin's streak of misfortune was far from over, as the story began to unfold further. One day, while dining at a restaurant with her close friend, a stylishly dressed young woman entered and approached Lixin's table. Without a hint of courtesy, she shoved Lixin's friend aside to take a seat directly opposite her. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? Lixin asked, intrigued by the woman's bold demeanor. With her arms crossed defiantly, the woman glared as if Lixin owed her money. You must be Chenwen's girlfriend. Correct, yes, that is correct. What of it? Lixin responded, perplexed. The woman wasted no time, cutting straight to the chase. Chenwen is now with me. I am here to inform you to keep your distance and cease intruding upon our lives. What nonsense are you spouting? Lixin retorted, her anger rising. Chenwen and I are on good terms. How could he possibly be with you? Who are you? What? You don't believe me? The woman replied with an air of arrogance. If you doubt my words, feel free to call him and ask. See what he has to say. However, he may not even answer your call. Despite her disbelief, Lixin retrieved her phone and dialed Chenwen's number, determined to affirm her relationship with him. Yet, when the call connected, no one picked up. Undeterred, she redialed, but once again, the line went unanswered. Well, do you believe me now? The woman taunted with a malicious grin. Lixin, incensed by the woman's attempt to sow discord between her and Chenwen in front of her friend, lost her appetite and stood up, pulling her friend along as they exited the restaurant. Initially, she rationalized that Chenwen was simply busy with work and unable to answer. However, as the following day unfolded with no success in reaching him, she began to entertain the possibility that the woman's words held some truth. Early the next morning, Lixin exited her residential community and hailed a cab, making her way to Chenwen's company. Overwhelmed by confusion, she found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend how a relationship that had seemed so stable just days prior could come to such a sudden end. Why was there no farewell? Eventually, one day, weakened by her declining health, she collapsed on the street. Fortunately, a kind-hearted passerby drove her to the hospital just in time. At the foot of a building in Anha community, a crowd had gathered. On the rooftop, a girl sat vacantly at the edge, seemingly poised to leap into the abyss below. From the throng of spectators emerged harsh and unsympathetic taunts, urging the girl to jump. While a few compassionate souls implored her not to take such a drastic step, their voices were drowned out by the biting remarks. Oh, I've seen plenty of these jumpers, they never go through with it. Once the firefighters arrive, she'll come down. If I were her, I wouldn't waste time sitting there. I'd just climb up and jump. Hey, jump already. I'm recording this, my phone's about to die. Come on you folks, let's live stream someone jumping off a building. Tap that heart, send some free gifts, and if you haven't followed yet, consider doing so. Let's place bets on whether this girl will jump. Sometimes, until a tragedy unfolds, one remains oblivious to the depths of cruelty some individuals harbor. Each callous utterance pierced the girl's heart. Like a residents of the community have repeatedly sought the services of Taoist priests to perform rituals to ward off evil spirits. However, apart from charlatans and incompetent feng shui masters, no tangible results have been achieved. Just as tranquility seemed to settle in, another incident of someone plummeting from a height occurred once more. It is important to note that not every practitioner of the Tao possesses the ability to exorcise spirits. Those with financial means have vacated the premises, while those lacking resources are left with no option but to remain, as refunds for their homes are not forthcoming. Some residents dismiss the notion of ghosts altogether and choose not to dwell on the matter. As for Chenwen, he indeed became involved with that woman. Chapter 5, infiltrating Anha community. The woman's family is engaged in international trade and is quite affluent through a fortuitous encounter. Chenwen met her, she was captivated by his handsome appearance and pursued him ardently on several occasions, yet he rebuffed her advances, for his heart belonged solely to Li Xian. However, Chenwen's mother required multiple surgeries. And the urgent need for funds, coupled with the woman's undeniable allure, ultimately led him to be with her. He was acutely aware that this would cause Li Xian pain, but circumstances had progressed to this point. Leaving him with no recourse, he hoped that in time Li Xian would emerge from her sorrowful shadow. Unbeknownst to him, he would become the first victim of Li Xian's vengeful spirit, indeed burdened by guilt. Chenwen frequently sought news of Li Xian. Upon learning of her tragic leap into the abyss, he was engulfed by profound remorse. He could scarcely comprehend that this innocent girl would contemplate such a final act. He resolved to visit the Anha community, intending to pay his respects at the apartment where Li Xian had resided, as a form of penance for his troubled soul. However, he could not go during the day, for the presence of numerous onlookers might lead to speculation regarding his connection to Li Xian's demise. Thus, he planned to wait until the dead of night when most residents would be asleep. Having once shared a bond with Li Xian, she had provided him with an access card to the community, ensuring he could enter undeterred by security personnel. It was also worth noting that Li Xian had vowed vengeance upon all residents before her death. Having transformed into a malevolent spirit, when Chenwen arrived at Li Xian's apartment in the stillness of the night, he retrieved 3 incense sticks and a bundle of joss paper, intending to conduct a simple ritual before departing. Yet, as he lit the incense, a fierce gale suddenly howled outside, flinging open the window and scattering the joss paper across the floor. Chenwen, struggling against the wind's force, stood up and squinted against the bluster, making his way to the window to close it. As he turned back, he was confronted by the spectral figure of Li Xian, her bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon him. Startled, Chenwen recoiled to the corner of the room, tightly shutting his eyes. The visage of Li Xian had drastically altered. Having met her demise from a fall, one side of her face was grotesquely flattened, with decaying flesh hanging loosely, exposing the underlying bone. Li Xian regarded Chenwen with an expressionless demeanor, devoid of movement or speech, fixated solely on him. Gradually, Chenwen regained his composure from the shock, cautiously opening his eyes to behold the familiar figure before him. Li Xian, he stammered, his voice trembling. At that moment, Li Xian finally spoke. Chenwen, I thought you would have died before me. The words uttered did not seem to originate from Li Xian herself. Rather, they appeared to drift from some obscure corner of the room. Chenwen Xian, attempting to maintain his composure, fixed his gaze upon Li Xian's disfigured visage and explained, Xian, allow me to clarify. In a moment of irrationality, I caused you harm, yet I never anticipated that you would contemplate ending your life. Truth be told, I have been inquiring about your well-being all along. My heart still holds love for you. Humph, love me? Is that why you ran off with that wretched woman? Upon hearing Chenwen's explanation, Li Xian's anger surged. My mother is ill, and I am in dire need of money. Chenwen's voice quivered with emotion. Li Xian, gritting her teeth, shook her head vehemently, her tone hollow. So you can abandon even the slightest shred of dignity? Is this truly your justification for leaving me without a word? Do you deem this rationale acceptable? I was wrong, I truly was. Chenwen's facade crumbled as he collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, the Li Xian before him was no longer the kind-hearted girl she once was. She was now engulfed in resentment towards the world. Her vengeful intent was to annihilate everyone, starting with this very community. Devoid of any lingering emotions, little did she expect Chenwen to come to her door unbidden, sparing her the effort of searching him out later. Though they had once loved, that was merely a relic of their past lives. Li Xian's expression contorted into a grimace as she posed one final question to Chenwen. Since you claim to have been seeking news of me, where were you on the day I attempted to take my own life? Did you not consider saving me? Why do you only come now? Not receiving a response from Chenwen, Li Xian's heart comprehended the answer all too well. She tilted her head back and let out a few derisive laughs, her blood-red eyes widening as her features twisted grotesquely. Chenwen sensed her murderous intent, his throat raw as he screamed for help. But it was too late. In a swift motion, Li Xian struck her palm against Chenwen's forehead, shattering his spirit and rendering him unconscious. With a flick of her wrist, she reopened the window that had just been shut and, seizing Chenwen, hurled him from the upper floor. Did you think that being in the same room as me would allow your cries for help to be heard by others? Li Xian stood at the window, looking down at Chenwen's lifeless body. The neon lights on the streets have already flickered to life, and various stalls selling an assortment of goods have been set up along the roadside. Observing the bustling crowd, this lively scene seems far removed from a town reputed to be haunted. However, there is no denying that the Anha community indeed harbors spirits, with the hour still early. The task of ghost hunting must commence at least at the stroke of midnight. Thus Jin Kong first made his way to a restaurant, ordering a portion of fried rice to appease his hunger. Yet, he chose not to dine in, opting instead to take his meal to go. He needed to await a group of individuals, and to avoid missing them, he had to arrive early at Anha community. Otherwise, entry would be impossible. During the day, he had already been thwarted by the security guard, and although the guard might change shifts at night, those who were not residents would still be denied access without a keycard or an invitation. The individuals he awaited were the four faux Taoist priests he had spotted earlier. It was obvious that they had been summoned by the residents to perform rituals for exorcism, observing the circumstances by day and conducting their rites by night. This was the customary procedure. Even though these individuals were imposters, the established protocol must be followed, otherwise, their ruse would be exposed. After arriving outside Anha community with his takeout fried rice in hand, Jin Kong could only speculate whether these charlatans had gained entry ahead of him, relying on mere chance. Should fortune not favor him, he would have to seek another opportunity to scale the walls later. Squatting by the roadside, he extracted the fried rice from the plastic bag and indulged in it heartily, savoring every bite. Passers-by cast disdainful glances in his direction. It is worth noting that such behavior, eating while squatting on the roadside, is commonplace in rural areas. Where life is simple and unpretentious, free from excessive concern, however, it is a rare sight in the city, especially with his somewhat antiquated attire, ponytail, and scarred visage, which drew attention. Some young women even stifled giggles as they passed. Yet Jin Kong remained unfazed by their scrutiny, preoccupied solely with the prospect of meeting the faux priests. Upon finishing his meal, he instinctively lit a cigarette, and as it dwindled to its end, a group approached in the distance. Indeed, the four impostors he had been waiting for. A smile spread across his face as he extinguished the cigarette, but in hurriedly feigned enthusiasm to greet them. Fellow Taoists, what brings you here? He inquired, feigning ignorance as he approached the quartet. The middle-aged man in the yellow robe, leading the group, cast a wary glance at Jin Kong, clasped his hands in a rather unrefined gesture of greeting, and said, "Blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign, we are heading to the Anha community to attend to some matters." Jin Kong could hardly believe that these charlatans were putting on such an elaborate act. Despite their clumsy greeting, the phrase "blessings of the infinite" was delivered with a surprising sense of dedication. "May I ask what business you have there?" he probed, maintaining his pretense of ignorance. The leader, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "This matter is not convenient to disclose. It would be best if you refrain from inquiring further. Come now, as fellow practitioners, there is no need for secrecy," Jin Kong retorted playfully. "I have heard whispers that the community is rather unsettled. You must be there to perform a ritual, am I right?" Knowing yet still asking, the leader raised his voice, but quickly regained his composure. Adopting a facade of calm, Jin Kong soon noticed the situation and began to weave his words. "To be candid, I possess some abilities in exorcising spirits and dispelling evil. Perhaps I could accompany you. Who knows, I might be able to assist you in some way." The individual he was addressing hesitated for a moment, prompting Jin Kong to add, "We are all practitioners of the Tao, and my skills are still rudimentary compared to yours. It would be a kindness if you would allow me to join you and learn from your experiences." "Very well, let us bring this fellow Taoist along, he might even lend us a hand." One of the companions interjected. Hearing this, Jin Kong realized he had a chance and immediately nodded eagerly. "Absolutely, if there's any physical labor, feel free to assign it to me. Please do not hesitate, as politeness would suggest I am an outsider." Yet, he was indeed an outsider. "All right, since it is so, I shall take you to witness the world, but do not cause any disturbances." The leader agreed. "Rest assured, I shall behave myself," Jin Kong hastily promised, all the while thinking, "If it weren't for my inability to enter that place, who would willingly associate with you charlatans?" Upon entering the community with the four individuals, they proceeded to a residence home where they settled down. As the host had invited them, since the ritual would commence at dawn, and it was still early, they decided to wait and enjoy some tea. Jin Kong, unfamiliar with the nuances of tea tasting, simply gulped it down in one go. However, he discerned that the four faux Taoists were equally unrefined, albeit they pretended to possess the airs of professionals. "Oh dear, I wonder if Master Ling Hui is confident about this ritual?" the host inquired after refilling the teacup of the leader, referred to as Ling Hui, a master. Upon hearing this title, Jin Kong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A Taoist adopting a Buddhist name, while also being bestowed with a Taoist honorific, this charlatan truly had some talent. "What, do you doubt my abilities, good sir?" the so-called Master Ling Hui retorted with feigned gravitas. "No, not at all," the host quickly clarified. "It's just that before you arrived, several other Taoists were invited to our community, yet they were quiet for only a couple of days before another incident occurred. Those practitioners were simply too inexperienced, lacking the skills to banish malevolent forces. As for myself, I have been cultivating since childhood. I assure you, I will succeed without fail," Master Ling Hui declared, unabashedly spinning his web of deceit. "That is reassuring." Indeed, seated beside them, Jin Kong looked at the so-called Master Ling Hui with palpable disdain, utterly captivated by the audacity of this brazen liar. He yearned for the clock to strike midnight, hoping these swindlers would finish their charade and depart with their ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, they might find themselves laughing at him before he could even capture a ghost. Chapter 6, Ghost Hunting. As time progressed steadily, the midnight chimes resonated, signaling the commencement of the ritual within the community. A ceremonial platform had been established, featuring a statue of Zhong Kuei at its center, adorned with a pair of apricot yellow banners, flanked by 2 plates of fruit. A candle was lit on each side. A bronze sword of coins lay atop, accompanied by a bowl of realgar wine and a stack of talismans. After assisting them with their preparations, Jin Kong squatted to the side, lighting a cigarette as he quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. The residents of the community, gripped by fear, furtively peered through their windows. Apart from the 5 individuals, the vast expanse was devoid of any other presence. The so-called Master Lingui, feigning solemnity, approached the altar, grasped a copper coin sword, and began to shake it. Meanwhile, he muttered incantations, the content of which remained a mystery. The other 3 stood behind him, each holding a basket filled with paper money, casting it skyward. After a while, Master Lingui set down the copper sword, pinched a talisman between his fingers, and ignited it over a candle's flame. Following this, he took a sip of realgar wine and spat towards the burning talisman, causing flames to leap dramatically upon completion of this elaborate charade. One would expect that ordinary spirits would be frightened away, while more formidable ones might be compelled to reveal themselves, intent on harming the practitioner. However, as these 4 individuals were mere charlatans, and given that the statue of Zhong Kuei resembled a cheap trinket from a market, lacking any genuine spiritual power, their efforts proved utterly futile. After performing their theatrics, they hastily gathered their belongings and sought payment from their employer before making a swift exit. Notably, Jin Kong had already reported the fraudulent priests to the authorities, confident that the perpetrators would be apprehended mid-flight, and upon a simple inquiry, their ruse would be exposed, leading to their capture. Meanwhile, Jin Kong had proceeded to the haunted building and successfully located it. Standing outside, he could discern the pervasive malevolent energy emanating from within, granting him insight into the ghost's capabilities. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it posed a considerable challenge. Jin Kong stepped inside, determined to locate the ghost's hiding place, specifically the room where it had lived during its mortal existence. He was unaware of the ghost's name or the circumstances leading to its demise. Such knowledge was unnecessary, for once a spirit inflicts harm upon the living, it violates the delicate balance between the realms of yin and yang. His sole objective was to eradicate the malevolent entity, ensuring its soul was scattered to the winds. What was certain, however, was that it was a female ghost, the very spirit of the girl who had leapt to her death, as recounted by the noodle shop owner. As he meticulously searched each floor, he moved with caution to avoid disturbing the residents. Treading softly to minimize any sound, upon reaching the 5th floor, he sensed the oppressive atmosphere laden with more negative energy than the previous levels, indicating that the female ghost was indeed concealed within this building. Aware that the ghost would also be cognizant of the exorcists in the vicinity, she had chosen to remain hidden, refraining from preying upon the inhabitants. Having confirmed the correct floor, Jin Kong retrieved the Bagua jade pendant from his pocket. He delicately made a small incision on his finger with a dagger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the pendant. This act imbued the jade with spiritual essence. Once he approached within 5 meters of the ghost's hiding place, the pendant would emit a verdant glow. The corridor was short, and the rooms fused, the dim lighting casting an eerie pall over the atmosphere, while ordinary individuals might remain oblivious to the supernatural presence. Jin Kong, possessing the eye of yin and yang, perceived the suffocating black mist swirling in the air, intensifying his curiosity about the tragic events that had befallen the female ghost, fueling her profound resentment. At last, the jade pendant in his grasp illuminated, confirming that the ghost was indeed within the very room he approached. If one day the world is devoid of ghosts, Jin Kong could still utilize his skills to earn a living by picking locks. Ha ha! Once inside, Jin Kong surveyed the room, only to discover 3 burnt incense sticks lodged in the crevices of the floor tiles, alongside scattered pieces of paper money. It seemed that someone had come here to pay homage to the female ghost. You must know I have arrived. Do not hide, come forth, otherwise I shall employ my Taoist techniques to force you out. Jin Kong addressed the concealed spirit. Indeed, Haixing's ghost emerged from a wall, sensing the potent aura of Jin Kong. Realizing that his abilities were formidable and that evasion was futile. We are not in each other's way. You have not been commissioned by the residents of this community. Why do you involve yourself in this matter? Haixing inquired, her expression fierce as she regarded the composed Jin Kong. Do you understand what I have endured? Are you aware of the vile faces of those who mocked me before my leap? Haixing lamented. I had initially intended to comprehend your plight, but it is no longer necessary. My apologies. Jin Kong felt both pity for Haixing and a sense of duty to eradicate her. You have already caused the demise of 5 or 6 individuals. It is improbable that all of them were among those who once ridiculed you. Even if they were, you have transgressed the laws governing the realms of yin and yang. I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds. Should I allow you to continue killing and absorbing the vitality of others to become a demon? Ha! The female ghost erupted in maniacal laughter, then, with indignation, remarked, what a truly unruly set of rules. Humans, such heartless creatures, should not exist in this world. I am merely cleansing this world of its refuse. No, there are always more good people than bad, and justice will always outweigh evil. The happiness in life will forever surpass its misfortunes. Jean Kong asserted with righteous conviction, you may have been pitiable in life, but that does not excuse your desire for vengeance upon society and death. Every individual has the right to live. And you have stripped them of that right. Such actions, whether committed by the living or the dead, warrant due punishment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian gritted her teeth and retorted, Heh, you spout lofty ideals that are nothing but nonsense. You do not stand in my shoes, unaware of my suffering, merely pretending to uphold righteousness with empty words. You are nothing but refuse. I shall fight you. With that, Li Xian extended her claws and lunged at Jean Kong. He swiftly dodged to the side, gripping his dagger tightly, counterattacking with a strike. Having absorbed the vitality of several individuals, Li Xian's powers had indeed surged. In an instant, she appeared behind Jean Kong, striking at his back with a palm. Fortunately, Jean Kong was protected by a Bagua jade pendant, which emitted a vibrant green light from his pocket. Repelling Li Xian, she collapsed to the ground, glaring fiercely at Jean Kong before launching herself at him once more. Jean Kong rolled on the floor to evade her attack as Li Xian's claw swiped at empty air, leaving 5 marks on the wall. Who is it, making a ruckus in the dead of night? Can't anyone get some sleep? The noise created by Jean Kong and Li Xian's clash awakened a neighbor, a middle-aged man who emerged from his room, grumbling. Suddenly, he realized that the sound was emanating from the room of a deceased individual. And he immediately shivered. Just as he was about to exclaim that there was a ghost, he heard the voice of Jean Kong. My apologies, good sir, I am a Taoist summoned by your tenants to perform an exorcism. I do apologize for the commotion. Strangely enough, the middle-aged man actually believed him. My heavens, what a stroke of misfortune. Never mind, just hurry up and finish your work. I need to go to work tomorrow. Both Jean Kong and Li Xian, caught off guard by the man's outburst, inexplicably ceased their actions simultaneously, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. In truth, Jean Kang's cessation made sense, as he did not wish for anyone to uncover the truth of the matter. However, Li Xian's pause was somewhat awkward. Perhaps instinctively, she was rendered momentarily dazed by the unexpected interruption. If I weren't afraid of arousing suspicion, I should have eliminated all the residents on this floor before targeting others. After all, if all the tenants on the same floor were to perish, it would undoubtedly raise questions, prompting them to summon someone truly capable of exorcising spirits, like you, Li Xian murmured to Jean Kong. Jean Kong cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian and frowned. What are you going on about? Are we acquainted? Indeed. With that, the two adversaries resumed their confrontation. Jean Kong hurled a dagger towards Li Xian, who managed to evade it but was moaned. Jean Kong let out a sigh and remarked, in that fleeting moment just now, I sense that you must have been a kind-hearted girl in your past life. It is a pity, however, that anger clouded your judgment. If you wish to send me into oblivion, do it swiftly. Spare me the lengthy discourse, Li Xian replied, her voice growing increasingly feeble after Jean Kong withdrew the dagger that was embedded in Li Xian's abdomen. He could have easily plunged it into her head, ensuring her immediate disappearance, yet he refrained from doing so, aware that such a fate would be excruciatingly painful. I shall guide you to the other side. That way, the process will be less agonizing. You merely need to relinquish the obsessions that weigh upon your heart. Upon hearing these words, the anger dissipated from Li Xian's face, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment as she gazed at Jean Kong. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed she had come to a realization. As Jean Kong recited the Taoist scriptures for the rite of passage, Li Xian set aside her grievances and accepted the offering. With her spirit gradually dissipating into the ether, this confrontation came to a definitive close. Thank you, were the last words Li Xian uttered before her departure. Chapter 7, The Clue of the Monster Boss. I would like a bowl of noodles, Jean Kong announced upon entering a noodle shop, the very same establishment he had visited 2 days prior upon his arrival in this quaint town. Oh, young man, is that you? The proprietor greeted him warmly. What brings you here? Are you planning to leave? Indeed, Jean Kong replied, handing the owner a cigarette. I'll have another bowl of noodles, and once I'm done, I shall be on my way. The owner chuckled. Very well, since you seem like a good fellow, I'll add an extra 2 eggs to your dish. On the house, wishing you smooth travels. Thank you. Thank you. I also wish the boss prosperous business, Jean Kong said with a smile, lighting a cigarette. Jean Kong settled at the entrance of the shop, observing the bustling street outside, still alive with activity and imbued with a warm atmosphere. He could only hope that the world would be free of injustices, allowing him to find a tranquil place to retreat and live a peaceful life. The sky was a clear blue, perfect for continuing his journey, yet he remained unaware of what awaited him ahead. What Jean Kong did not know was that on the very night he performed the rite for Li Xian, an incident transpired in the neighboring city of Shangping. In the late hours of the night, within a household in Shangping, a 5 or 6-year-old boy was wailing for ice cream. His mother was preoccupied with caring for his infant sister, while his father was next door, engaged in an all-night poker game with friends, leaving no one available to accompany the boy. Unrelenting in his demands for ice cream, the boy continued to cry. Fearful of disturbing his peacefully sleeping sister, reluctantly, the mother instructed him to seek out his father for companionship. Upon hearing this, the boy ceased his crying and bounced off to find his father. However, the father, engrossed in a winning streak, had no intention of abandoning the game for his son's desire for ice cream. Setting aside the opinions of his friends, he himself was unwilling to leave. Thus, he told the boy that it was too late and suggested they wait until the next day. The son, however, was obstinate and erupted into tears once more. Ultimately, the boy cared little, as long as he could get his ice cream, and cheerfully took the money to set off on his quest. It is indeed true that incidents rarely occur in our daily lives, yet this evening an unfortunate event transpired. While walking alone to the convenience store, a gaunt old man suddenly emerged from the shadows, his hollow eyes and jagged teeth rendering him grotesquely hideous. Without uttering a word, he seized the boy and fled at an astonishing speed, one that belied his advanced age. Even more terrifying was the fact that as they passed beneath a streetlight, this old man cast no shadow. I thought to myself that the boy hadn't yet begun school, so staying up a little later was inconsequential, and he could always rest at a neighbor's house. In a state of anxiety and regret, the two hurriedly set out to inquire and search. Yet no news emerged. With no other option, they resorted to dialing the police, hoping for assistance from the authorities. At the Hebei Province Haixing City Police Station, Chief Lian Yang arrived at the Forensic Identification Center where Zhuang Xian worked, yearning for good news, but was met with disappointment as there had been no progress in the assessment. Having gone all night without rest, Zhuang Xian's complexion was rather poor. She rubbed her weary eyes and, with a hint of self-reproach, inquired of Lian Yang, "How is it on your end?" "All is well here," Lian Yang replied. Zhuang Xian nodded in gratitude, and Lian Yang departed to attend to subsequent matters. It would be inaccurate to claim that Zhuang Xian had made no progress at all. Rather, the results were unexpectedly perplexing. Considering all the examination records, the perpetrator bore no resemblance to a human being. The extracted DNA contained anomalous substances. The possibility of it being a ghost was dismissed, and humans could essentially be ruled out as well. If neither of these entities was responsible, then only the notion of a monster remained plausible. For a renowned author of detective fiction once asserted, "Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Yet, every rational person knows that monsters have never existed throughout the ages. This led Zhuang Xian to conceal her monstrous hypothesis until definitive evidence could be found. Otherwise, she would face ridicule, much like the reaction she received when discussing it with Jin Kong upon exiting the police station. The enticing aroma of steamed buns from a nearby vendor awakened Zhuang Xian's hunger, prompting her decision to indulge in some. Beside the bun shop stood a kiosk selling magazines, where a stack of freshly published newspapers lay. Casually glancing over, Zhuang Xian's attention was drawn to a particular news article among the papers. "Excuse me, could you please hand me that newspaper?" she requested, pointing. Just then, during the process of taking photographs, a reporter named Zhang Pan was ambushed from behind, rendered unconscious, and upon regaining consciousness, found himself in an empty space, the monster having vanished, yet the photographs remained saved in his camera. Beneath the news article was the so-called photograph of the monster. The image was indistinct, riddled with double exposures, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what had been captured. Just as Zhuang Xian became engrossed in her examination, a voice startled her, causing the bun in her hand to drop. "It seems the press has taken to fabricating stories, deliberately blurring images and claiming them to be of a monster." Turning around, she beheld a tall, slender young man standing behind her, his gaze fixed upon the newspaper in her possession. "And you are?" Zhuang Xian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the stranger. "Me. My name is Lu Nanjing. I merely passed by and initially intended to purchase a newspaper, but upon encountering the whimsical news printed therein, I decided against it, deeming it sheer nonsense." A young man, who introduced himself as Lu Nanjing, made a brief remark before departing. At first, Zhuang Xian did not ponder much about it and continued reading the paper. However, reflecting on Lu Nanjing's series of actions, her innate perceptiveness sensed something amiss. Firstly, she had not inquired about his name, yet Lu Nanjing felt compelled to introduce himself, emphasizing that he was merely passing through. Secondly, he claimed that he had spontaneously decided to buy a newspaper, only to dismiss it later as nonsense. His abrupt departure suggested that any attempt at conversation was futile. These observations confirmed Zhuang Xian's suspicions regarding the young man. Yet when she cast her gaze upon the crowd, Lu Nanjing had already vanished without a trace. She contemplated calling Lian Yang to search for this individual on the computer, but she was uncertain of the exact 3 characters to provide. What if it were Lu Nanqing or Lu Nan? Such an endeavor would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, leading her to abandon the thought. She could only blame her own sluggish response. Fortunately, the newspaper still held some utility. She had already associated the concept of monsters with her thoughts, and coincidentally, the paper had just published a story about sightings of such creatures, an uncanny coincidence that might lend credence to her speculations. Chapter 8, Resolution. At the police station, the deceased, with a scruffy beard, the driver, and the stout man were each claimed by their respective families. Among them, the stout man was already known to be affluent. Possessing a grand estate situated in the suburbs, resplendently constructed, resembling a palace, and named Tu Dalong apart from the driver who perished alongside him, the estate employed various staff members, including a butler, chef, and nanny if fond of leisure. He had even erected a vast amusement park surrounding the estate, replete with attractions that drew throngs of visitors daily, who also had the opportunity to tour the estate. This was one of the stout man's sources of income. However, with his untimely demise, coupled with his unmarried status and lack of heirs, the estate now stood unattended, and the amusement park had announced its closure the previous day. Nevertheless, the stout man had a younger brother named Tu Xiaolong. The most discernible difference being his slender physique. That he arrived today to claim the body, accompanied by the stout man's former butler, who had driven a small truck for the purpose of transporting the remains. Upon hearing the butler's inquiry, Tu Xiaolong parked the vehicle at the roadside, deeply contemplative, and lit a cigarette with a scornful grunt, remarking, "What feelings could I possibly have? I would have preferred he had died sooner." "Well, there you have it. As you wished, he has been murdered. Even fate seems to conspire with you," the butler flattered. Tu Xiaolong took a long drag of his cigarette and retorted, "The issue is that he died too quickly." "I was unprepared." "What do you mean?" the butler inquired, perplexed by Tu Xiaolong's thoughts. Tu Xiaolong explained, "All his wealth is stored in the basement of the estate, which is constructed of pure metal and is impenetrable, requiring a password for access, a password known only to him." The butler dismissed this concern, saying, "What's the worry? Just call the police, they'll find a way." "You really are quite foolish," Tu Xiaolong chastised the butler. "Ah, indeed, I evidently lack the foresight you possess," the butler continued to flatter. Tu Xiaolong struck the steering wheel with his hand, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I must find out which scoundrel has taken his life. Leaving me in this predicament, I will ensure that person pays dearly." Meanwhile, the shrewd butler beside him, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, appeared to have conceived a plan. He inquired, "Sir, have you ever heard of the ghoul-raising technique from country tea?" "What ghoul-raising technique?" Tu Xiaolong's interest was piqued. The butler elaborated, "This technique is an ability exclusive to the sorcerers of country tea, allowing the deceased to return in a different form, sustained by consuming human flesh. After a certain period, the raised ghouls develop intelligence, recalling their past, and they tend to be quite obedient." "Are you implying that?" Tu Xiaolong grasped the butler's intent, yet he pondered, "It is indeed advantageous to obtain the password from my brother. But the requirement of human sustenance poses a dilemma." The butler, with a sly smirk, suggested, "Your brother's estate is filled with servants, and the amusement park employs many individuals, many of whom are orphans or estranged from their families." Tu Xiaolong fixed a blank stare on the butler, coolly interjecting, "You are rather sinister." Perceiving the shift in mood, the butler feigned ignorance and chuckled, "Hee, I merely proposed a suggestion. After all, raising ghouls does not necessitate a large number of victims. Utilizing those who have little contact with the outside world as sustenance would not attract undue attention from the authorities. However, if you disagree, we can drop the matter. I consent. You shall oversee this task." Tu Xiaolong maintained his impassive demeanor as he spoke decisively. "That's excellent. Coincidentally, I know a sorcerer from country tea whom I can enlist." "Very well." After finalizing their nefarious scheme, they resumed their journey, unbeknownst to them. The grotesque figure that had murdered the corpulent man on the mountain road that night had already clandestinely infiltrated the back of their small truck. Unlike before, this time the abomination harbored no intentions of attacking the two men. It seemed more intent on evasion, with several wounds and blood staining its form. It appeared as if it were being pursued. As for the creature concealed within the truck, it cautiously peered out, ensuring it remained undetected before stealthily escaping into the now-defunct amusement park situated behind the estate. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xian had located Zheng Pan at the newspaper office and eagerly inquired about her experiences from the previous night. She produced the newspaper featuring the monstrous news and asked Zheng Pan, "Excuse me, is this photograph taken by you?" "Ah, yes." Zhuang Xian continued her questioning, "The image is too blurry to discern anything clearly." "Do you have any recollection of the creature's appearance?" Zheng Pan, puzzled, furrowed her brow and scrutinized Zhuang Xian, cautiously retorting, "Who are you? Why are you so invested in this matter?" Zhuang Xian had initially intended to reveal her identity as a forensic expert, but reconsidered. As an esteemed law enforcement officer in the eyes of the public, admitting her belief in such creatures could tarnish her reputation and undermine the standing of her fellow officers in the community. With no other option, I could only lie, saying, "It's nothing. I merely encountered a similar creature a few days ago, but it vanished as soon as I turned a corner, so I dared not confirm it. Upon seeing your news today, it came back to mind, prompting me to inquire." "Is that so? You saw it too?" Zheng Pan exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if she had found a kindred spirit. She gently grasped Zhuang Xian's hand and confided, "I shared my experience from last night with my colleagues and supervisor, yet they dismissed me, even mocking my account. Had it not been for that photograph on my camera, I would have doubted whether it was merely a dream." Zhuang Xian, perplexed, inquired, "If your supervisor doesn't believe you, why was it published in the newspaper?" Zheng Pan shrugged, laden with grievance, replied, "Because he thought it would make for a good gimmick, boosting the newspaper's sales." Having encountered a confidant, Zheng Pan no longer held back, candidly revealing to Zhuang Xian, "To be honest, there was a shop sign lit at the entrance, and I truly saw its appearance, however, because my colleagues did not believe my experience." I claimed I had not seen it clearly. Zhuang Xian eagerly pressed, "What did it look like?" Zheng Pan described, "It was unclothed, filthy, emaciated, and hunched. As it faced away from me, I could only see half of its face. But I can assert it was deformed, with its eyes positioned on its cheekbones and a crooked nose." As she recounted the details, beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Pan's forehead, her body trembling. Clearly shaken by the creature's grotesque visage, after gleaning this information, Zhuang Xian exited the newspaper office, feeling compelled to visit the street where Zhang Pan had encountered the creature, hoping to uncover some clues. This was not due to a lack of trust in her colleagues, rather, this case was extraordinary, and it was entirely reasonable that an ordinary person like Lian Yang would struggle to cope. However, Zhuang Xian was different. She possessed the ability to exorcise spirits and approached supernatural phenomena with a perspective distinct from that of the average individual. Thus, who was the assailant? What were their intentions? Was it a desire to inflict harm upon others, or was it an attempt to prevent Zhang Pan from capturing the creature in a photograph? If the latter were true, what connection did the assailant have with the creature? All these questions awaited Zhuang Xian's unraveling. If the case proved too peculiar, she might have to enlist the aid of the Aoki Shrine. Additionally, there was the earlier encounter with the tall, slender young man who claimed to be Lu Nanjing. Did he have any ties to the case? Chapter 9. The bar is chaotic. In the vicinity of Yunnan Province, Jinkong. "Hey there, need a ride?" A taxi came to a halt at the roadside as the driver, Wu Kai, leaned out of the window to address a man standing nearby. The man waved his hand, signaling that he did not require a ride, prompting Wu Kai to drive away in resignation. Approaching 30, Wu Kai had been driving a taxi in this city for over 6 years. Intimately familiar with every nook and cranny, he knew precisely when and where to position himself to attract passengers. Kind-hearted and loquacious, he could engage in conversation from the starting point to the destination without pausing for breath. Of course, he was also adept at reading the room. Should he sense that a passenger preferred silence, he would refrain from speaking to avoid irritating them. In the current moment, the most vibrant locale is undoubtedly the bar street, where the lights blaze throughout the night and waves of reveling youth cascade in. Thus, enticing a few patrons becomes exceedingly effortless, and it is a venue he frequents every night. Bars, as many may attest, are exceedingly popular entertainment establishments, particularly favored by the young men and women in search of joy. However, I would advise against frequenting such places, for they harbor a myriad of individuals, and the environment is exceedingly complex. With human intentions often veiled in mystery, some venture there to indulge in merriment, buoyed by a cheerful disposition, while others seek solace in drink due to professional discontent. While this in itself is not problematic, there are myriad venues for imbibing. It is unnecessary to confine oneself to a bar. It is imperative to recognize that within this society, there exists a multitude of ill-intentioned individuals who prey specifically on those who are inebriated and alone. There are petty thieves, brazen assailants, and even those known as corpse collectors who lie in wait at bar entrances for vulnerable young women who, having succumbed to intoxication, resemble lifeless bodies incapable of resistance. These nefarious individuals seize the opportunity to transport them to hotels or secluded spots, where they proceed to violate the girls, channeling their deviant desires. Such individuals may linger outside bars throughout the night, ever vigilant for inebriated and solitary females, ready to exploit the moment when the girls are in a state of compromised consciousness. Those who are completely incapacitated present even less resistance, allowing for their vile actions to unfold with impunity. The girls, upon regaining awareness, often find that the perpetrator has long since vanished, leaving them in ignorance of their assailant's identity. When they gaze upon their disheveled state, they comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet find themselves with no recourse but to endure in silence, reluctant to disclose the incident to others. This scenario represents merely a fraction of the unfortunate fate that befalls some girls. Others may even have their intimate moments captured on video or photograph, subsequently disseminated to unsavory websites for profit, with some even resorting to extortion. Such actions are utterly despicable and evoke a profound sense of revulsion. As Wu Kai maneuvered his vehicle into the bar street, a steady stream of young patrons emerged from each establishment. Some had been inside long enough to require a breath of fresh air, while others, having indulged excessively, sought a place to purge. A few had even collapsed at the bar's entrance, succumbing to slumber. Convention dictates that taxi drivers typically avoid inebriated passengers, as they are prone to erratic behavior and may vomit within the vehicle, creating a considerable hassle. Wu Kai was no exception to this rule. One might wonder why he would choose to engage in such a task despite his reluctance. The answer lies in an innate kindness, a moral compass that guides every decent individual. "Master, are you heading out?" At this juncture, a greasy, lecherous man rapped on Wu Kai's window. Turning to survey the scene, Wu Kai beheld the man, who bore a young girl, utterly inebriated and unconscious, draped over his shoulder. She was strikingly beautiful, albeit clad in revealing attire. Wu Kai's immediate instinct was to discern the man as a corpse collector, with the girl serving as his unfortunate prey. A surge of elation coursed through Wu Kai. He had not anticipated such a vile creature to present himself so conveniently. Get in the car. He beckoned to Ai in the vehicle. Wu Kai gently called out. The sleazy man opened the rear door and awkwardly placed the girl onto the back seat before taking a seat in the front passenger side. Wu Kai uttered no further words. His expression impassive as he started the engine and drove away from the bar. Street driver, just find a nearby hotel and stop, the sleazy man said with an excited expression. Not long after. The sleazy man, puzzled and irritated, questioned Wu Kai. Did you not understand what I said? Just find any hotel to stop at. You've missed so many along the way, why are you still driving? Wu Kai remained silent. Merely casting a piercing gaze at the sleazy man before focusing on the road ahead, his eyes were as cold as ice blades, causing the sleazy man to shudder involuntarily. I want to get out. Please stop the car, the sleazy man said, now somewhat fearful. Wu Kai continued to drive calmly without a word to the sleazy man, feeling increasingly uneasy, pleaded, brother, just tell me how much you want, I can give you everything I have. Please, I beg you, stop, shut your mouth. Wu Kai finally spoke, his face stern and his words resonating with authority. Help, the sleazy man cried out in panic, not knowing what this man intended to do to him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp prick in his thigh, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Looking down, he was horrified to see Wu Kai brandishing a sharp awl, stabbing it into his leg. Scream, and I will stab you again. As long as you. Upon hearing the shameless remarks of the lecherous man, Wu Kai was instantly engulfed in fury. He seized the man by the neck and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Then unleashed a flurry of heavy punches that left the lecherous man yelping in distress. Upon arrival, he noticed a taxi parked nearby and, upon closer inspection, realized a scuffle was taking place. However, such altercations demand intervention. Jean Kong shouted for them to cease, exclaiming, stop, do not continue this. Just as Jean Kong prepared to assist the victim in the alley, the lecherous man scrambled to his feet in a panic and fled. Leaving Jean Kong bewildered and standing alone in the wind, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Chapter 10. A tragedy reoccurs after all. If he were to carry the girl to his home for the night, it would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings upon waking, which would be difficult to clarify. Conversely, leaving her alone in the car posed its own dangers. Thus, after much contemplation, he deemed this approach the most prudent. While he claimed to be resting, Wu Kai merely leaned against the steering wheel, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of an indelible sorrow, one that fundamentally motivated his endeavors of rescuing endangered girls in the nightlife scene. Wu Kai had a sister named Lily who was exceptionally beautiful. Like many young women, Lily enjoyed frequenting bars, often inviting colleagues or friends to join her for merriment, always ensuring she left sober, despite Wu Kai's repeated admonitions to his sister to avoid such dubious establishments. Lily remained resolute in her ways. Aside from her penchant for nightlife, Lily had no other vices and was, in fact, quite a commendable young woman. Yet, as the saying goes, those who often tread near water are bound to get wet. Inevitably, misfortune befell Wu Lily. Yen, believing that 10 minutes would not precipitate any significant issues, and feeling an urgent need, laid Lily down on a seat at the bar entrance and summoned a staff member to keep an eye on her while he hurriedly departed. Little did he anticipate that within this brief span, calamity would strike. As the staff member attended to other duties, a man lifted the slumbering Lily and carried her into a pre-parked vehicle, subsequently driving away without a trace. When Wu Kai arrived in the taxi, he could not find Lily anywhere and his calls went unanswered. In desperation, he contacted Yen to confirm the location, mindful that this street was lined with numerous bars. Fearing he might have gone astray, once reassured that he was indeed at the correct place, anxiety gripped Wu Kai's heart. He approached a staff member to inquire about Lily's whereabouts, only to receive the disheartening response that she had not been seen. Well aware of the chaos that often enveloped bar streets, Wu Kai's first instinct was that something had indeed gone awry with Lily. When he requested the bar to review the surveillance footage, he was informed that the camera at the entrance was malfunctioning. As for filing a police report, he learned that a case could not be opened until 24 hours had elapsed since the disappearance. In a state of helpless urgency, Wu Kai could only drive through the streets, searching aimlessly, a daunting task akin to finding a needle in a haystack. By the time Wu Kai encountered Lily again, it was the following day, and to his astonishment, she was already back at work observing Lily, who appeared dazed and listless. Wu Kai's intuition suggested that matters were far from straightforward, thus, he inquired about her whereabouts the previous evening. Yet Lily stammered and ultimately failed to divulge the truth. He decided to let it be, reasoning that as long as nothing untoward had occurred, all would be well. With this thought, he routinely hailed a taxi and proceeded on his way. However, the turning point came one fateful day when Lily called Wu Kai, her voice choked with tears as she recounted the events of that night. The revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. He was horrified to learn that Lily had been a victim of a heinous crime. The reason Lily chose to confide in him was that she had been tormented by the incident for days, unable to escape the shadows looming over her heart, reducing her to a state of despair and near collapse. Although Wu Kai felt a surge of anger towards Lily for disregarding his counsel, he recognized that the damage had already been done. What could be done now? Reporting the incident would only serve to expose this sordid affair to a wider audience, a fate Lily would surely wish to avoid. Thus, he resolved to visit her daily, offering solace in her time of need, yet, ultimately, the specter of her trauma eclipsed her rationality, and Lily tragically succumbed to despair, taking her own life by wrist-cutting in her rented abode. From that moment onward, Wu Kai embarked on a quest for justice, driven both by a desire to aid other girls who might find themselves in perilous situations similar to Lily's, as well as to unearth the scoundrel who had wronged her. He was convinced that this individual would inevitably reappear on the bar street, compelling him to visit nightly whenever he encountered a corpse collector. He would devise a means to lure them into his vehicle, transporting them to a secluded location for a thorough beating, all the while brandishing Lily's photograph and demanding to know if they had ever encountered her. On this particular night, although the stout man claimed it was his first offense, Wu Kai knew better than to trust such assertions. Just as he was about to inquire whether the man had seen Lily, Jean Kong emerged in a disoriented manner, inadvertently jeopardizing Wu Kai's chance to identify the perpetrator. To prevent escalating the situation to the point of Jean Kong calling the authorities, he knew he must leave. Otherwise, his opportunity for vengeance would vanish. Simultaneously, he bore no desire for Lily's assailant to be apprehended, for he was determined to exact his own retribution upon that scoundrel, though the hour was late. The bar street remained bustling with life, the throngs of revelers seemingly oblivious to fatigue and indulging in a life of excess every night. A nearby food stall was filled with late-night diners, savoring skewers, and sipping chilled beer. Engaged in animated conversation, indifferent to the passage of time. Among them were performers seeking to earn a living through song. One such artist strummed a guitar on the roadside, lost in the melodious strains of a heartfelt ballad, in the resplendent glow of crimson lights. How many foolish souls have succumbed to intoxication? Everyone is entitled to dream, yet the bittersweet conclusion is often heartbreak. In the dazzling realm of desire, countless individuals have lost their way, unable to discern the duplicitous hearts. Yet they still yearn to savor the fragrance of love. Meanwhile, three men in the food stall took notice of the girl, exchanging furtive glances before hastily settling their bill and rising to leave. They climbed into their vehicle and trailed her until they reached a dimly lit street, devoid of pedestrians, where they assessed that no one would witness their actions. They accelerated, pulling ahead of her and halting the car abruptly. Two of them leapt from the vehicle, seizing the girl and forcibly ushering her inside before driving off. During the ordeal, the two individuals responsible for restraining the girl behaved indecorously, groping her in every possible manner. However, despite her inebriated state, her mind remained alert, and she began to resist with all her might, only to be met with a brutal assault. These three men were seasoned offenders, frequently prowling the night in search of vulnerable prey. And unfortunately, the girl had caught their attention. The vehicle continued its journey until it reached the desolate outskirts, where no one could possibly witness their heinous acts. The three men prepared to violate the forcibly abducted girl. The frail girl, powerless to avert her grim fate, gazed despairingly at the car ceiling as the men stripped her of her clothing, leaving her exposed and subject to their savage release. Each passing moment felt interminably lengthy for her in her plight, as she found herself utterly helpless and isolated. Once their vile act was completed, the three men callously discarded both the girl and her discarded garments from the vehicle before speeding away. Seemingly devoid of any remorse, laughing and chatting amongst themselves, after regaining her composure and donning her clothes, the girl staggered away into the enveloping night. Chapter 11. Conversations. The oppressive night had finally given way to dawn. He parked the taxi in front of a dumpling shop, ordered several buns and a bowl of soy milk, and sat in the establishment, lost in thought as he gazed out at the street. Clearly, he intended to return to the bar street that night to seek out those responsible for his sister's demise. Have we met somewhere before, brother? Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted Wu Kai's reverie. He turned to see Jean Kong sitting there, eating dumplings while observing him intently. Because Wu Kai had been preoccupied, he had not closely examined Jean Kong, and thus did not recognize him. However, Jean Kong had clearly seen Wu Kai's face as he passed by. And coupled with the taxi parked outside, he remembered the license plate, ensuring he did not mistake his identity. Who are you? Wu Kai inquired, puzzled. Jean Kong picked up a dumpling from his plate, vacated his seat, and sat down across from Wu Kai, saying, I had to say that because there are others in the shop, so I couldn't be explicit. I had to concoct a story and subtly include the crucial alley and the overweight man as hints, trusting that you would grasp the meaning. Wu Kai quickly understood Jean Kang's words and pretended to be cordial in front of others. Oh, I remember now. What a coincidence to run into you while having breakfast. Indeed, I need to head to the office shortly. If you have a moment, could you kindly give me a ride? Jean Kong suggested, signaling his desire to converse with Wu Kai. Wu Kai, fully aware of the underlying meaning, readily agreed. Sure, let us eat quickly and then we'll leave. Alright, Jean Kong replied with resolute determination. After finishing their breakfast, Wu Kai drove the taxi in circles, intending to engage Jean Kong in conversation to discern his purpose. What brings you here? Wu Kai asked. He chuckled lightly and added, a spirit catcher should be busy catching ghosts. Why seek out a living person like me? Is it solely about the incident in the alley? That hardly falls within your jurisdiction, does it? As Jean Kong intervened, it was evident that he had uncovered something significant. He addressed Wu Kai, saying, there is a ghost beside you at this very moment. Though you are oblivious to its presence. That's preposterous, Wu Kai replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. If there were a ghost by my side, why wouldn't it harm me? With a grave expression. Jin Kong responded, this is precisely what I wish to clarify with you. I want to ascertain the nature of your connection with this ghost. Please step out of the vehicle. After pulling over, Wu Kai insisted that Jin Kong exit the car. Jin Kong, almost in a threatening manner, retorted, if you force me out, I shall follow you relentlessly until I uncover your true intentions, provided you do not mind the inconvenience. Wu Kai scrutinized Jin Kang's determined gaze through the rearview mirror. My intentions are of no concern to you. Mind your own business. As for this ghost you speak of, it should have no relevance to me. It is indeed relevant, Jin Kong asserted confidently. The fact that the ghost does not harm you suggests a strong bond between you. She has chosen to keep her existence hidden from you, likely to spare you pain. Last night, when you confronted that rotund man, she was standing right beside you. I refrained from intervening because she had yet to cause harm. And according to the rules, I cannot eliminate her. What are you saying, a female ghost? Wu Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Who is she to you? Jin Kong pressed further. Wu Kai seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His eyes filled with a plea for assistance as he asked Jin Kong, can you make her appear? Noticing the drastic shift in Wu Kai's tone and expression, Jin Kong furrowed his brow and proposed a conditional arrangement. I can. But you must share your story with me. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Kai produced a photograph of his sister and showed it to Jin Kong. Is this what the ghost looks like? Now I understand. Wu Kai's demeanor turned somber. She is my sister, named Lily. Subsequently, Wu Kai recounted the entire tale of Lily, revealing his nightly endeavors to seek out a corpse collector. When the narrative reached its most heart-wrenching point, he collapsed against the steering wheel, weeping. Those people are truly despicable. Jin Kong expressed sympathy for Wu Kai through his sobs. Wu Kai implored Jin Kong, please, let me see my sister's spirit, even if just for a brief moment. Jin Kong, having comprehended the situation, replied, your sister is unaware of who has wronged her. Upon learning of your quest for vengeance, she has chosen to accompany you in your search. I suspect that once you discover the culprit, she will be the first to take action against them. And then what? Wu Kai asked, perplexed. Then the situation escalates. I will ensure her spirit is utterly obliterated, Jin Kong stated with solemn conviction. Do you dare? Wu Kai suddenly shouted. Jin Kong fell silent, feeling a pang of discomfort himself. Though he empathized with Lily's plight, rules must be upheld. If it came to that point, he would have no choice but to act. Taoist, help me summon Lily's spirit. I shall negotiate with her. I can handle the matter of vengeance without her intervention, Wu Kai suggested, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Jin Kong regarded Wu Kai with compassion. Genuinely moved by the bond between the siblings. Why must it come to this? Should that be the case, you would find yourself imprisoned. Is it not possible to resolve this through the authorities? No, it is not. Wu Kai gritted his teeth and declared, I cannot quell the fury within me without personally eliminating that wretch. With my presence, you may find it impossible to realize your intentions. Jin Kong replied with a stoic expression, while I cannot prevent you from seeking assistance or inflicting harm, I must remind you that even if I were to alert the police, you would only be detained for a mere 2 days before returning to your mischief. However, should you take a life, I will assuredly intervene. Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss, Wu Kai retorted with disdain towards Jin Kong. As for my sister, she is currently with me, and I shall devise a means to see her without your aid. You have acquired the information you desired, and I have learned of my sister's whereabouts. Thus, we owe each other nothing. You may exit the vehicle now. With such words spoken, Wu Kai left no room for further discourse. Jin Kong, rendered speechless, realized he would have to remain in this city until this matter was resolved before he could continue on his journey. Reluctantly, he exited the car, offering one final word of caution to Wu Kai before departing, burdened by his thoughts. Meanwhile, Wu Kai pressed the accelerator in anger and drove away. As for the girl who had been violated by 3 men in the suburbs in the early hours, she donned her clothing and wandered the road until she found a large rock, where she stood in a daze for a moment before throwing herself against it, resulting in her death. Her body was discovered by passers-by the following morning, and the police were already on the scene to handle the investigation. The girl's identity was confirmed as Yang Xianxian, and her parents were notified and rushed to the location. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the girl had gone to a bar in the evening to drown her sorrows due to work-related frustrations. Already in a state of despair, she was further devastated by the humiliation she endured, leading her to make the irrevocable decision to end her life. Once it was determined that the girl had been violated prior to her demise, the case garnered significant attention from the authorities. This meant that in addition to Wu Kai and Jin Kong, the most skilled investigators were now focused on the group of societal outcasts known for scavenging corpses. They began to extract any potential DNA evidence from the girl's body for investigation. Even if those 3 assailants had been cautious, fingerprints or saliva would undoubtedly remain. Should even the slightest clue be found, the perpetrators would not escape justice. Chapter 12, The Appearance of Lily's Spirit. Soon night fell once more, and as midnight approached, Wu Kai found himself at the bar street as usual. Throughout the day, he had been mulling over Jin Kang's words from the morning, claiming that Lily's spirit followed him each night. Uncertain of the truth in this, he called out Lily's name from the confines of his car, adopting a stance of cautious curiosity. Wu Kai felt a twinge of disappointment. His initial reaction was one of disbelief. As he considered himself Lily's brother. If Lily truly were following him, why would she not reveal herself? This thought ignited a flicker of anger within him. He could hardly fathom that a practitioner of the way would resort to deceit for the sake of extraction. He vowed that should he encounter Jin Kong again, he would exact a thorough lesson upon him. Brother, stop overthinking. The target has appeared. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from the passenger seat, jolting Wu Kai from his reverie. Lily. Is that you? Wu Kai gazed in astonishment at the empty passenger seat and inquired, is that truly you, Lily? If you are here, why do you wish to remain hidden from me? At that moment, Lily's ghost gradually materialized before Wu Kai, her pale visage etched with guilt as she addressed him. Brother, I am deeply sorry. It was never my intention for you to be aware of my existence. However, now that you know, I can no longer conceal myself, for it would only cause you greater sorrow. Yet, just as Wu Kai was about to voice his astonishment, Lily interrupted him, pointing to a small bridge vehicle that had just started moving ahead. Save your questions for later. Our target has now surfaced, and you must hurry to follow. It turned out that while Wu Kai had momentarily lost focus, a man had just carried a drunken girl into a vehicle outside a bar. Lily, fearing the chance would slip away, felt compelled to urge Wu Kai into action. Seizing the moment, Wu Kai swiftly activated the taxi and pursued, a flicker of joy igniting within him, for his sister was now seated beside him. Albeit as a mere spirit. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Jin Kong emerged from a dark corner, hailing a taxi that was waiting for passengers, and followed in Wu Kai's wake. Why did you wish to keep your existence a secret from me? Wu Kai questioned Lily as he trailed the small bridge vehicle with her head bowed in turmoil. Lily replied, I did not want you to end up imprisoned for avenging me, which is why I followed quietly. Intending to act before you, ensuring your safety. Had I revealed my presence sooner, you would have prevented me from taking action, and once I did, the spirit medium would inevitably cause my soul to scatter. So it appears that Jin Kang's words hold truth. Wu Kai mused with curiosity, the spirit medium only learned of this matter this morning. You could have revealed yourself earlier, and I would not have disclosed your situation to him. Then do not act. Allow me to take care of it. Wu Kai insisted earnestly. That is not an option. I cannot allow you to bear the burden of imprisonment for my sake, Lily replied. Reluctant. Wu Kai asserted, I am your brother, and you must heed my words. Your current plight stems from your refusal to listen to me and your reckless decision to venture into the bar. At this, Wu Kai's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. After a moment of hesitation, Lily responded, I am truly sorry, but I fear I cannot comply this time. I can no longer descend to the underworld. Remaining in the realm of the living, surrounded by so many vibrant souls, fills me with dread. I may one day succumb to the temptation of draining their life force, and should I turn malevolent, I might not even recognize you. Indeed, who among the spirits can consistently resist temptation? All ghosts yearn to absorb vitality. Trapped between the underworld and the realm of the living, perhaps being scattered by the spirit medium would not be such a misfortune after all. As fate would have it, the journey proved unfortunate. It was unclear whether it was the driver's lack of skill or mere bad luck, but they were either halted by traffic lights or obstructed by other vehicles, causing the distance between them and Wu Kai's car to widen. This was still bearable, as accelerating slightly allowed them to maintain sight of Wu Kai's vehicle, but the subsequent accident obliterated any hope of continuing the pursuit. As they arrived at a certain street, an inexplicable vehicle slowly reversed out of a parking space by the roadside, abruptly blocking half of the road. The driver, caught off guard, crashed head-on into it. Fortunately, the situation was not too severe, and neither the driver nor Jin Kong sustained any injuries. Upon exiting the vehicle, they discovered that the car had forgotten to engage the handbrake, coupled with the slight incline of the road, causing it to roll down on its own. Jin Kong, feeling irritable, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, offering one to the unfortunate taxi driver as well. After exchanging a few words of consolation, he settled the fare and departed. At this point, hailing another taxi would prove futile. Wu Kai's car had long vanished beneath the neon lights, leaving them utterly unaware of their intended destination. As the vehicle approached a small bridge and entered the outskirts, it came to a halt in a desolate area, where Wu Kai also switched off the engine from a distance. Stepping out of the car, Wu Kai stealthily closed the distance to his target, while Lily, unconcerned, floated past without a care, knowing she was invisible to others. Within the small sedan, no one emerged. Instead, a subtle swaying could be observed, suggesting that more than one person occupied the vehicle. The three individuals inside were indeed the same trio who had assaulted Yang Xianxian in the latter half of the previous night. In contrast to Yang Xianxian, the girl in the car was heavily intoxicated and had yet to awaken, which suited their intentions perfectly. Although it felt akin to manipulating a lifeless body, at least they did not have to exert effort to suppress any resistance. Just as they prepared to inflict harm upon their new prey, the car door swung open abruptly, startling the three individuals, who turned to see nothing outside. Didn't you lock the door? One man inquired. The door had, in fact, been opened by Lily, who stood nearby, though they were oblivious to her presence. As one of the men prepared to close the door once more, he was swiftly intercepted by Wu Kai. who seized the man's arm. Initially taken aback, the trio soon relaxed upon realizing that it was only Wu Kai confronting them. After all, 3 against 1 posed little threat. Who the hell are you, looking for death? Are you? One man boasted arrogantly. Subsequently, the 3 of them emerged from the vehicle, encircling Wu Kai. Wu Kai cast a glance at Lily, who remained still, seemingly uninterested in being noticed by anyone else. The 3 men, puzzled by Wu Kai's gaze, turned to follow it, only to be met with an expanse of darkness, their irritation palpable. They demanded, "Stop pretending to be mysterious. I asked you a question. Who are you? Damn it, do you really think you can take us on alone?" They laughed heartily. Just then, one of them swung a fist toward Wu Kai, but before contact could be made, there was a sharp crack as the man's arm broke, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the other 2 did not hesitate and swiftly turned their aggression towards Wu Kai. However, Wu Kai kept his hands firmly in his pockets, refusing to engage. Strangely, the 2 assailants found themselves ensnared by an inexplicable force, causing them to strike one another in the face with a fist, followed by uncoordinated kicks to each other's legs until they could no longer maintain their balance and collapsed to the ground. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Lily. "Are you a human or a ghost?" The 3, having suffered in silence, fearfully inquired of Wu Kai, after delivering a resounding slap to one of them. Wu Kai menacingly declared, "You will either leave the girl behind and surrender to the authorities, or I will shatter every bone in your bodies. Choose wisely," given the bizarre circumstances they had just experienced. The trio was uncertain of this man's true nature and dared not resist. They could only repeatedly concede, we will surrender," before hurriedly attempting to rise and flee. "Wait." Wu Kai restrained one of the individuals by the shoulder, while the other 2 remained eerily compliant. "Do you recognize this girl in the photograph?" He produced Lily's picture for them to see, a ritual he performed after dealing with those who preyed on her, ensuring no potential threat to Lily went unpunished. To ascertain whether they were lying, he had diligently studied psychology. Although not an expert, he could discern when someone was being untruthful. After such an extensive search yielding no results, he hoped this encounter would provide valuable clues, which was equally anticipated by Lily. Upon seeing Lily's photograph, the expressions of the 3 men indicated nothing but fear towards Wu Kai, signifying they had no knowledge of Lily. They were not responsible for her demise. Do you know anyone else who engages in such despicable acts? Wu Kai inquired, recognizing their lack of deceit. "No, we do not know anyone," one of the men replied. "You are lying." Wu Kai detected the subtle shifts in their expressions and tone, prompting him to grip the man's throat, demanding, "Reveal every corpse collector you know, or you will face dire consequences," with a discreet gesture towards Lily. She understood and nodded, utilizing her spectral abilities to sever the arm of the man Wu Kai was choking. His cries filled the air, striking terror into the hearts of the other 2, who were drenched in cold sweat, rendered speechless. "Will you speak or not?" Wu Kai pressed once more. Ultimately, under the duress of Wu Kai and Lily's intimidation, the 3 begrudgingly divulged the addresses of several corpse collectors they were aware of. After relinquishing the girl they had picked up from the car to Wu Kai, they fled in a panic. It was evident that these 3 had no intention of surrendering, yet Wu Kai was unconcerned. As long as he achieved his objective, he had no need to escort them to the police station himself, for his actions could very well expose him and hinder his investigation. "What shall we do about this girl?" Lily asked, gazing at the inebriated young woman slumped in Wu Kai's embrace. Reflecting on her own fondness for bars in her past life, Lily felt a wave of regret wash over her. And once again she apologized. "Brother, I am sorry." Chapter 13. Progress. Things would not be so simple. During the day, Wu Kai sought out the residences of various other corpse collectors as indicated by the 3 individuals. Yet he encountered either empty homes or matters unrelated to Lily, without a glimmer of hope. Just as Wu Kai, disheartened, sat in his car smoking, Jin Kong reappeared. "Give it up. This is akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean," Jin Kong remarked, leaning against the car window. Upon recognizing the persistent oddball, Wu Kai felt a surge of disdain. "You truly are a relentless specter, aren't you? What do you want from me?" "Me," Jin Kong replied with a smirk. "I am here to prevent you from making a grave mistake. Do you have a sister, a family? Do you comprehend the essence of familial bonds? If the tables were turned, how would you respond?" Wu Kai unleashed a barrage of questions upon Jin Kong. "You may understand the thoughts of ghosts and the rules of the underworld, yet you fail to grasp human emotions. Your grandstanding behavior only underscores your cold-blooded nature. You preach your so-called wisdom from the vantage point of an observer. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Jin Kong, now somewhat incensed, suppressed his fury and retorted, "Let me make it clear, whether human or ghost, one must adhere to rules and laws, regardless of the reasoning. Should you breach these regulations and transgress the law, you must face the consequences. That has nothing to do with you. I don't require your oversight. If you have evidence, then report me to the authorities. If not, take your moral high ground and get lost." Wu Kai spat through gritted teeth. "Fine, I shall endure this with you," Jin Kong countered, his tone resolute. "If you wish to locate the one who harmed your sister, you better find them before I do, for I will certainly turn them over to the police, leaving you without a chance for vengeance." And even if you find them first, I suggest you keep it from my knowledge, otherwise, your quest for revenge will remain unfulfilled. To hell with you. Wu Kai could no longer contain his anger. Exclaiming, "You foolish priest, I believe you've lost your mind in your pursuit of enlightenment." After this outburst, Wu Kai drove away, vanishing into the streets. Despite his discomfort, Jin Kong refrained from retaliating verbally, mindful of the decorum befitting a practitioner of the way. Thus, day by day passed, with Wu Kai still unable to identify the potential culprit behind Lily's demise, while Jin Kong persistently shadowed him without faltering. On the seventh day, however, the police made progress in their investigation into Yang Xuanxuan's death. The DNA results had emerged, and the three individuals suspected of causing Yang Xuanxuan's death were now under police scrutiny, with an apprehension operation scheduled for that evening. Yet, as law enforcement stealthily approached the suspect's residence, they discovered an unsettling scene filled with cacophonous screams. To their astonishment, two suspects fled the premises. The captain gazed upon the scene, an involuntary shiver racing down his spine. It was evident that this was not the work of mere mortals. Casting a glance at his two companions, who were now ashen-faced and visibly shaken, he fell into deep contemplation. The commotion from the apprehension operation had roused the surrounding residents, and naturally, Jin Kong had been informed of the incident and rushed over. Unbeknownst to Jin Kong, the town was currently haunted by two female spirits. Thus, upon perceiving the unfolding supernatural event, his immediate thought was that it was the doing of Lily. He hastened to the residential complex where Wu Kai resided. The headlights of his vehicle illuminated a solitary figure standing below the building. Without a doubt, it was Jin Kong. Lily hide, Wu Kai instructed the young woman seated in the passenger seat. Lily was already aware that her brother had been entangled with a spirit exorcist lately, and upon witnessing the situation, she discreetly vanished from sight. Although Jin Kong had spotted her presence and knew where she was concealed, he chose to bide his time. As the car came to a halt before him, Wu Kai stormed out, slamming the door behind him, and directly confronted Jin Kong. "What are you doing here?" Jin Kong, equally displeased, retorted, "Tonight, during the police's pursuit of the suspect, a corpse collector was killed. What does that have to do with me?" Wu Kai clenched his jaw, his fists tightly balled. "What? Most importantly, the other party is merely an ordinary individual. Even though Jin Kong possesses formidable skills in the art of Taoism, he cannot wield magic. Otherwise, it could lead to fatal consequences and, more critically, violate the cardinal rule of the profession. Serving time in prison is a minor concern, but being scorned by society is a grave matter. If one cannot prevail, one can only blame their own ineptitude." Thus Jin Kong continuously retreated, urging Wu Kai to calm down. However, Wu Kai paid no heed, launching a punch towards Jin Kong. Helpless, Jin Kong adeptly dodged and positioned himself behind Wu Kai, delivering a swift kick to his back. Yet, due to Wu Kai's towering and robust physique, the kick failed to topple him. Consequently, Jin Kong hurriedly advanced, attempting to use his agility to bring Wu Kai down. But to his surprise, Wu Kai swiftly turned and struck him with an elbow, landing squarely on his forehead, causing Jin Kong to see stars and collapse, his mind momentarily blank. Fortunately, before Wu Kai could pounce, Jin Kong regained his composure, sprang to his feet, and executed a sweeping kick that sent Wu Kai sprawling to the ground. Following this, he leaped and delivered a knee strike to Wu Kai's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry from him as he doubled over. Just as Jin Kong prepared to land a punch on Wu Kai's forehead, Lily appeared, waving her hand to halt his assault. "Taoist, cease your attack," she implored. Jin Kong, clutching his throbbing forehead where Wu Kai had struck him, cast an annoyed yet resigned glance at the fallen Wu Kai before scrutinizing Lily closely, noting that she indeed bore no signs of having taken a life. This was perplexing. The corpse collector was slain by a ghost, and if Lily had not committed murder, it implied the presence of other spirits. This was utterly maddening. Jin Kong, panting heavily, addressed Wu Kai. "I have already stated that as long as your sister has not taken a life, I will not allow her soul to dissipate. What purpose does it serve for you to engage me in combat?" Wu Kai, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes, declaring, "I assure you, the one responsible for my sister's demise will face my wrath. This fight serves merely to gauge your strength. When the time comes, I will know how to confront you." Observing that Wu Kai was blinded by his hatred and utterly unreasonable, Jin Kong turned to Lily and said, "The police are already involved in this matter. Whoever harmed you will not escape the law. If they dare to commit another crime, justice will prevail. And you, even if you were to kill him, what would that change? You would still be unable to return to life. What is the point?" Actually, Lily hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I am merely concerned for my brother. When I learned that he intended to avenge me, I felt compelled to stay by his side. I do not wish for him to bear the burden of murder because of me. By accompanying him, I can act before he does, ensuring his safety. Thus, your reason for remaining in the mortal realm from the outset was not solely to seek retribution against those who wronged you?" Jin Kong felt a sense of relief. "I took my own life. While it is related to those who mistreated me, I am not so ruthless as to go that far. As you said, killing him would change nothing." Lily spoke with clarity. Wu Kai, upon hearing this, was filled with sorrow. "Did you hear that?" Jin Kong turned to Wu Kai and said, "The reason your sister cannot descend to the underworld is entirely due to you. While I may not comprehend the depth of your feelings for her, it is evident that your sister is not consumed by vengeance as you are. Brother, let it go, focus on living your life. Leave the matter of finding her to the police. Lily wept to Wu Kai. It's all my fault for not listening to you back then, leading to this outcome. If there is a next life, I will still be your sister, and I will surely heed your words. Wu Kai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Lily with tender compassion, lingering in silence. Chapter 14, Ekigahara Shrine. Seeing that the conversation had reached a critical point, Jin Kong did not wish to squander any more time and addressed Lily. Since you can no longer descend to the underworld, why not allow me to perform a rite for you? Lily replied, somewhat bewildered. Taoist. Wu Kai interjected, though his tone was markedly more courteous. I have only just reunited with Lily. Might you allow her to stay for a couple more days so we can have a proper conversation as siblings? We are right here, and there is no need to rush. Upon hearing this, Jin Kong regarded Wu Kai and Lily with a skeptical gaze, beginning to suspect that the siblings might be feigning remorse, orchestrating a ruse to deceive him. Wu Kai, sensing Jin Kang's doubt, hastily shifted the topic to divert his attention. By the way, since it was not my sister who committed the murder, does that imply the presence of another spirit? If so, what is your plan, Taoist? This question indeed disrupted Jin Kang's train of thought. Regardless of whether the siblings were indulging in an emotional charade, the pressing concern was undeniably another female ghost. For she had already taken a life, hence, it was imperative to eliminate the murderer first. Moreover, there were two surviving suspects at the scene of the capture. The ghost's intention seemed to be the extermination of all three individuals. But she had failed to achieve her goal. Undoubtedly, this would leave her feeling aggrieved, likely leading her to adopt a selective approach to her killings. This so-called selective murder implies that anyone exhibiting the same immoral behavior as those who wronged her may become her target. The deceased and the apprehended were both grave robbers, thus it was highly probable that this ghost would manifest in the bar district, a favored haunt of grave robbers. Jin Kong felt a profound melancholy as yet another ghost emerged, forcing him to prioritize one issue over the other. He could only choose to trust Wu Kai and Lily, stating, I believe in you. Wu Kai expressed gratitude. Rest assured, Taoist, both Lily and I understand. Indeed, my stay in the mortal realm cannot be a permanent solution. Lily concurred to Jin Kong with an unsettled nod, departed in a state of perplexity. Once Jin Kang's figure faded from sight, Wu Kai's demeanor transformed instantly. His eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Lily, who responded with a sly grinning. Indeed, the siblings had been deceiving Jin Kong all along. During the week-long game of cat and mouse between Jin Kong and the Wu siblings, the case involving the monster's killings on Zhuang Xian's end had seen no advancement, and the existence of the alleged monster remained uncertain. However, a new case had emerged. However, the lead investigator for the new case has been replaced. It is no longer the Public Security Department, represented by Zhuang Xian and Lian Yang, that is conducting the investigation, but rather the previously mentioned Aoki Shrine. Unlike ordinary individuals such as Lian Yang, Zhuang Xian has made significant discoveries at the foot of the mountain. As a seasoned spirit medium, the malevolent energy in that area cannot escape her keen perception. The presence of such energy suggests that apparitions have indeed manifested there. Consequently, Zhuang Xian crouched low, adopting a near-kneeling position to meticulously survey her surroundings. Ultimately, she discerned a clue on one particular patch of land, a focal point of the ominous energy. Zhuang Xian found herself somewhat bewildered. Her initial intention had been to investigate the monstrous killings of 3 individuals. Yet she unexpectedly stumbled upon this revelation. Although the specifics remained unclear, Zhuang Xian felt it was time to seek assistance. Naturally, she would not turn to colleagues like Lian Yang, for supernatural cases are beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk. Thus she reached out to the Aoki Shrine. Initially she intended to contact Jin Kong, but upon reflection it seemed inappropriate to trouble an independent spirit medium when there was an official organization available. Therefore, she opted for the Aoki Shrine. The shrine is a confidential department exclusively employed by the government, comprising 4 members, with the president named Kaike Hiroshi. Just from his name and the association with the shrine, it is evident that Kaike Hiroshi hails from our country. In addition to him, the team includes 3 adept spirit mediums, Chu Shang, Wang Changyang, and Lu Tao, each possessing exceptional skills in their craft. The Aoki Shrine also addresses unofficial supernatural incidents, and Zhuang Xian had once been a member of this esteemed group. Unlike the independent Jin Kong, who sports a ponytail and adopts a somewhat unkempt ancient style, the 4 members of the Aoki Shrine are required to present themselves as ordinary individuals in their attire and demeanor. At 27 years of age, Kaike Hiroshi has resided in his home country for many years and speaks the language fluently. His prowess in spirit mediumship led to his recruitment by the state. There are 5 spirit medium organizations across the nation, strategically located in the east, west, south, north, and central regions, with each organization responsible for several provinces in their vicinity. The Aoki Shrine serves as the northern organization, overseeing the management of Hebei province among others. Upon receiving Zhuang Xian's plea for assistance, the Aoki Shrine dispatched Chu Sheng to ascertain the situation. If the case proved straightforward, Chu Sheng would be able to resolve it single-handedly. If it were more complex, additional members would be dispatched where the entire team would mobilize. Chu Sheng, of the same age as Zhuang Xian, sports a crew cut, with pronounced facial features, striking eyebrows, and bright eyes. Tall and robust, he possesses a sun-kissed complexion, making him quite handsome and the shrine's visual representative. Regrettably, spirit mediums are bound by vows of celibacy, prohibited from marrying or having children, for such actions would strip them of their powers, rendering them ordinary. Thus, despite their striking appearances, they remain forever unattached. It is well known that since ancient times, the realms of yin and yang have been distinctly separate. Engaging with the spirit world shortens one's lifespan. While the presence of magical abilities can mitigate this, breaking the vow and becoming ordinary would inevitably lead to the fulfillment of that shortened lifespan, potentially resulting in death the moment one transitions to an ordinary existence. Guided by Zhuang Xian, Chu Sheng excavated the patch of land at the mountain's base, the very site where a bearded man and a one-eyed thief had previously unearthed a coffin. Yet again, the coffin was revealed, even more dilapidated than before. As Chu Sheng pried open the coffin, he discovered that the occupant within was none other than the one-eyed man, forsaken and left to perish by the bearded villain. The corpse had begun to decay, and the foul stench of putrefaction filled the bottom of the coffin. Gazing at the casket, both Chu Sheng and Zhuang Xian fell into deep contemplation. Clearly something was amiss. Judging by the age of the coffin, it must have been over a century old, yet the body was that of a modern individual. Zhuang Xian's forensic expertise revealed that the death had occurred merely days prior, precisely coinciding with the timeframe of the case. Moreover, it was recalled that the coffin lid was blackened, painted over at a later time. Upon examination, Chu Sheng concluded that the black substance was blood. Dried blood appears black. The oppressive aura surrounding the coffin suggested that it had once contained a malevolent spirit, sealed away until the tomb raiders had breached it, thereby awakening the demon, which subsequently killed the intruders and placed their bodies within the coffin, using ghostly arts to restore the scene to its former state, ensuring that the police would find nothing upon their arrival. Why would this spirit wish to recreate the scene? What was it afraid of? Observing the situation before her, Zhuang Xian inquired of Chu Sheng, who, furrowing his brow, found himself momentarily at a loss for answers, only aware that this case was far from simple, judging by the fact that the events had transpired several hundred years ago. It was clear that he could not tackle this alone. Understood, please exercise caution, he replied. Alone at the foot of the mountain, Chu Sheng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the organization. Lu Tao, hello. Chu Sheng, how are things on your end? Chu Sheng, it's complicated. It seems a significant incident is about to unfold. You have your tasks, so inform Hao Chang and Wang Changyang to join me here. Lu Tao, got it. Call ended. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the ancient tomb. After approximately half a day, the remaining 3 members of the Aoki Shrine arrived in Haixing City. Once they reunited with Chu Sheng, Lu Tao took charge of documenting the clues they could gather, while Wang Changyang was assigned to rent a house as a temporary base for their subsequent investigations. As for the president, Chi Hao Chang, he intended to visit the Public Security Bureau where Zhuang Xian worked. Given that the Aoki Shrine is a clandestine organization, it was imperative to avoid public scrutiny, should there be a need to conduct inquiries or interrogate citizens. They would require the police's identity as a cover, hence the necessity to inform the local police bureau to prevent any unnecessary disturbances. It was evident that the organization operated with a clear division of labor, enhancing their efficiency in solving the case. Chi Hao Chang, as previously mentioned, was the oldest among them, but age was not the sole reason for his presidency. His exceptional abilities were paramount. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he possessed an oval face, straight brows, and phoenix eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness and authority. Wang Changyang, aged 24, stood at 1.75 meters, sporting a crew cut like Chu Sheng, despite his baby fat giving an impression of being somewhat plump. In reality, he was not only fit but also boasted an impressive 8-pack, making him the most physically adept in the group. Lu Tao, at 25, measured around 1.80 meters, appearing quite capable with a buzz cut. He bore a birthmark on the right side of his forehead. Although not as handsome as Chu Sheng, he far surpassed the male lead, Jin Kong. Notably, Lu Tao fulfilled dual roles within the organization, one as an exorcist and ghost catcher, and the other as the preliminary investigator, for he was the only one among them with computer expertise. It is important to note that only a small fraction of supernatural occurrences are mere coincidences involving the dwelling places of spirits, such as the case of Li Xian, previously resolved by Jin Kong. The majority, akin to criminal investigations, necessitates thorough inquiry and search. Only by unraveling the connections within can one pursue with greater precision. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor to seek out spirits without even knowing where they might manifest. Through the blood upon the coffin lid, Lu Tao could surmise that centuries ago, a Taoist priest used his own blood to seal the malevolent spirit within. Furthermore, the presence of metallic substances extracted from the coffin suggests that this spirit was likely a warrior in life, clad in impenetrable ghostly armor, rendering the Taoist priest incapable of vanquishing him alone. thus resorting to imprisoning him in a coffin using his lifelong knowledge. Naturally, until the spirit is identified, Lu Tao refrains from making any hasty conclusions. However, this remains the sole rationale for the Taoist priestess' choice to seal rather than slay the spirit. As it turns out, the truth aligns with Lu Tao's conjecture. Those rescued, in gratitude to the Taoist priest, granted him a grand burial, yet through the passage of centuries, the tomb has long since vanished. The sealed ghostly warrior was interred at the foot of a great mountain by the priest's disciples, adhering to his instructions from life, buried deeply without a grave marker, ensuring that outsiders would perceive it merely as a mountain path, thus preventing accidental release of the spirit. Yet, unexpectedly, in the present day, the one-eyed man and the bearded rogue stumbled upon this concealed ancient tomb and unwittingly opened the cursed coffin. It can only be said that the demise of these two individuals was richly deserved. 3 days have swiftly passed, and the Aoki Shrine has determined that the unsealed ghostly warrior is no longer present in the Haixing City of Jibei Province, possibly having fled to another province. The reasoning is simple. Haixing City has not witnessed any significant supernatural events recently, and a spirit sealed for centuries requires the balance of yang energy, making it improbable for it to remain inactive. It is at this juncture that a significant case of mass disappearance in a certain city has captured the attention of the Aoki Shrine. This city is none other than Haixing City, where earlier it was mentioned that a child ventured out at midnight to buy ice cream while his father, engrossed in cards, refused to accompany him, ultimately leading to the child being abducted by a gaunt, eerie old man. Haixing City is located within the southern province of Yunnan, where Jin Kong resides. Consequently, the Aoki Shrine departed from Haixing City in Jibei Province and urgently made their way to Haixing City. The local police and the Haixing City Public Security Bureau are also treating the missing persons case with utmost seriousness, as there have been several recent reports of children vanishing, alongside 3 accounts of missing adults. These cases are currently being addressed by Chen Jingyi of the Haixing City Public Security Bureau. This officer, in his early 30s, is fraught with anxiety over the peculiar disappearances, having yet to uncover any leads or commonalities among the missing individuals. Just as Chen Jingyi sat at his desk, poring over documents and analyses, Kyuchi Hiroshi appeared. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Kyuchi Hiroshi greeted Chen Jingyi, who was seated at his desk, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts. Chen Jingyi looked up, puzzled, at this unexpected visitor. "May I ask who you are?" As Haixing withdrew an identification card from the pocket of his coat and approached Chen Jingyi to present it, he declared, "I am the president of the official Special Cases Investigation Agency. A notification has been issued, and from this moment forth, the missing persons case you are handling will be entirely entrusted to my team, and your role will be merely to assist." "What did you say?" Chen Jingyi, perplexed, took the identification card from Haixing's hand for a closer inspection, harboring doubts about the veracity of the individual before him, as he had never encountered an official organization called the Special Cases Investigation Agency in all his years of work. Sensing Chen Jingyi's skepticism, Haixing continued. After a thorough verification, Chen Jingyi confirmed the authenticity of the identification. Now, disbelief was no longer an option. "Why has the case been handed over to you?" he inquired. "What exactly do you mean by special cases?" In response to Chen Jingyi's confusion, Haixing chose not to feign mystery, recognizing the necessity of future collaboration. He candidly explained, "We specialize in resolving non-human related cases. To put it simply, we deal with supernatural incidents. Our operations must remain confidential from the outside world, particularly from the media. Therefore, the information you acquire today must be kept strictly to yourself. No one else, including your colleagues, can be informed." "Supernatural incidents?" Chen Jingyi exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that ghosts exist?" "Remember, unless we require your assistance as detectives, it is best not to delve too deeply into matters. This is for your own safety." With that, he strode away, leaving Chen Jingyi in a state of shock. Seated alone in his swivel chair. As Haixing exited the investigation bureau, his phone vibrated in his pocket, revealing a call from Jin Kong. Jin Kong was a spirit exorcist whom Haixing held in high regard and had previously invited to join his organization multiple times. However, Jin Kong preferred to operate independently and declined the offer, not wishing to be bound by the constraints of an official position. Despite this, the community of exorcists was akin to one family, united by a common purpose. Despite differing roles, Haixing genuinely did not wish to relinquish the opportunity to collaborate with such an esteemed figure, thus he promised Jin Kong that he could seek his assistance for any challenging matters in the future. At that moment, Jin Kong was occupied with the case of the Wu siblings in his city, grappling with the unexpectedly troublesome spirit of Yang Xianxian, which left him overwhelmed upon learning that Haixing's team was located in a neighboring city. He reluctantly reached out for assistance. Once Jin Kong clarified his intention, Haixing readily agreed to help without hesitation. He then contacted his associates, informing them of Jin Kang's request, and set off personally to assist him. Chapter 16, Matters resolved for Jin Kong. With Jin Kong needing to confront the spirit of Yang Xianxian, he granted the Wu siblings a span of 2 days. During this period, they were tasked with locating the individual who had discovered Lily's corpse and subsequently eliminating him. So, who was this corpse collector? In fact, it was the lecherous man whom Wu Kai had cornered in the alleyway previously. It turned out that the bar's surveillance cameras were having discovered the identity of their adversary. How could the siblings possibly let him off so easily? Thus, they deceived Jean Kong in order to buy themselves time for revenge. As for who would deliver the fatal blow, it mattered not. The vile man simply had to die. The search for him proceeded with remarkable ease. A casual inquiry was sufficient to ascertain the address of the rotund fellow. The following evening, the siblings ventured to the abode of the repugnant man. Since the last encounter with Wu Kai, he had not frequented the bar street. Lily did not indulge in feigned mystery. She revealed herself directly, ensuring the despicable man could see her. Upon laying eyes on Lily, the man was rendered utterly speechless with shock. Wu Kai, gritting his teeth, retrieved a baton from his pocket, intending to strike the man with calculated precision, avoiding vital areas, slowly inflicting torment to satiate his thirst for vengeance. However, just as they were poised to act, a blinding light suddenly erupted, knocking Lily off her feet, followed by a swarm of police officers rushing in to apprehend Wu Kai. I am now charging you with attempted murder. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in a court of law, the lead sheriff proclaimed, fastening handcuffs around Wu Kai's wrists and instructing his subordinates to escort him away. Even as he was taken, Wu Kai struggled and roared, "How could this happen? Why did the police show up at this moment? Why do they possess the ability to exorcise spirits? Enough of your nonsense. It's time for you to serve your sentence," one of the masked young officers replied impatiently. The source of the exorcising light had emanated from his hands, though the despicable man had narrowly escaped death. He could not evade the clutches of the law. His actions constituted a crime, and thus he too was taken by the police. As for Lily, once the sheriff and the other officers had departed with Wu Kai and the vile man, she remained in the room with the enigmatic officer skilled in exorcism. Calmly he approached Lily, crouched beside her, and removed his mask. "Kichi Hiroto, choose one. Shall I exorcise you or disperse you?" Lily responded, "Aren't you a police officer? Enough chatter, I'm asking you a question. Exorcise or resolve by force." As he spoke, Kichi Hiroto drew a dagger from his waist, yet, as he lifted his hand, he swiftly plunged the dagger into the crown of Lily's head. In an instant, she was engulfed in excruciating pain, her agony intensifying as dark smoke began to emanate from her 7 orifices. Shortly thereafter, with a final wail, her soul erupted like a balloon, vanishing into the ether. Meanwhile, Jean Kong also unsheathed his dagger, stepping into an alleyway on the bar street. Within that alley he found his target. At that moment, Yang Xuanxuan's spirit was poised to strike at a corpse collector. While a drunken girl lay unconscious on the ground, Jean Kang's suspicions were confirmed. Yang Xinshen had begun her selective killing spree. After surveying the vicinity and ensuring no one was aware, he unhesitatingly hurled his dagger before Yang Xinshen could act. The dagger flew swiftly, but she evaded it, simultaneously seizing the corpse collector and hurling him towards Jean Kong in a desperate attempt to buy herself time to escape. The corpse collector, thrown into the air, let out a terrified scream, yet fortunately he was caught by Jean Kong, thus avoiding injury. However, Yang Xinshen had vanished. If you encounter a ghost tonight, refrain from mentioning it to others. No one will believe you. Just consider it a dream. Moreover, your actions are unlawful. You should turn yourself in. Jean Kong advised the corpse collector before hastily pursuing Yang Xinshen. Behind the alley lay a thicket of trees. Given Yang Xuanxuan's current spectral state, her abilities were not as formidable as those of Li Xian at that time, making her relatively easy to handle. She would not be able to escape far in the short term. She was likely hiding within the woods. As Jean Kong prepared to use his Bagua jade pendant to search by shedding blood, Yang Xinshen suddenly descended from a tree behind him, attempting a surprise attack. However, Jean Kong had sensed her approach and swiftly turned, launching himself into the air. He grasped Yang Xuanxuan's hair and dragged her to the ground, forcefully inserting the jade pendant into her mouth. The burning sensation of the pendant caused her to thrash about in agony. Jean Kong, still too kind-hearted, hesitated to strike, hoping instead to offer her salvation. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yang Xinshen, despite the pain, lunged at him, her sharp nails threatening his eyes, intent on causing him grave harm. In light of this, Jean Kong resolved to shed his compassion. He commanded a dagger to fly forth while using his hands to defend himself. Aiming to divert Yang Xuanxuan's attention away from the dagger, hoping to deliver a fatal blow, after the dagger completed its arc, it swiftly pierced through Yang Xuanxuan's head, rendering her unresponsive as she collapsed to the ground. Her spirit shattered like lilies. Thus, the case came to a close. On the other end of the line, Haixing spoke with a hint of jest. "Jean Kong, the matter you entrusted to me has been resolved. Remember that you owe me a favor." Jean Kong chuckled, expressing his gratitude. "Indeed, I understand. I appreciate your help." Haixing complimented Jean Kong. "You were right, that pair of siblings was indeed seeking revenge tonight. Alas, their determination was unwavering, and no amount of persuasion would sway them, leading to this outcome. I feared that both female ghosts would commit murder on the same night, which is why I sought your assistance." Jean Kong sighed. Dissatisfied with the resolution yet feeling powerless, suddenly he recalled something and, with a puzzled expression, asked Haixing, "Isn't Yunnan province outside of Yuchuan's jurisdiction? Why is your Aoki involved in a case here?" Jin Kang's inquiry was not without merit. Although Jibei province bordered Yunnan, the latter belonged to the Central Plains, situated south of the well-known Yujing River, hence its name. It had been previously mentioned that there were 5 official spirit exorcism societies. Aoki Shrine was a northern organization responsible for supernatural incidents in several northern provinces. Consequently, Yunnan, being part of the Central Plains, was naturally assigned to the Central Yuchuan Spirit Exorcism Society. Upon hearing Jin Kang's question, Haixing recounted the incident of ancient tomb raiding in Jibei where ghost warriors had fled to Yunnan. After understanding the situation, Jin Kang inquired with concern, "The century-old ghost warrior? That sounds troublesome. Do you require my assistance?" "No, we should be fine. Not if it truly becomes unmanageable, we will call upon you." Haixing declined Jin Kang's offer, knowing well that Jin Kang was eager to repay his debt of gratitude. Every subtle thought was discerned by Haixing, prompting Jin Kang to shake his head in frustration and utter. Chapter 17, Pursuit of the Ghost Warrior. When it comes to supernatural occurrences, Aoki Shrine undoubtedly possesses far more expertise than the police. While Chen Jingyi struggled to find a common thread, Lu Tao swiftly identified one. He accessed recent data on missing adults and children, revealing that these individuals were all born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, purely Yin beings. With this revelation, Aoki Shrine easily concluded that the missing persons had been devoured by the Ghost Warrior as a delicacy, having been sealed for centuries, even though the Ghost Warrior had emerged. Its powers were significantly diminished. If it did not consume human yang energy to restore its abilities, it would be easily vanquished if discovered by an exorcist. The Ghost Warrior had already sensed the presence of a spirit exorcising organization tracking it. Thus time was of the essence and its targets had to meet certain criteria. The yang energy of purely Yin individuals was exponentially more potent than that of ordinary people, greatly accelerating the restoration process, thereby enabling a swift preparation for confrontation with the exorcists. The yang energy of children was considerably weaker than that of adults, so the Ghost Warrior would not be foolish enough to waste time on them. Moreover, there had been supernatural incidents occurring simultaneously in 2 different locations within the city, and an analysis of the Yin energy indicated that one was significantly stronger than the other, suggesting they were not the work of the same ghost. Could it be that the Ghost Warrior had an accomplice or a puppet? The immediate priority was to liaise with the Investigation Bureau, urging them to assist in searching for all individuals born during the Yin hour within the city, gathering them together for protection. Meanwhile, Aoki Shrine needed to locate the hideout of the Ghost Warrior and its accomplice. Chen Jingyi received the assignment from the specialized organization at Aoki Shrine, although he was reluctant. He nonetheless alerted all city precincts to begin the search for the purely Yin individuals, escorting them to the established concentration camp. This was a monumental task, and not everyone could be located promptly or be willing to cooperate. Before long, a wisp of green smoke gradually emerged in the vacant living room. The smoke, exhibiting a semblance of sentience, wafted through the room, traversed the hallway, and arrived at the bedroom door, where it slowly seeped through the crack. What was once a mass of smoke began to take on a human form, subsequently transforming into a frightfully grotesque ghostly figure. This was none other than the Ghost Warrior, inadvertently released by tomb raiders, who had once again found its target, the middle-aged man asleep on the bed, a purely Yin individual it intended to feast upon. The Ghost Warrior's appearance resembled that of a desiccated corpse, devoid of any flesh, merely skin stretched over bones. Its face was a ghastly shade of green, with eyes glowing red, an elongated jaw, lips absent, exposing a full set of teeth, no ears, high cheekbones, and a scant few strands of hair atop its head. With a small section of skull missing, it was clad in the ancient battle attire of the Ark country, lacking a piece of chest armor, and at its waist hung a weapon. As the Ghost Warrior advanced towards the slumbering middle-aged man, it had barely taken a step when a calico cat suddenly darted out from beneath the bed. Upon seeing the Ghost Warrior, the cat was instantly terrified, screeching and dashing about, colliding with the furniture in a cacophony of noise. The noise abruptly roused the slumbering middle-aged man, who, with bleary eyes, sat up and flicked on the light. Confused, he surveyed the bedroom, and when his gaze landed on the ghostly warrior, he froze for several seconds. Almost immediately, he erupted into a fit of hysterical screams. He flung the bedding onto the ghostly warrior, which, in a fit of rage, tore it apart with both hands, sending cotton flying everywhere, filling the room as if it were snowing. Just as the ghostly warrior, panting heavily, advanced toward the middle-aged man, the window shattered suddenly, and a dagger hurtled in from outside, followed closely by a shadow that leaped in. The ghostly warrior, quick on the draw, unsheathed its weapon to deflect the dagger and, seething with anger, turned to confront the intruder, discovering a young man standing by the window, his gaze resolute and unflinching. This young man was Wang Chengyang from the Aoki Shrine. "Who are you?" the ghostly warrior inquired, its lipless teeth parting to emit a peculiar sound. Wang Chengyang, with his hands behind his back and an expression devoid of emotion, calmly replied, "I am a spirit exorcist here to stop you from harming others." Ha, then you may certainly try. Clearly the ghostly warrior deemed the room too confined for combat and recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to engage, had no desire to fight from the outset. The confrontation was merely a facade, escape was the true objective. Thus, as Wang Qingyang's blade approached, it transformed into a wisp of smoke and swiftly vanished. Wang Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, however, he wasted no time. Bending down to retrieve the dagger he had initially thrown in, grasping one in each hand and leaping through the window in pursuit, this left the middle-aged man, now rigid with fear and drenched in cold sweat. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jingyi arrived with a group of agents. Wang Qingyang had alerted them after noticing the unusual situation, not for any other reason than to ensure the safety of the purely middle-aged man. Utilizing his ability to see spirits, Wang Qingyang followed the path taken by the ghostly warrior, yet, there remained an inherent difference between man and spirit. One could fly while the other could only run, resulting in a significant disparity in speed. Unsurprisingly, he lost the trail. Damn it, this creature can transform into smoke, truly befitting of a centuries-old malevolent spirit. It seems a grave issue is at hand. In a dimly lit house, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, the walls were adorned with wreaths. In the inner room, a large wooden barrel contained a crimson liquid that filled more than half its capacity. It was here that the strange old man, who had frantically scooped up the child buying ice cream, resided. The old man sat on a wooden stool, seemingly soulless, fixated on a spot ahead. Following his gaze, one would find 5 disfigured child corpses stacked in the corner, their necks slashed by a sharp instrument, the blood entirely drained. It was evident without needing to think that the red liquid in the barrel was the blood of these unfortunate children. What is the situation? The ghostly warrior suddenly appeared behind the old man and asked. As if entranced, the old man sluggishly turned toward the ghostly warrior and slowly opened his mouth to say, "It is sufficient. All that remains is to soak for 72 hours. Excellent." The ghost warrior nodded solemnly and cautioned, "You must be vigilant. Tonight exorcists have already intervened to thwart my actions. I fear they will soon discover this place. Should any situation arise, do not linger in battle. Take my breastplate and flee." "Understood, my lord." As the oppressive night passed, the first rays of dawn broke. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qingyang trudged into the camp, weary and worn. "How are things, old Wang?" Chu Sheng inquired anxiously upon seeing him. Wang Qingyang slumped onto the sofa, shaking his head to stave off fatigue, and replied, "I encountered them. Unfortunately, they managed to escape. This ghost warrior is unlike others. Capturing it proves challenging." Chu Sheng produced cigarettes, distributing them to Wang Qingyang and Lu Tao, then stated, "The most critical task now is to locate the ghost warrior's hiding place, otherwise, we will be like headless flies, aimlessly flitting about, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root cause." Wang Qingyang concurred, "The ghost warrior is unlikely to appear during the day, but once night falls, it will undoubtedly emerge to seek out pure individuals. Each day we delay means someone will perish, making it even more difficult for us to confront it. Since this ghost warrior can appear during the day, we must not let our guard down." Lu Tao suggested after taking a drag from his cigarette. "I will head out first. You two should rest this morning. We can switch in the afternoon, especially since Haixing will be arriving soon. We shall see how he arranges things." Agreed. The three established a schedule for their rest, taking turns to recuperate. Chapter 18, Investigation. Apart from the Aoki Shrine, a group of night shift police officers had also spent the night awake. And frustratingly, they were not even the primary department responsible for the case. Though it was time for a shift change, Chen Jingyi remained seated in the office, fixated on a photograph of a woman in his hand. The woman was his wife, who had tragically lost her life in a robbery. It had been an ordinary day. During his leave, Chen Jingyi accompanied his wife on a leisurely stroll down Tianxia Street. As they passed a jewelry store, alarms suddenly blared from within, and 2 masked robbers, panicked, rushed out, one of them clutching what appeared to be a heavy leather bag. As a detective, Chen Jingyi could not stand idly by. He lunged forward, seizing one robber by the collar and bringing him crashing to the ground. Before the accomplice could react, he delivered a swift kick, swiftly subduing both with ease. Just when he thought the situation had been resolved, he was blindsided by the revelation that a third robber lurked inside the store. Seizing the opportunity, this third assailant dashed out, brandishing a knife and taking Chen Jingyi's wife hostage, demanding the release of his accomplices. Faced with such a perilous situation, Chen Jingyi dared not act recklessly and was forced to retreat. When the robbers managed to procure a vehicle, they did not release his wife but rather took both her and the stolen goods with them as they drove away. Until the robbers were apprehended, it was only through a series of inquiries that it was revealed that the wife, who had exhibited no signs of resistance throughout the ordeal, had tragically been murdered by these 3 ruthless criminals. He first drove to a flower shop to purchase a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, and then proceeded to the cemetery where his wife was buried, intending to pay his respects at her grave. An elderly man, who lived alone and had no family, tended to the cemetery and had taken up residence there. Upon Chen Jingyi's arrival and stopping his vehicle, he discovered that the gate was inexplicably locked. How strange, why would a gate be locked in broad daylight? Confounded, Chen Jingyi knocked on the iron gate. After a considerable wait, the caretaker of the cemetery ambled out from his dwelling, revealing himself to be the peculiar old man who had been seen alongside the ghostly warrior. Sir, why do you appear so pale? Are you unwell? Chen Jingyi inquired with genuine concern, observing the old man, whose complexion lacked any hint of vitality. No, I am quite well, the old man replied. Chen Jingyi gazed at the abruptly shut wooden door. Sensing a stark contrast between the old man's demeanor now and when he had last encountered him, particularly in his unsettling appearance, furthermore, in a fleeting moment, Chen Jingyi had noticed something amiss, though he could not quite recall what it was. Could it be that a sleepless night had rendered him overly sensitive? Dismissing further thoughts about the old man, Chen Jingyi clutched the white chrysanthemums and ventured deeper into the cemetery. This ghostly warrior was originally a marauder from ancient times, whose insatiable thirst for blood led to his transformation into a vengeful spirit upon his death. Liu Tao, scratching his head in contemplation, lamented, this city is neither too large nor too small. Locating the ghostly warrior will prove exceedingly difficult. All the disappearances had occurred within this region, thus the ghostly warrior must be present here. We must intensify our efforts to narrow down the search. It is only a matter of time before we find it, replied Haixing, exuding confidence. At that moment, Lu Tao recalled something and asked Haixing, by the way, why haven't you summoned Jin Kong to assist us? After all, you just helped him. Jin Kong, Haixing smirked slyly. He would be eager to have me owe him another favor, however, I shall not grant him that opportunity. My aim is not to call upon him in critical moments, but to secure his permanent allegiance to our society. Lu Tao sighed. We have known him for quite some time. It is clear that if he wished to join us, he would have done so by now. It is futile. I advise you to abandon the idea. No sooner had the words left his lips than a call from Jin Kong came through. Haixing frowned and answered the call on speakerphone. What is it, Jin Kong? Do you need my help again? Dream on. Are you so eager to have me owe you another favor? Oh, if you think that way, then I find it rather uninteresting. Speak, what is it that prompted your call? I just feel that the case on your end might be quite complicated. Are you sure you don't want me to assist you? Rest assured, I've already mentioned that we do not require any help. It won't hinder your adventures around the world. At the time of the call, Jin Kong was already hailing a taxi by the roadside, indicating his intention to visit Haixing, not wishing to find himself in a position of indebtedness. During the day, nothing of significance transpired, and soon night fell. Under the leadership of Chen Jingyi, the police commenced their patrols, simultaneously searching for the remaining pure-in individuals who had yet to be located. Along the way, Chen Jingyi fortuitously encountered Chu Shang. Although they were some distance apart, Chu Shang could still sense a heavy aura of yin emanating from Chen Jingyi. Detective Chen, please hold on a moment. Chu Shang called out, hastily approaching him. Despite his grievances towards the individuals from Aoki Shrine, Chen Jingyi paused, compelled by their professional association. Is there something you need? Chen Jingyi inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Observing the darkened area between Chen Jingyi's eyebrows, Chu Shang solemnly asked, have you visited any locations today, detective? Did you stop anywhere else along the way? The cemetery, Chen Jingyi responded with a hint of confusion. Noting the shift in Chu Shang's demeanor, what do you mean? Is there an issue with the cemetery? Now that you mention it, I did sense something amiss this morning. Chen Jingyi fell into contemplation. The old man guarding the cemetery possesses a peculiar trait that sets him apart from us, though I cannot quite recall what it is. No shadow. Chu Shang articulated the thought succinctly. Chen Jingyi, enlightened, turned his gaze towards Chu Shang. Yes, indeed, it seems he lacks a shadow. When he emerged, I felt something was off, but now your words have jogged my memory. That's understandable. The cases you officers usually handle differ from this one. It's not surprising that your attention wasn't drawn to shadows. In any case, Detective Chen, you have been immensely helpful. Thank you. Chu Shang felt a surge of confidence, now certain of his suspicions. After inquiring about the cemetery's location and discovering it was closer to Haixing's vicinity, he promptly contacted Haixing. Upon receiving the call, Haixing hurried to the cemetery, eager to uncover any truths. Regardless of whether the ghost warrior was present. Chapter 19, Confrontation. The cemetery is a resting place for the deceased, and if the ghost warrior were to be found there, its aura of yin could be effectively concealed. An astute choice indeed. Faced with the tightly locked gates, Haixing did not hesitate and prepared to scale over. Demonstrating remarkable agility, he leaped against the wall, effortlessly vaulting inside with fluid movements, leaving no trace of hesitation. Gazing towards a small cabin still illuminated from within, he could distinctly observe the swirling aura of yin enveloping the surroundings. Drawing his dragon-headed dagger, Haixing approached the cabin, gently pushing the door open, only to be met with a nauseating stench of decaying corpses. Overwhelmed by the repugnant odor, he resorted to breathing through his mouth, cautiously making his way into the side room. The side room lacked a door. Merely draped with a tattered curtain, Haixing lifted the curtain, revealing a scene that evoked both sorrow and relief. Sorrowful was the sight of 5 lifeless children, their bodies grotesquely decomposed due to the heat. Even after a short duration, a fly swarmed over them, and the eyes had been punctured by rodents, leaving behind empty sockets oozing a yellowish fluid. Yet, there was relief in the realization that this grim tableau undeniably connected to the ghost warrior. The large barrel, centrally positioned, lay empty. Kichi Hiroshi probed inside with his finger, wiping it along the rim before bringing it to his nose to confirm it had once contained blood. Everything became clear. The perplexing issue that had troubled Aoki Shrine was now resolved. The reason the demon warriors abducted children with weak life force was to soak their armor in the pure blood of innocence. The armor, having lost its invulnerability due to centuries of sealing, required activation through the essence of youth. Wang Chengyang had previously noted that the demon warrior's attire was missing a piece of chest armor. That night, the demon warrior refrained from confronting Wang Chengyang, uncertain of his true power and lacking the protection of his armor, thus avoiding unnecessary risk. By personally capturing individuals to restore his demonic abilities and controlling the Gravekeeper as a puppet to abduct children for the purification of his armor. He efficiently fulfilled both tasks. All of this made sense. Unfortunately, due to Chen Jingyi's visit during the day, the peculiar old man had been alerted and had preemptively relocated both the blood and the armor from the barrel. As Kichi Hiroshi left the dwelling and made his way toward the cemetery, his righteous aura as a practitioner of the way caused the wandering souls near the graves to cower in fear. Among these spirits were those who had hanged, drowned, or been murdered, each demise more gruesome than the last. Yet for Kichi Hiroshi, such sights were commonplace, and his heart remained unperturbed as he strode confidently among them. In truth, these spirits were benign. After tonight, they would descend peacefully provided one did not provoke them. Kichi Hiroshi was well aware of this and would not be foolish enough to seek out trouble. However, at that moment, a menacing aura approached, followed by a long blade descending toward the crown of his head. Fortunately, Kichi Hiroshi reacted swiftly and evaded the strike. A chilling laughter echoed around him as the peculiar old man appeared before him. This old man had been transformed into a half-human, half-demon creature by the demon warrior. The only way for ordinary people to discern such entities was by their lack of shadow, while these creatures could venture out during the day. Their forms were frail, rendering them incapable of employing demonic arts. This was why Chen Jingyi had not been harmed by the old man during the day. Was he the one attacking me? Impossible. I distinctly saw a blade materialize in the air, gazing at the unarmed old man before him. Kichi Hiroshi grew anxious. Indeed, before he could ponder further, the old man lunged at him with astonishing agility. Immediately followed by the demon warrior, who aimed a strike from behind. Sensing the chill approaching from the rear, Kichi Hiroshi realized he had no choice but to act decisively to alleviate the precarious situation of being flanked. He pushed off with his knees, charging directly at the old man. Though the dagger missed its target, the impact was sufficient to knock the old man to the ground, without a moment's hesitation. He turned it, gripping his dragon-headed dagger to confront the revealed demon warrior. However, facing two opponents proved far from easy. Before he could even exchange a few blows, the old man, rising from the ground, seized him from behind. Biting into his left shoulder. As the ghostly warrior lunged forward with a swift strike, Chi Haixing endured the searing pain and steadied his resolve, intoning loudly, "In the boundless realm of heaven and earth." Invoking the laws of yin and yang break, in an instant, a radiant flash of golden light emanated from his body, propelling the monstrous old man away and narrowly evading what seemed to be a fatal blow from the ghostly warrior. Unfortunately, due to the old man's overwhelming strength, a chunk of flesh was brutally torn from Chi Haixing's shoulder, and it appeared that a bone had been fractured as well, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain. Chi Haixing pressed his hand against the bleeding wound, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and splattering onto the ground. The ghostly warrior, observing the severely injured Chi Haixing, adopted a leisurely demeanor and disdainfully proclaimed, "Prepare to embrace death, you pathetic Taoist." However, Chi Haixing was not one to be easily vanquished. With a forced smile, he scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and pressed it against his wound. Attempting to staunch the flow of blood, the agony was indescribable. His jaw clenched tightly and his face flushed crimson, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Moreover, if the wound was not treated promptly, the dirt would lead to infection. "Come on, strike me down. Those who flee are the true cowards." Chi Haixing laughed in a manner that hinted at profound contemplation. He was confident that his comrades from the society were racing to his aid, and all he needed to do was to hold the ghostly warrior at bay until they arrived. Faced with such a resilient adversary, the ghostly warrior huffed angrily, exhaling a cloud of mist through his nostrils. Gripping his sword tightly, he assumed the classic stance of a national warrior and charged forward. Do not tarnish the honor of our nation. With veins bulging, Chi Haixing rolled behind the ghostly warrior and thrust his blade toward its back. Yet, the ghostly warrior was clad in its spectral armor, rendering the effect of his attack futile. Your spirit-repelling dagger is useless. Even the ancient Taoist could only seal me away. You think you can kill me? Do you have any idea what will happen when I absorb 2 more Purine souls?" Chi Haixing's eyes widened in disappointment as he stared silently at the back of the ghostly warrior. "I will become invincible. At that time, no spirit-repelling practitioners will stand a chance against me." Chapter 20. Reinforcements. Having exerted all his strength, Chi Haixing's wound had worsened, leaving him utterly exhausted, just as the ghostly warrior sought to claim his life. Wang Chengyang and Lu Tao arrived just in time. Wang Chengyang dashed forward, launching one of his twin daggers at the ghostly warrior, then brandishing the other as he charged at the monstrous old man. After the ghostly warrior's attack was interrupted by the flying blade, Haixing seized the opportunity to pin it to the ground. In a flash of lightning, he summoned the last remnants of his strength and plunged the dagger toward the ghostly warrior's crown. However, such an attack was only effective against ordinary ghosts. The ghostly warrior's vital point lay elsewhere. Enraged, the ghostly warrior kicked Haixing away and then teleported to leap into the air, poised to strike him down. But Lu Tao would not allow the ghostly warrior to succeed. He too leaped into action to intervene. With a deft motion, Lu Tao swung his blade against the ghostly warrior's neck, severing its head. However, as the headless corpse fell to the ground, the ghostly warrior's weapon still managed to slash at Haixing's legs. On the other side, Wang Changyang swiftly vanquished the sinister old man, just as Haixing was about to plummet. He leapt forward and caught him. "How are you, Haixing? Is everything alright?" Wang Changyang inquired, observing that Haixing's shirt was drenched in blood seeping from his shoulder. Do not worry. I shall survive. You two need not concern yourselves with me. Focus on dealing with the ghost warrior, Haixing replied, his legs injured and unable to support him. As they gazed upon the headless corpse of the ghost warrior and its severed head lying nearby, Wang Changyang and Lu Tao cautiously approached. At that moment, the head of the ghost warrior soared towards Lu Tao, while the headless body wielding a cursed blade advanced menacingly towards Wang Changyang. Daofei Tianzun, drive away the demons and subdue the spirits, as the law commands. Lu Tao seized the opportunity to bite his finger, letting his blood pool in his palm. After reciting the incantation, he struck the ghost warrior's head with great force, reducing it to mere fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the headless body immediately sprouted another head, rendering their efforts futile. The ghost warrior possessed the ability to regenerate. This scene was utterly incomprehensible, leaving the trio from Aoki Shrine in shock. Meanwhile, Haixing, lying nearby and observing, deduced the ghost warrior's fatal weakness. If the top of the head proved ineffective, the only other possibility lay within the heart. Only by destroying the heart could the ghost warrior be defeated. However, such a task was far from simple. The ghost warrior donned impenetrable armor, and its limbs and head could regenerate, making it nearly impossible to find an opening. Unless they had sufficient manpower to distract it, success was unlikely. Damn it, I should have known better than to act so arrogantly. I should have called Jin Kong. Haixing cursed his own hubris and foolishness inwardly. As Wang Changyang and Lu Tao appeared on the brink of collapse, two figures emerged from the darkness. One was Chu Shang, and the other indeed, it was Jin Kong. Haixing could hardly believe his eyes. He never expected this fellow to arrive after all. It turned out that when Chu Shang rushed to provide support, Jin Kong had also called, stating he had arrived and inquiring about their location. Seeing that it was not far, Chu Sheng awaited Jin Kong to join him. During the battle of spells and cold weaponry, the ghost warrior had already begun to exert overwhelming pressure, but upon spotting the two newcomers, it dared not linger and transformed into smoke, preparing to flee. Not good, it's trying to escape, Wang Changyang exclaimed, recalling a previous misstep. Heaven and earth are boundless, by the laws of yin and yang, 5 elements array. Retreat into the illusion. By the time Jin Kong and Chu Sheng arrived, it was too late. Jin Kang's array did not ensnare the ghost warrior, allowing it to slip away. Damn it, Wang Changyang cursed vehemently. Wait, what just happened? Chu Sheng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing into the distance. The group turned to see that the souls, which had previously hidden, had emerged to intercept the ghost warrior, forming a tight circle around it. Heavens, this scene was beyond imagination. The ghost warrior was harming children, and the benevolent spirits could no longer stand idly by. Yet, the distance was still too great, and given that the benevolent spirits did not absorb yang energy and lacked significant ghostly abilities, they were akin to ants, negligible in comparison. Without waiting for Jin Kong, Chu Shang, Wang Changyang, and Lu Tao, they hurried forth. The ghostly warrior forcibly broke through the encirclement to escape, causing several benevolent spirits to disperse in despair. Observing the disappointment etched on the faces of these good spirits, the exorcist felt a tumult of emotions within. Does the distinction between good and evil truly hinge upon whether one is human or ghostly? Right and wrong are merely choices made in a fleeting moment. Esteemed guests, thank you. Dawn is approaching, and it is time for you to prepare to descend below. As for that ghostly warrior, we shall surely vanquish it. We promise we will. This was what Lu Tao conveyed to the wandering souls, expressing both gratitude and commitment. Haixing, gravely injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness. It was imperative to transport him swiftly to the nearest hospital. The 4 companions, unwilling to delay, staunched his bleeding while simultaneously calling for an ambulance. Ultimately dissatisfied with the wait, they spotted a passing vehicle outside and decided to flag it down directly. At the hospital. After professional treatment from the doctors and nurses, Haixing's leg injury had been sutured, yet his shoulder wound posed a significant concern due to a missing piece of flesh and a fractured bone. However, with proper debridement, daily irrigation with saline, and avoidance of spicy or irritant foods, it would eventually heal, albeit with a slight indentation on his shoulder. As for the subsequent task of eliminating the ghostly warrior, Haixing would certainly be unable to participate, but fortunately Jin Kang's arrival offered some solace. Post-surgery, to avoid causing any inconvenience to the medical staff, Lu Tao from Aoki Shrine, Chu Shang, and Jin Kong stood at a distance outside the ward. Discussing the next moves concerning the ghostly warrior. Meanwhile, Wang Changyang felt compelled to search for the ghostly warrior's whereabouts. In such circumstances, the ghostly warrior, cornered, would likely act out of desperation to absorb enough remaining purine energy within a limited time frame, increasing the likelihood of striking before dawn. Thus, it was essential to dispatch someone to continue the pursuit. In the corridor, Lu Tao was in a state of agitation. Should the ghostly warrior absorb 2 more purine individuals, it would attain immortality, a situation that must be averted at all costs. Chu Sheng remarked that the police had already located all purine individuals in the city and had ensured their protection. Even if the ghostly warrior disregarded badges and firearms, it would be improbable for it to confront the precinct directly. Have you investigated the civilians? What about the officers? Jin Kong interjected astutely. Is it possible that there are no purine individuals among the official detectives? Indeed, Lu Tao suddenly realized. The ghostly warrior's next target might very well be an officer, particularly one with a purine constitution, whose yang energy could equate to that of 2 ordinary purine individuals. Very well, let us mobilize at once. Chapter 21, United in eradicating the ghostly warrior. After thorough investigation, it was revealed that there were 2 purine individuals among the officers. One was currently on day shift and should remain safe as long as he did not venture out. The other was none other than Chief Qinjinyi, Wang Changyang. I will send you the address of Chief Qinjinyi. You must go immediately. Lu Tao hurriedly called Wang Changyang, who acknowledged and promptly hung up. Jin Kong, Chu Shang, and Lu Tao then set off towards their destination. After the passing of his wife, the once grand house felt desolate with him as its sole inhabitant, leaving a void in his heart. He took out a photograph of his wife once more, unable to resist planting a kiss upon it. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock resounded from outside the door. How peculiar, who could be visiting at this hour? At that moment, his phone also rang, revealing an unfamiliar caller. Hello, Chen Jingyi answered, making his way towards the door. On the other end, Lu Tao anxiously cautioned. What is happening? Chen Jingyi, perplexed, inquired further, halting his approach to the door. He gazed at the entrance, pondering. But I've already returned home, and there is someone knocking outside. What? Lu Tao exclaimed in disbelief. Climb out the window, quickly, that thing is coming. It can transform into smoke and slip inside. Hurry. Alright, understood. Heeding this warning, Chen Jingyi promptly dashed to his bedroom, then climbed out the window to the rear of the house, intending to circle around to the garage to retrieve his vehicle. Meanwhile, the ghostly warrior, finding no one to answer the door, resorted to brute force, transforming into a wisp of green smoke and drifting inside. After fruitlessly searching the upper and lower floors, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the house. Realizing the dire situation, the ghostly warrior swiftly exited the house, only to see Chen Jingyi speeding down the road. Damn it, the ghostly warrior seethed in its native tongue, immediately taking flight in pursuit. Once the distance closed, it unleashed a beam of laser from its eyes, targeting Chen Jingyi's tire. The tire exploded, causing the vehicle to veer uncontrollably and crash into a tree by the roadside. The airbag deployed, rendering Chen Jingyi unconscious. While the front of the car crumpled, the ghostly warrior landed nearby, stretching its limbs before drawing a knife and advancing towards the incapacitated Chen Jingyi. At that moment, a taxi pulled up, stopping at a distance. Wang Changyang emerged, hastily paying the fare and urging the driver to turn around and leave without delay. You are relentless in your pursuit, the ghostly warrior bellowed. Noticing Wang Changyang rushing towards it, just then, Chu Sheng's voice echoed from behind. If we don't deal with you, how can we possibly stop? Turning to look, he saw the other 3 had also arrived. As the ghostly warrior chased Chen Jingyi through the air, it had been spotted by Jin Kong and his companions, who then took a shortcut to flank it. With a cunning smile, the ghostly warrior attempted to flee once more. But everyone was prepared this time. Escape was futile. Limitless universe, borrowing the laws of yin and yang, 5 elemental formations, enter the realm of illusion. After reciting a series of incantations, Jin Kong gestured, and as the ghostly warrior transformed into smoke mid-air, an invisible wall obstructed its path, confining it within a specific area regardless of direction. What is this? The ghostly warrior gasped in astonishment. With a stoic expression, Jin Kong derisively retorted, times have changed. And so have the exorcism techniques. The ancient methods of yellow paper and peachwood are long obsolete. Did you truly believe you could escape without consequence? Jin Kong's technique, known as the realm of illusion, could create a cubic dimensional space of approximately 10 square meters, ineffective against humans but ideal for trapping spirits. This technique may elude other spirit exorcists, yet among the current group, only Jin Kong and Chi Hao Chang possess the ability to execute it. This is precisely why Chi Hao Chang is so intent on winning Jin Kang's allegiance. However, the sole drawback lies in the fact that the caster's Taoist abilities are severely diminished, rendering them no different from an ordinary person. Were it not for the presence of Chu Sheng and the others, this technique would be utterly ineffective, and using it would lead to an inability to exorcise the spirits. Thus, teamwork is of paramount importance. I'll leave it to the 3 of you, Jin Kong remarked with a hint of resignation. The trio each drew their spirit exorcising daggers, casting a knowing glance at Jin Kong. Just watch us. Wang Chongyang was the first to engage, wielding his paired blades, while Chu Sheng and Lu Tao brandished their straight-bladed sabers and crescent knives, rushing into the fray. One cannot underestimate the prowess of centuries-old spirits. Despite their varied skills, the three were unable to inflict any damage on the ghost warrior, primarily due to its impervious ghost armor. We must find a way to destroy its heart. Jin Kong settled onto a tree stump, leisurely smoking a cigarette, all the while teasing the trio from Aoki Shrine. The truth was, he knew that his involvement would be of little assistance and might even lead to his own demise. "What can I do that requires an opportunity?" Chu Sheng replied, exasperated by Jin Kang's spectator role. After several rounds of dodging and striking, Wang Chongyang reached a breaking point. The spirit's invulnerability was one thing, and its automatic limb regeneration was another. The fact that it could resurrect after destruction was utterly grotesque. What even is this? Frustrated, Wang Chongyang seized an opportunity, lunging forward to grasp the ghost warrior's legs, preventing it from advancing. Seeing this, Lu Tao quickly maneuvered behind to secure the ghost warrior's arms. No matter how the ghost warriors struggled, they held on fiercely. "Now's our chance," Wang Chongyang shouted, urging Chu Sheng onward. Chu Sheng tightened his grip on his straight saber and executed a somersault, plunging the dagger into the ghost warrior's crown. He then picked up Wang Chongyang's paired blades and thrust them into the sides of the spirit's temples. Following this, he took Lu Tao's crescent knife and stabbed upward into the ghost warrior's chin. With a mighty, Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. He seized Jin Kang's dagger, bit his finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto it. Once again, he soared into the air, executing a 180-degree flip, his head pointed downward. With his arm extended, holding the dagger, he descended in a handstand. His target was the headless corpse of the ghost warrior, aiming to pierce the dagger into its body just above the neck, directly targeting the heart. Chu Sheng thrust his arm in with precision, striking true to the heart. The ghost warrior let out a tortured wail before its entire form exploded into dust, dissipating into the air. The three at Aoki Shrine were also thrown back by the aftershock, though none were severely harmed. However, they remained sprawled on the ground, utterly fatigued, in need of a moment's rest. The head beneath Jin Kong ceased its trembling, appearing to signify a definitive end. As the illusory realm's formation faded, Jin Kong gradually regained his magical abilities, regrettably having not participated in the battle firsthand. "Hello, is this the emergency center? There's been a car accident on XX Road. Please send a vehicle." "Yes, the car crashed into a tree. I've checked the people involved, and they seem fine. I'm not sure. I just happened to pass by. Perhaps the driver was intoxicated." Jin Kong glanced at Chen Jingyi, who lay unconscious in the car by the roadside, before dialing the emergency center. Chapter 22, Zhuang Xian is dismissed upon the ghost warrior's demise. Jin Kong promptly informed Zhuang Xian he believed the ghost warrior to be the very monster Zhuang Xian had speculated about earlier, eager to surprise her with the news. However, Zhuang Xian clarified that it was not the same case, leaving Jin Kong somewhat bewildered. Since it did not pertain to a supernatural event, he refrained from further inquiries, exchanging a few pleasantries and arranging to dine together when time permitted before ending the call. In a CAF in Haixing City, Hebei Province, Zhuang Xian took a sip of her coffee, her gaze forlornly fixed on the cup as she murmured, "Perhaps I have been too stubborn," sitting across from her. Lian Yang observed her exhaustion and offered gentle reassurance. "Do not say such things. This case is indeed peculiar. If we entertain your theory, then it stands to reason that if it were not a monster, the three victims should not have perished in such a manner. But you do not believe in monsters, do you?" Lian Yang could detect the irritation in Zhuang Xian's tone, rubbing his hands together. He sighed deeply and remarked, "The notion of monsters is difficult to accept. Do not bear too much psychological burden. This case is not solely your responsibility. If there are no leads, I share the blame as well. But without a definitive autopsy report, you have no clues to pursue." Zhuang Xian's composure appeared to unravel, her restlessness manifesting in disjointed thoughts. "Ghosts, even if they are merely ghosts, why can't it be ghosts? Humans cannot enact such gruesome scenes of murder." The neck was clearly bitten by an animal, the head unmistakably wrenched off, and the entrails evidently removed with a blunt instrument, yet the scene is littered with human footprints. Witnessing Zhuang Xian's distress, Lian Yang grew anxious, placing his hands on her shoulders in an attempt to calm her. "No, we must," he began, but Zhuang Xian swiftly interrupted, her gaze regaining its resolute strength. She is resolute and determined to investigate the matter thoroughly, not ceasing until the case is resolved. However, Lian Yang is acutely aware that allowing Zhuang Xian to continue her work is not a viable solution. The girl has not rested properly for over a week, and particularly in the last 2 days, her mental state has been erratic, as if she were a different person altogether. If this continues, it is likely that before the case is unraveled, her well-being will be at risk. "You are dismissed." Lian Yang unexpectedly uttered the words of termination to Zhuang Xian. It was a necessary measure. Her tenacious character and disregard for her own health in pursuit of work made it clear that no amount of persuasion would suffice. The only recourse was to temporarily relieve her of her duties. allowing her the opportunity to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xian was momentarily stunned, suspecting she had misheard. After a considerable pause, she tentatively inquired, "Are you serious?" "Yes." Zhuang Xian's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. Gazing at Lian Yang with a sense of injustice, without uttering another word, she merely nodded softly before turning to leave the CAF, while the true depths of Zhuang Xian's feelings remained unknown in that moment. It was clear that she was profoundly hurt. Lian Yang, watching her forlorn figure depart, was engulfed by an unprecedented wave of guilt. "I am sorry," he murmured softly, though she could not hear him. Like a spirit lost in thought, Zhuang Xian wandered down the street when she fortuitously encountered the reporter Zhang Pan, who also appeared to be burdened with her own concerns. Initially, neither noticed the other until they brushed past. At which point Zhang Pan recognized Zhuang Xian as the person who had sought her out to inquire about the creature days earlier. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence," Zhang Pan greeted her with enthusiasm. "Indeed, what a fortuitous encounter." Observing the redness around Zhuang Xian's eyes, Zhang Pan curiously asked, "What happened? Have you been crying?" "No, not at all," Zhuang Xian replied, hastily wiping away the remnants of her tears, feigning strength. "I just had some sand get in my eye and rubbed it." Oh, Zhang Pan accepted this explanation without doubt, and then, leaning closer, conspiratorially inquired, "Sister, didn't you come to the newspaper to see me last time? Are you still following the creature's story?" "Of course, why do you ask?" "Do you have new information regarding the creature?" Zhuang Xian's spirits lifted instantly. Zhang Pan, not one to hold back, shared her plans for the day. It turned out that she was to meet someone named Cheng Bao, a physical education teacher at a nearby high school. After hesitating since the creature's story had been published in the newspaper, he had finally decided to approach Zhang Pan to share a different perspective on what he had witnessed. The two arranged to meet in a nearby park, and it was on the way there that they encountered Zhuang Xian. Since they were both interested in the creature incident, Zhang Pan invited Zhuang Xian to join her in meeting Cheng Bao, which greatly delighted Zhuang Xian, instantly dispelling her earlier discontent over being dismissed and forgetting Lian Yang's warning against private investigation. Upon arriving at the park, the physical education teacher named Cheng Bao was already seated in a pavilion, waiting for them. After a brief introduction among the three, Cheng Bao was the first to speak, addressing Zhang Pan. "Do you remember the incident when you were ambushed while photographing the creature?" Indeed, to be inexplicably assaulted and rendered unconscious in the dead of night, with no knowledge of the assailant's origins, compounded by the presence of a monstrous being in the distance, one can only be grateful to have survived. "So may I inquire, what did you witness?" Zhuang Xian, eager to avoid wasting time, posed the question directly. Cheng Bao inhaled deeply, still grappling with disbelief, and recounted, "As Zhang Pan was attacked, I happened to pass by and witnessed a man strike her at the neck with a single blow, rendering her unconscious. The man was facing away from me, obscuring his features, but I noted he was tall and slender. Bewildered, I was uncertain of what was transpiring, so I opted to conceal myself around the corner and observe." After incapacitating Zhang Pan, the man did not linger but proceeded straight towards the creature. Pausing for a moment, Cheng Bao continued, "Initially, I thought that the monster was merely a deformed human, but when the man engaged it in combat, it became evident that it was indeed a creature, and the man was no ordinary individual, for their fighting style was utterly uncharacteristic of a normal human. The monster appeared to be terrified of the man, intent solely on fleeing, yet the man seemed to wield some form of magic, capable of striking from a distance. Although the creature was quite agile, it was far from being a match for the man, who managed to knock it down multiple times. It was clear that the man had no intention of killing the monster. He even attempted to converse with it, but the creature ignored him and, seizing the opportunity while the man was unguarded, hurled a small stone from the ground, striking him fiercely in the chest, allowing the monster to escape in a flurry. It was at this moment that Zhang Pan regained consciousness, prompting the man to flee as well. This encapsulates everything Cheng Bao witnessed. Upon hearing Cheng Bao's account, Zhuang Xian and Zhang Pan exchanged incredulous glances, both feeling profoundly bewildered. A person capable of magic engaged in combat with a monster, and moreover, they appeared to know each other. "My goodness, my mind is becoming increasingly muddled." Zhang Pan expressed, her worldview irrevocably altered. Regarding the notion of a person wielding magic, ordinary individuals might struggle to accept it. Yet Zhuang Xian remained unperturbed, as she herself possessed such abilities. As for the various spirit-repelling societies in the east, south, west, and central regions, their members were all formidable practitioners. Additionally, independent exorcists like Jin Kong also practiced the art. What truly perplexed Zhuang Xian was the situation recounted by Cheng Bao. If it were indeed true, what connection existed between the tall, slender man and the monster? Was the creature merely a grotesquely formed human or a being transformed by some aberration? Lost in thought, Cheng Bao rose to bid farewell to Zhuang Xian and Zhang Pan. Chapter 23. The gluttonous demon slays the great dragon. After Cheng Bao departed, Zhuang Xian remained in contemplation, reflecting on his earlier words, particularly regarding the tall, slender man, which brought to mind the morning she bought the newspaper. Indeed, it was the individual who claimed to be Lu Nanjing. At that moment Zhuang Xian had sensed something amiss in his speech. Now upon further reflection she surmised that Lu Nanjing was indeed intent on validating something mentioned in the newspaper, and what needed verification was the existence of the monster. Let us entertain a hypothesis: if Cheng Bao's account is both complete and truthful, could it be that the tall, slender man is none other than Lu Nanjing? Thus, it would appear that Lu Nanjing, after rendering Zhang Pan unconscious, engaged in a struggle with the creature, ultimately following the creature's escape. Zhang Pan regained consciousness, which left Lu Nanjing flustered, causing him to overlook the crucial task of managing the photograph of the monster that Zhang Pan had taken. By the next day, when he remembered, the photograph had already been published. Consequently, filled with concern over potential repercussions, Lu Nanjing resolved to purchase a newspaper for a closer examination. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Zhuang Xian, who was also perusing the newspaper, and decided to stand beside her to observe. Upon realizing that the photograph of the creature was blurred, Lu Nanjing felt a wave of relief, for he understood that the degree of blurriness would render the existence of the creature incredible to anyone. He then concocted a feeble excuse to Zhuang Xian and took his leave. Naturally, this was merely Zhuang Xian's conjecture. To validate her thoughts, she would need another opportunity to encounter this Lu Nanjing. However, with the vastness of the crowd, such a chance seemed improbable. Furthermore, if it were indeed true, Lu Nanjing would have long since concealed himself, avoiding any foolish self-incrimination. Lost in contemplation, Zhang Pan spoke with a hint of disappointment. Alas, I had hoped there was new information regarding the monster, but it turns out Cheng Bao was merely recounting events from that night, which hardly qualifies as a lead. Listening to Zhang Pan's words, Zhuang Xian felt a pang of confusion and furrowed her brow. Indeed, why has all information regarding the monster vanished? This leaves the case with no avenue for investigation. The case, Zhang Pan exclaimed, directing a surprised gaze toward Zhuang Xian, suddenly recalling that she had never inquired about the profession of the sisterly figure beside her. Sister, what do you do for a living? In response to Zhang Pan's query, Zhuang Xian no longer concealed her identity, smiling as she revealed her role as a forensic expert. However, her expression soon turned somber, and with a hint of sadness she confessed, I was just dismissed today. I am no longer a forensic expert. Later that evening, within a room of a suburban manor, a large table overflowed with meat. A pair of plump hands incessantly stuffed the flesh into a mouth already full. Devouring the meal with a grotesque fervor, bits of meat falling from the corners of the mouth to the floor below, before fully swallowing the meat in his mouth, he seized a large bone to gnaw upon. Illuminated by the moonlight, it became chillingly apparent that it was a human arm, still oozing blood. His face was ashen as he viciously tore at the flesh of the arm, blood trickling from his lips and staining the table with vivid crimson splotches. It was evident that the contents of the table were human flesh, all raw. This cannibalistic figure was none other than Tu Dalong, the overweight man slain by the creature. And now, Tu Dalong had not only grown several centimeters taller but had also expanded in girth considerably since his previous living state. The cause of his grotesque transformation lay in the machinations of his brother, Tu Xiaolong, who conspired with the steward to employ the T country's necromantic techniques for his own gain. In truth, the T country's necromantic methods were not inherently flawed. If executed meticulously, they could restore Tu Dalong's intellect, allowing Tu Xiaolong to extract the password to the basement and acquire boundless wealth. However, Tu Dalong was now entirely beyond the control of the T country practitioners. Due to his daily overindulgence in human flesh, his malevolent energy surged exponentially. Although he had gradually begun to regain his intellect, the growth rate of this gluttonous fiend was alarmingly swift, rendering the necromantic techniques utterly ineffective in instilling obedience. As they watched the gluttonous Tu Dalong ravenously devouring human flesh, the butler and the T countryman clad in traditional attire could not help but feel a wave of nausea wash over them. Shivering with an unsettling dread, to avoid any confusion for the readers, the name Tu Dalong will henceforth be referred to as the glutton. Just as the two were lost in their contemplation, a raspy and unpleasant voice broke the silence. The glutton had spoken. I still need more, I crave more, these are exquisite delicacies of the mortal realm. Go and prepare some for me, are you afraid? The glutton bellowed with a hint of anger, halting his frantic grabbing of food. I have only just begun to relish the joy this state brings me, and you wish for me to abandon it? Perhaps you too should become the sacrifices. The T countryman, named Amada, quickly clasped his hands together and, with a somewhat halting command of Mandarin, flattered, rest assured, we shall fulfill your demands. The butler had intended to interject, but Amada gestured for him to remain silent. The glutton's unpleasant voice resounded once more. Excellent, I hope you will not disappoint me. Amada readily assented. No problem, I shall ensure your satisfaction. With that, another round of tearing sounds echoed as the glutton resumed his feast. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the two wisely withdrew from the room. Once outside, Amada let out a long sigh and complained to the butler, it is truly laughable, I have been a sorcerer for half my life, and my spirit-raising techniques have never faltered until now. In your country, where my reputation has been tarnished, the butler, with a hint of remorse, consoled Amada, Master, this is not your fault. If it were not for that foolish Tu Xiaolong's impatience, We would not be in such a predicament. Now not only must we heed the glutton's demands, but we are also forced to listen to it. Amada seethed internally, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The butler, sensing his discontent, attempted to placate him. Fear not, master. As long as you are willing to stay and rectify this situation, I assure you, I will keep my word. 50 million, every penny accounted for. Upon hearing this, Amada nodded in satisfaction. Well, your assurance brings me peace, otherwise, I would have abandoned this mess long ago. Indeed, the butler was not to be underestimated, in the face of the glutton's immense wealth hidden in the basement. He harbored ambitions of his own. This was evident from his suggestion to Tu Xiaolong to employ spirit-raising techniques. In essence, it was a plot of treachery. Once Tu Xiaolong managed to unlock the basement, the butler would eliminate him and abscond with the riches, knowing that once abroad, the local authorities would be powerless to pursue him. It must be said, in terms of cunning and ruthlessness, the butler was certainly formidable. However, there is a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. What the butler could conceive, others could as well. Amada was no fool, having exerted such tremendous effort in potentially risking a lifetime of imprisonment. It was inconceivable that he would settle for a mere 50 million. Most importantly, a man like the butler, capable of murdering his master for money, could just as easily silence Amada to cover his tracks. Isn't it merely a case of stabbing in the back and then luxuriating abroad? In that regard, Amada is equally capable. Moreover, he is inherently a foreigner. At this juncture, it is evident to all that the butler and Amada are both acutely aware of their own machinations. Competing to see who will act first. However, the course of events is always in a state of flux. The two had originally planned to eliminate Tu Xiaolong in the basement on a later date. Yet they met their untimely demise in the amusement park behind the estate. The cause of death stemmed from Tu Xiaolong, who, while wandering in the courtyard, inadvertently heard noises emanating from the now-closed amusement park. Curiosity led him to investigate, where he glimpsed a shadow flitting near the Ferris wheel. Butler, is that you? Tu Xiaolong called out. At that moment, the butler and Amada were still indulging in the flesh of their victims, making it unlikely for it to be the butler. The shadow, upon hearing the voice, grew somewhat flustered, hastily seizing an indistinguishable object from the ground and concealing itself. When Tu Xiaolong arrived at the spot where the shadow had lingered, he illuminated the ground with his phone's light and was astonished to discover numerous remnants of entrails. Those were human organs, belonging to the estate staff who had been slain for the sake of raising ghosts. Since the glutton did not consume entrails, they had been buried beneath the amusement park for disposal, yet something had unexpectedly unearthed and consumed them. Tu Xiaolong heightened his vigilance, treading softly in search of the shadow's hiding place, exemplifying the adage that if one does not seek trouble, trouble will not seek them. Yet, could that shadow be benign? It was none other than the grotesque creature that had hidden in the back of his truck and entered the estate alongside him. It was merely seeking sustenance. This abominable being was known for consuming entrails, and it was initially discovered by Zhuang Xian when the corpulent man, the glutton, had his entrails excavated and subsequently vanished. The grotesque creature, needing to conceal itself for certain reasons, posed no threat to the inhabitants of the estate. However, with Tu Xiaolong's proactive approach, it was perceived as a provocation by the ferocious being. As anticipated, like a startled bird, the grotesque creature lunged from a dark corner, forcefully pinning Tu Xiaolong to the ground, and with a gaping maw, swiftly severed his neck. Chapter 24, Embroidered Shoes, Part 1, at present. The death of Tu Xiaolong remains unbeknownst to the butler and Amada, and even if they were to discover it, they would not alert the authorities. The immediate priority is to pacify the insatiable glutton. Yet, the inhabitants of the estate dare not kill again. Even if they did, the meat would be woefully insufficient. The glutton's appetite exceeds what an ordinary person could fathom, and the sole solution is to procure individuals from outside. As for how to do so without attracting the attention of the police, the butler and Amada have yet to devise a suitable plan. The Bai Drama Theater, nestled in the eastern part of the Lake Province, is a century-old edifice and the ancestral home of Jin Kang. During the 1920s of the Republic of China, this theater served as a playhouse, hosting a renowned troupe of performers, each of whom was an adept vocalist. However, for reasons unknown, a haunting incident occurred within the theater, resulting in the untimely demise of the entire troupe overnight, leading to the inevitable closure of the establishment, although the building has been preserved to this day. Over time, the rumors of hauntings have long since faded from collective memory. Not long ago, this theater underwent a renovation and has now transformed into the esteemed Bai Drama Theater. In order to ensure a full house, the organizers invested in various promotional channels to attract an audience. Zhuang Xian, who has always harbored a fondness for watching dramas, found herself with ample free time since her work had ceased, and the so-called monster showed no new developments. Thus, when she stumbled upon this news online from her distant residence in Jibei province, she promptly secured tickets, planning to journey to Huizhong province to enjoy a few performances as a form of leisure travel. Considering that this was the hometown of Jin Kang, Zhuang Xian made a special call to inquire about Jin Kang's whereabouts, hoping he could accompany her. In her moment of desperation, Zhuang Xian remembered a new friend she had made recently. Zhang Pan, who graciously agreed to request a few days off from her superiors on Zhuang Xian's behalf. Thus, the two young women embarked on their journey to Huzhong province, with only a day remaining until the performance. The members of the drama troupe arrived at the venue, laden with luggage and costumes. Their purpose was twofold: to acclimatize themselves to the surroundings and to rehearse for the upcoming night's performance. The performance center boasted seating for over 1,000 spectators, with a bright and opulent stage situated before the seats. After approximately half a day's rehearsal, the actors began to feel fatigued and retreated to the lounge at the back to rest. One actress named Fong, having accidentally spilled tea on herself during the rehearsal, decided to take a shower and change into fresh attire. Weary, she made her way to the bathing area and opened a locker to place her clean clothes inside. Suddenly, a mouse scurried past her feet, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "What on earth? How can there be mice in a newly renovated theater?" Once she regained her composure, Fong couldn't help but voice her complaint. Fortunately, she was not particularly afraid of mice. She had merely been caught off guard and dismissed the incident, proceeding to undress for her shower. Just as she removed her outer garment, a noise resembling an object striking another echoed from the corner. Driven by curiosity, Fong followed the sound and soon discovered the mouse fervently gnawing on an embroidered shoe beside a row of lockers against the wall. "Shoe, get away!" Fong shooed the mouse away and bent down to pick up the embroidered shoe. Upon closer inspection of the exquisite peony design adorning the shoe, she marveled at the craftsmanship of its creator. It was peculiar, however, that in this day and age few people wore embroidered shoes. The only likely wearers would be the performers of traditional opera. Yet this venue had not been in use for decades, and they were among the first performers since its transformation into a drama theater. How then had this shoe come to be here? Moreover, it appeared remarkably new, not like a relic from the past. The lockers had only recently been moved in during the renovation. Surely, if there had been shoes, they would have been discovered, with a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. Fong set about opening each locker in succession, hoping to find its pair, for shoes are typically found in twos. Indeed, after opening a few lockers, she uncovered the matching embroidered shoe, confirming it belonged to the same pair. "Hey," a voice echoed through the air. "Fong, what are you up to?" It was her dear friend Xiaoyu, who had also come to take a bath. "Oh, nothing much," Fong replied, casting a glance at Xiaoyu. "By the way, where did you get that pair of embroidered shoes?" Xiaoyu inquired, astonished. Fong shrugged her shoulders and replied with a hint of curiosity, "I have no idea, I just found them in this locker. And I was wondering about them when you arrived." Xiaoyu stepped closer to examine the embroidered shoes in Fong's hands, unable to resist praising their beauty. "Xiaoyu, don't you think it's a bit strange for these embroidered shoes to appear here in a freshly renovated venue? What if there are some unclean spirits attached to them?" Fong expressed her apprehensions to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, feigning indifference, retorted, "You must be joking. What unclean spirits could possibly be around in broad daylight? But still, it is indeed quite peculiar." Fong pondered the origins of the shoes. Lost in thought, however, Xiaoyu comforted her nonchalantly. "Oh, it's likely just that some construction worker forgot his wife's shoes here. And now you're just meddling with them." After saying this, Xiaoyu returned the embroidered shoes to Fong, removed her clothing, and stepped into the bathing area first. After a moment of hesitation, Fong considered Xiaoyu's reasoning, thinking that perhaps the shoes were indeed left behind by a worker, and decided to place them in her locker before heading off to bathe. Little did she know. Once she entered the bathing area, the previously toppled shoe inexplicably stood upright, perfectly aligned with its pair. Captivated by the peony embellishments on the shoes, her gaze was drawn in. After a while, Fong, feeling a bit drowsy, murmured, "How beautiful," before succumbing to a deep slumber on the sofa. In her dreams, she found herself transported to the Republic of China era, where a theater was filled with patrons eagerly gathered to enjoy a performance. They cracked sunflower seeds, sipped tea, and leisurely listened to the show unfolding on stage. At the center of their admiration was a graceful young actress, known as Lu Jiaoer, whose enchanting voice captivated all. Having been sent by her parents to study opera at the tender age of 8, she was now 18 and the star of her troupe, drawing nearly all visitors solely for her performances. Among them was a wealthy gentleman named Jiang Mingsheng. Chapter 25, The Embroidered Shoes, Part 2. At 30 years old, Jiang Mingsheng had already taken several concubines, though he was not particularly fond of opera. One fateful day, he happened upon Lu Jiaoer's breathtaking beauty and was utterly entranced. Thus, he began attending the theater intermittently, and eventually he became a constant presence, ensuring he was seated in the audience from the moment the curtain rose. Whether he absorbed any of the performances remained uncertain. His sole desire was to catch a glimpse of Lu Jiaoer's affection. It was not uncommon for patrons to offer monetary rewards to performers. But Jiang Mingsheng's daily generosity was indeed a rarity, and he seemed exclusively devoted to Lu Jiaoer, which inevitably drew her attention. Lu Jiaoer arranged a meeting with Jiang Mingsheng to express her gratitude for his unwavering support. Dressed in a tailored suit, he was the epitome of courtesy, starkly contrasting with the humble scholars she typically encountered. Lu Jiaoer's impression of Jiang Mingsheng grew favorable with each interaction, and as time passed, The two became quite familiar with one another. Lu Jiao was a talented performer with a remarkable singing voice, yet she was illiterate, thus Jiang Mingxing took it upon himself to teach her how to read and write. Lu Jiao Jiang Mingxing encircled Lu Jiao from behind, gently grasping her right hand, dipping the brush into ink, and meticulously sweeping it across the rice paper. His calligraphy was an elegant cursive, neither as formal as standard script nor as hasty as cursive, but rather exuded a graceful charm. Releasing Lu Jiao's hand, he encouraged, "Now, give it a try yourself." "Very good, Jiao, truly splendid." Jiang Mingxing's gaze was intense, causing Lu Jiao's cheeks to flush as she shyly retreated from his embrace. In truth, they had long since fallen in love. Lu Jiao cared not that Jiang Mingxing was 12 years her senior or that he had taken several wives. Her affection for him transcended all else. Observing Lu Jiao's rosy complexion, Jiang Mingxing chuckled softly. "Jiao, would you consider joining my family in the Jiang estate?" Just then, a maid entered, calling out to Lu Jiao, "Lu boss, it is time for your makeup." At this, Jiang Mingxing sighed regretfully. "After your performance, we shall continue our conversation." Lu Jiao nodded shyly, lifting the beaded curtain, and just as she took a step forward, she paused, having made a firm decision in her heart. After this performance, she would redeem herself and follow Jiang Xiao. With her head bowed, she quietly entrusted her future to him. Poor Lu Jiao was but an 18-year-old girl, despite singing of countless lives each day. She remained oblivious to the complexities of human nature and the painful truths of love. After the final performance of Farewell My Concubine, Lu Jiao was filled with joy at the thought of finding her beloved. "Sister Lu, your performance as the Dan is simply exquisite. Indeed, if only I could sing as well as you, I would desire nothing more." As Lu Jiao descended from the stage, eager apprentices surrounded her. Showering her with compliments, she modestly accepted their praise, concocting an excuse that her eyebrow makeup was a tad too tight, and hurried toward her dressing room. Lu boss and Lu boss's rendition of Farewell My Concubine was truly exceptional, she remarked to her maid while adjusting her costume, casting a glance outside at Lu Ji, who had been standing there for an indeterminate time. Whether it was exceptional or not is of no consequence now. "Shortly you will take that box and accompany me to meet the troop leader." Lu Jiao paused her makeup removal, gesturing toward a nearby box. "Lu boss, what do you mean? I wish to redeem myself." Lu Jiao smiled at her reflection in the bronze mirror. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji stormed into the room, pointing at Lu Jiao and angrily scolding her. "Do you truly intend to abandon the livelihood you have worked so hard for? All for someone you barely know?" Lu Jiao had not anticipated Lu Ji's presence outside, but upon reflection she realized he would find out sooner or later, and thus felt at ease. "Brother, your timing is impeccable. This eyebrow pencil is of Western quality and colors beautifully. I shall discreetly give it to you to prevent those young ones from snatching it away." Lu Ji, seeing the pencil in her hand, was consumed by fury, snatching it from her and snapping it in two. "Who would desire the possessions of one who has betrayed their own sect? If you were to leave this theater today, the bond of camaraderie we once shared would be irrevocably severed." Lu Jiao's hand, poised to offer the eyebrow pencil, froze mid-air, her eyes misting over Xixiang. She whispered softly, her cherry lips parting slightly before falling still, like a fishbone lodged in her throat, the unspoken words dissipating into the boundless darkness. Slowly Lu Jiao rose to her feet, the mist in her eyes unable to contain itself any longer, tears mingling with the remnants of her makeup, leaving deep trails upon her cheeks. As she brushed past, she resolved to sever the ties of companionship forged over many years. Soon, Lu Jiao spent a considerable fortune to redeem herself, stepping into the bridal sedan of the Jiang family, willing to follow her beloved, accompanied only by her personal maid and the four bearers of the palanquin. As a concubine, she could only enter the residence quietly through the back door, devoid of a phoenix crown and embroidered robes, and lacking the brilliance of lanterns and joyous tales. Only solitude remained, along with the final token of her softening heart from Xixiang, a pair of embroidered shoes. On the first night within the residence, Jiang Mingxing arrived late to Lu Jiao's chamber, intoxicated, appearing as a different man from the one she had known. That night, Jiang Mingxing callously took her, and then fell into a deep slumber, while Lu Jiao remained awake, tears streaming down her face and falling upon the exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes. The following morning, Jiang Mingxing rose and departed without uttering a single word, later sending her a golden hairpin, beautifully crafted, with a small character for Jiao delicately engraved on the pin's tail. All grievances vanished into thin air, and Lu Jiao smiled once more, her eyes shimmering with light, joy threatening to overflow. She carefully tucked away the pair of embroidered shoes gifted by her Xixiang and made her way to the main hall to present tea to the matriarch. As per custom, upon entering, Lu Jiao found the matriarch had been waiting for quite some time, her countenance reflecting displeasure as she scrutinized Lu Jiao with disdain. A performer lacks decorum. What time is it that you still dawdle? The matriarch's maid, emboldened by her mistress's authority, voiced her contempt without reservation, shouting at Lu Jiao. Not daring to delay, Lu Jiao hurried forward, kneeling before the matriarch, receiving the teacup and respectfully offering the tea. Lu Jiao held the cup aloft for an extended period, yet the matriarch showed no intention of accepting it. As her arm grew weary and began to tremble, the teacup slipped from her grasp. Spilling its contents onto the matriarch's lap with no hesitation, the matriarch raised her hand, delivering a stinging slap that left Lu Jiao's head spinning. The matriarch abruptly stood, and Lu Jiao was knocked to the ground. Her forehead colliding with the corner of the table, blood oozing from the wound, staining her once pristine visage. Upon hearing of this incident, Jiang Mingxing dispatched someone to deliver various ointments to Lu Jiao. The master has commanded that concubine Lu take proper care of her injuries. And when she recovers, he shall come to see you. Supporting her heavy head, Lu Jiao let out a derisive laugh. What comfort in healing. What reunion upon recovery. It merely implies that should I remain injured, there would be no need for a meeting. He adores my beauty. Should it be marred, I would no longer warrant his gaze. A month passed in this manner, with no visitors to alleviate the plight of Lu Jiao, who was lacking both clothing and sustenance. She had attempted to seek out Jiang Mingxing, yet how could she possibly locate him, and why would he deign to come? The phrase "the beauty fades before the affection wanes" aptly describes her predicament. It was only now that she discerned Jiang Mingxing's true nature, lamenting her foolishness for having been blinded by appearances and marrying him. On this particular day, the birth anniversary of Jiang Mingxing's son, Zhang Yun, a steady stream of laborers surged through the back entrance, passing Lu Jiao's chamber en route to the mistress's courtyard. Awakened by the cacophony outside, Lu Jiao donned her outer garments and ventured from her room. "Oh, do keep your voices down, Aunt Lu is still resting," she called out, observing the flustered maid Gubao, who was hopping anxiously, yet the workers seemed utterly oblivious to her plea. Lu Jiao lowered her gaze to straighten her attire and reassured the maid. "It's quite all right, they shall finish shortly. Pay them no mind." Ge Bao, still vexed by the workers, stamped her foot in frustration and hurried to Lu Jiao's side, exclaiming, "Mistress, why are you up so early?" "It's so noisy, I've had sufficient rest," Lu Jiao replied, before inquiring, "What are they so busy with?" "Today marks the young masteress' first birthday, and the master intends to host a grand feast. Hence the preparations," Gubao explained. As they spoke, a familiar voice emerged from behind them. "What is this? With such strong winds today, you allow her to stand in the draft, boss Lu, how come?" Ge Bao exclaimed in delight upon spotting Lu Ji, only to hush when she noticed Lu Jiao's reddened eyes. "Forget boss Lu, I am now merely a servant of the Jiang household." "Little Lu," he replied, adjusting his sleeves awkwardly and casting a glance at the reluctant Lu Jiao, offering a sheepish smile. "Aunt Lu, on the mistress's orders, I am here to invite you to the front hall for the banquet. Additionally, the mistress requests that you perform Si Lang Tan Mu to celebrate the young masteress' birthday." Lu Jiao frowned slightly. "What kind of birthday celebration involves Si Lang Tan Mu? Might I perform something else?" Lu Ji, bowing slightly, responded, "The mistress specifically wishes to hear Si Lang Tan Mu today. Please prepare swiftly." Having married into the Jiang family, Lu Jiao had not brought any theatrical attire with her, save for the red dress and embroidered shoes she had worn on her wedding day. With a resigned sigh, she turned silently back into her room. From within, Lu Jiao's voice rang out as she began to warm up. "Xiaoru, fetch me some white liquor and red peppers. The liquor must be strong, hurry." Xiaoru was the name Lu Jiao had bestowed upon Gubao. The maid hesitated for a moment, but not wanting to delay, she hurried off, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Lu Ji stood hesitantly, taking a few steps toward Lu Jiao's chamber, but just as he reached the threshold, he abruptly turned and left in a flurry. They're coming, the peppers are here." Lu Jiao consumed a pepper and a mouthful of liquor, forcing her voice to project as she quickly changed into her attire, heading towards the mistress's courtyard. For 2 consecutive months, the mistress's jealousy had reached a boiling point, and coincidentally, Lu Jiao found herself with child, igniting a tempest of emotions within the mistress. The outburst of the matriarch signified impending misfortune for Lu Jiao. One morning, as delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, Jiang Mingxing ventured out for business, leaving with a smile and a promise to bring back gifts for Lu Jiao and their child. The snowfall in the small town was always light, a mere whisper of white, gently landing in one's palm, the hexagonal ice crystals lightweight and dainty, vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving only a trace of cool droplets. Gradually, the earth was cloaked in a thin layer of pale white, resembling a delicate blanket woven from pure feathers, crystalline and soft. Lu Jiao felt a heaviness in her head. She wished to awaken but found her eyes unyielding. The surroundings began to spiral into chaos. "You shameless woman, you have utterly disgraced the Jiang family." Lu Jiao was jolted awake, still disoriented when another slap struck her face. "What is your purpose so early in the day? Even as the matriarch, you cannot be so audacious." The 2 slaps felt entirely unjust to Lu Jiao, igniting her anger, yet the matriarch, instead of fuming, smirked. "What am I doing? How dare you even ask? Take a good look at the misdeeds you have wrought." Confounded, Lu Jiao turned her head stiffly, sensing that she was not alone in her bed. "Shi Xiang, what are you doing here?" The matriarch regarded Lu Jiao's bewildered expression with disdain and sneered, "Oh dear, the innocent Lu Yang. Bring forth Lu Jiao and her paramour. Tonight, according to family law, they shall be drowned." "Madam, the Yin Yang would never commit such an act. I implore you to see reason. Besides, she carries the master's child. Please show her mercy." A maid knelt on the ground, pleading fervently for Lu Jiao, her forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud, soon drawing blood. It is evident to all that a performer is nothing but lowly. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively, as if even the air shared with Lu Jiajiu was tainted. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Lu Jiajiu hurriedly knelt, grasping the matriarch's skirt. I did not. Madam, please allow me to explain. I truly did nothing. The matriarch leaned closer, whispering into Lu Jiajiu's ear. I know your innocence, but alas, if I declare you guilty, then guilty you shall be. With a smile, the matriarch methodically pried Lu Jiajiu's fingers from her skirts. Lu Jiajiu and Lu Ji were confined in separate dark rooms, the passage of time uncertain until she was forcibly dragged out. The matriarch sat regally in an official's chair, sipping tea, coldly observing Lu Jiajiu's futile struggles. Lu Jiajiu. Cease your resistance. Today family law shall be enacted. Why should I be treated thus for crimes I did not commit? Let me go. I carry the master's child. Who among you dares to harm me? The matriarch shot Lu Jiajiu a piercing glare, lifting a teacup with a sinister grin. Whether it is the master's child, who can say for certain? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Jiajiu retorted against the matriarch's malicious slander. It is the master who decides. He has yet to speak. When he does, who among you will bear the consequences? Enraged by her words, the matriarch ground her teeth in fury. Very well, you Lu Jiajiu may remain untouched, but this Lu Ji must perish today. Summon the punishment. For a whole hour, Lu Ji's cries grew fainter, while Lu Jiajiu stood on the precipice of death, witnessing the poignant separation between life and death. Lu Jiajiu had succumbed to madness. The matriarch of the Jiang family had slain a servant named Lu Ji, and thus Lu Jiajiu's sanity unraveled. This was the consensus among the onlookers. 4 days on end, Lu Jiajiu had been practicing her role. From her vocal tone to her footsteps and gaze, transforming every nuance of Lu Ji into her own essence. In truth, she was in the process of becoming Lu Ji. How far had this resemblance reached? So much so that, when Lu Jiajiu gazed into the mirror, she momentarily felt as if she had indeed become Lu Ji. Given the deep affection between Aunt Lu and Lu Ji, one might as well grant Aunt Lu a merciful end and hold a posthumous wedding for the two, thereby fulfilling their unspoken wishes. This outcome was unforeseen for Lu Jiajiu. She could never have anticipated that after so many days of waiting, it would culminate in such a manner. She once believed there lingered a sliver of affection for her in his heart. Who could have guessed that after singing of the myriad facets of the world, Lu Jiajiu would remain so blind to the treachery of the human heart? After all, who could care for the disputes that lay behind her? The entire village sang the praises of Kai Zhonglun. Clad in the resplendent red robe she wore upon entering the mansion, Lu Jiajiu delicately donned the embroidered shoes and, seizing a moment when the doorkeeper was distracted, fled the estate with all her might. Racing towards the opera troupe, however, the troupe had already concluded its performances for the day. Undeterred, Lu Jiajiu pounded on the weathered wooden door. Is anyone there? Open the door. When the door finally creaked open, the troop leader emerged from the courtyard. Lu Jiajiu felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, desperately clutching the leader's coat. Leader, please help me. I cannot perish in this manner. Save me. To her dismay, the leader disdainfully shook her off. Lu Jiajiu gazed at him with hopeful eyes, but before she could sing a note, he silenced her once more. The apprentice who had opened the door spat at her in contempt and then shut the very door that had once held promise for Lu Jiajiu. She lifted her gaze to the swirling snowflakes, their dreary hues falling endlessly upon her vibrant embroidered shoes, evoking an unparalleled sense of desolation. The frigid air caressed her face repeatedly, and a thin layer of frost began to settle upon her features. Her eyelashes quivering as a solitary tear silently merged with the white blanket, creating a barely noticeable breach. Chapter 27, The Embroidered Shoes, Part 4. In truth, Lu Ji had harbored feelings for Lu Jiajiu for quite some time. Yet his bashfulness had prevented him from confessing. After Lu Jiajiu married into the Jiang family estate, Lu Ji, in a bid to see her daily as before, left the opera troupe to serve as a servant in the Jiang household. Upon discovering the sibling bond between Lu Ji and Lu Jiajiu, the matriarch resorted to intoxicating Lu Ji with a bewitching wine, leading to a nefarious scheme where they were found together on a bed. Ultimately, Lu Jiajiu was led astray, marrying the wrong man. Thus, two lovesick souls met a tragic end, their cries for justice echoing in vain. Yet, this was not the conclusion. On the 7th night following the tragedy, a servant rose to relieve himself and, in a daze, perceived what appeared to be an object swaying gently in the corner. From a distance, it resembled a person. Rubbing his eyes, the servant approached for a closer look, only to be nearly paralyzed with fright, nearly soiling his trousers. Only then did the mistress appear, her disemboweled corpse hanging from the eaves, suspended by a rope, with blood cascading down from the exposed entrails, and crimson liquid oozing from her mouth, while half a tongue lay discarded on the ground. Help, someone, please. The servant, pale with terror, cried out in desperation. Yet, in this vast courtyard, no living soul remained. All had perished save for him. Zhang Mingsheng's headless body floated in a pond, his heart ripped from his chest, while a wild dog gnawed upon his severed head in the underbrush. Every room that had once harbored life was drenched in a pool of blood. Scenes of death too gruesome to behold, with other concubines and servants either devoid of tongues or having their eyes gouged out. In an instant, the Jiang family estate was suffused with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Just as this lone surviving servant stood frozen in shock, the vengeful spirit of Lu Jiao'er manifested, clad in a striking red cheongsam, her feet adorned with embroidered red shoes. Her face a ghastly pallor, and her eyes hollow, she drifted menacingly behind the servant. With a swift motion, she tore the servant's head from his shoulders, blood erupting like a fountain from the severed neck. Ah Fong, wake up, wake up! In the lounge, Xiaoyu anxiously shook the sweating, thrashing Ah Fong, who was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. At last, she roused Ah Fong from her terrifying slumber, for it was time for this dreadful dream to conclude. Upon awakening, Ah Fong gasped for air, still in a daze, yet curiously, though she sensed she had endured a nightmare, the details eluded her entirely. While it is common for dreams to be hazy, hers had become an utter void. With not a single fragment retained, Xiaoyu, concerned, inquired, "Did you have a nightmare?" Your reaction was quite alarming. Ah Fong, still shaken, swallowed hard as she gazed at Xiaoyu, utterly unaware of what had instilled such fear in her heart. Only knowing that she was frightened. "I don't know, but I feel as though I witnessed something terrifying. However, I can't recall a single detail." Hearing this, Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief and reassured her. "Oh, it's all right. Ah Fong, in a daze, absently focused her gaze on the embroidered shoes nearby. In the night market, Zhang Pan tugged at Zhuang Xian, weaving through the throngs of people. One moment, she was captivated by a street performer. The next, lured by the tantalizing aromas of food, her curiosity leading her to investigate every intriguing sight, the two had been holed up in a hotel since arriving at the east of the lake. Venturing out only in the evening for a leisurely stroll and a bite to eat, though the trip had been Zhuang Xian's idea, her mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts of reinstatement and hoping for new developments regarding the monsters. Lost in her reverie, her phone rang, and upon retrieving it, she discovered it was a call from Jin Kong. Zhuang Xian knew all too well that he was not one to call without cause. This was surely not a mere social call but rather a request for assistance. With this in mind, she turned to Zhang Pan and said, "Zhang Pan, would you mind exploring on your own for a bit? I need to take this call." "What call is so mysterious? Can't you answer it in front of me?" Was Zhang Pan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, though she harbored no ill feelings. Zhuang Xian, with an awkward smile, replied, "I sincerely apologize. As you know, I work as a forensic expert, and my calls primarily revolve around case discussions. Such matters are invariably shrouded in confidentiality." So Zhang Pan mischievously chuckled and said to Zhuang Xian, "Oh, come now. You're being overly formal. I merely asked out of curiosity. There is no need for any embarrassment." With that, she merrily hummed a little tune and walked away. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xian began to connect with Jin Kong on the phone. But due to the prolonged interval, Jin Kong grew impatient and hung up. Left with no choice, she dialed him back. Jin Kong, with a cheerful tone, exclaimed, "All right, young lady, my bad. Don't be upset. What's on your mind?" Zhuang Xian, puzzled, questioned Jin Kong. He elucidated, "I'm already aware of your dismissal. It's understandable to feel a bit miffed. To alleviate your boredom, I thought I'd find you something to do." Although Zhuang Xian furrowed her brows, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Oh, could it possibly be a supernatural incident? Clever, indeed it is. Thus Jin Kong elaborated on the details of the case. Being a local of Hudong, Jin Kong was particularly familiar with the police there, having resolved many cases involving the supernatural, effectively serving as an auxiliary to the police. This time, the police reached out to him regarding a case suspected to be linked to ghosts. Hoping he could take a look, however, Jin Kong was not in the province at that moment, and given the urgency of the case, they were unable to find another spirit medium on short notice. Which led him to think of Zhuang Xian. After all, she happened to be in Hudong and had once been a member of the Aoki Shrine, making her involvement in such matters entirely appropriate. "Hey, consider this. With your forensic job suddenly vanished, perhaps it's a sign that you should step out and exorcise some spirits." Jin Kong's voice took on a much more serious tone. Zhuang Xian stood there unconsciously biting her nails, her expression somewhat troubled. "Well, I'd like to, but I haven't performed an exorcism in ages, and I'm afraid I might mess it up." Jin Kong reassured her from the other end. "It's all right, I've looked into it, and this case is currently uncertain whether it's a supernatural event. Moreover, even if it is, it shouldn't pose any difficulty, even if you're a bit rusty in exorcising. You can still manage the situation perfectly well, otherwise I wouldn't have reached out to you." "Well, okay then, it's quite warm, and I happened to bring my fan along." Zhuang Xian's confidence surged instantly. She resolved to re-engage in the pursuit of exorcising spirits. No problem, I'll take on this case. On the other end, Jin Kong expressed his delight. "Wonderful, I'll promptly communicate with the sheriff on your side. And you can head straight to the crime scene together." "All right, sounds good." Zhuang Xian firmly nodded. Meanwhile, Zhang Pan was leisurely strolling about. At that moment, a furtive man brushed past her, intentionally bumping into her. Zhang Pan glanced at the man without giving it much thought and prepared to continue to the spot where she had previously enjoyed the street performance. However, this scene was clearly witnessed by the members of the drama troupe dining at the nearby food stall. The man had unmistakably stolen Zhang Pan's mobile phone. He was indeed a thief. Since they had seen it, they felt compelled to intervene. Ah Fong and several male companions were the first to step forward and block the thief, while Xiaoyu kept the unsuspecting Zhang Pan occupied, explaining what had transpired, prompting her to realize her phone was missing. After a heated exchange, the thief, unable to withstand the pressure from the numerous onlookers, begrudgingly admitted his misdeed and returned the phone. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention to make his escape, he certainly did not wish to wait around for the authorities to arrive. Fong took the phone and handed it back to Zhang Pan, gently reminding her, "Sister, when you venture out alone, please be more vigilant, especially in crowded places where thieves abound." Oh, thank you all. I never expected that in this day and age someone would steal a mobile phone. Zhang Pan replied, somewhat dazed as she accepted her phone, feeling an immense sense of relief for having encountered such kind-hearted individuals. Otherwise, losing her phone would have made it impossible to contact Zhuang Xian later. "You are all so wonderful, thank you." She expressed her gratitude once more to the members of the troupe. Xiaoyu, exhibiting her characteristic boldness, directly said to Zhang Pan, "If you wish to thank us, come watch our performance at the Bai Drama Troupe tomorrow." Fong chimed in playfully, "Yes, if you have time, bring your friends along to support us tomorrow. A few extra people won't be an issue. And we won't charge you for tickets." Following this, they erupted into hearty laughter. A performance? What a coincidence, Zhang Pan exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. My friends and I came from out of town specifically to see your play. We've already booked our tickets. Fong looked equally astonished. "Really, what a delightful twist of fate. We look forward to seeing you and your friends tomorrow," Zhang Pan assured. "Definitely, see you tomorrow." Chapter 27. I have much more to say, but I haven't finished writing yet, so the update is delayed. Lingy Mo says Chapter 27 is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. Lingy Mo says the novel website has full text updates. Remember the URL. Lingy Mo says Chapter 27 is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. Lingy Mo says the novel website has full text updates. Remember the URL. Chapter 28, Embroidered Shoes, Part 5. Soon, the day of the performance arrived, and the members of the drama troupe rose early to prepare. The performance was scheduled to commence at noon, leaving them half a day to rehearse a few more times. Meanwhile, Zhang Pan could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed over from the hotel and now sat in the audience watching the rehearsal. As for Zhuang Xian, she was still assisting the police with the case, and it remained uncertain when she would arrive. After more than an hour of rehearsal, the troupe leader announced a break. Fong and Xiaoyu stretched their sore necks before approaching Zhang Pan, who was sitting quietly in her seat, to greet her. "Oh, sister, you're here so early. Didn't you know the show doesn't start until noon?" Zhang Pan stood up with a smile. "I know, however, idleness breeds idleness, so I arrived ahead of time." "Are you alone? Did you not mention last night that you were coming with friends?" Fong inquired with a puzzled expression. Zhang Pan sighed and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "My friend was unexpectedly called away to help last night, and I'm not certain if they will be able to come after all." At that moment, Zhang Pan's gaze fell upon a bag by the edge of the stage. It was the bag where Fong had stored her clothes, and on top lay a pair of embroidered shoes. Zhang Pan approached, crouched down, and gazing at the shoes, asked Sister Fong, "Sister Xiaoyu, are these the shoes you will be wearing for your performance? They are truly beautiful, really, that's wonderful." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Pan eagerly picked up the embroidered shoes, intending to try them on. However, Fong recalled the inexplicable yet blank nightmare from the previous night in the lounge and hastily stopped Zhang Pan from putting them on. She harbored suspicions about the shoes, especially after the dream devoid of memory. She feared that the shoes might be manipulating her dreams, and the reason she still had them was that she knew a spirit medium, contemplating whether to show them to that individual. After all, if they were malevolent artifacts, discarding them carelessly would pose a danger. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't wear those shoes. Considering we have no knowledge of their owner, I intend to keep them for another couple of days, and if no one comes to claim them, I will dispose of them. Fong remained convinced of the shoe's strangeness. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu dismissed notions of ghosts and spirits. "Why are you always so superstitious? What harm could trying on a pair of shoes possibly do? But oh, come now, it's fine. Why don't I try them on first to ease your concerns?" Without hesitation, Xiaoyu seized the shoes from Zhang Pan and slipped them onto her feet. "See, not only is there no issue, but they fit perfectly." Before Xiaoyu could finish her sentence, her body suddenly convulsed, and then her limbs stiffened, standing rigidly in place like a tree trunk. Witnessing this alarming transformation, both Fong and Zhang Pan were filled with dread, frantically calling out Xiaoyu's name, while the other troupe members, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Xiaoyu. Fong continued to call out to the seemingly entranced Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took small, tentative steps, circling the stage, then performed a gesture reminiscent of a dance performer, gracefully flicking her sleeves. Following it, one hand formed an elegant gesture by her face, and with a mournful expression, she began to sing to herself, "I was once a celebrated star in the troupe, yet forsook my craft for that man, marrying into the Jiang family's courtyard, only to end up with nothing, leading to the demise of my master and my own ruin, tainting my virtue in the process." I cried out in innocence, yet none could hear. I turned to the troop leader, but he cast me aside. That heartless man disregarded me, and that wicked woman poisoned my tea. I departed wronged, suffering a miscarriage, and thereafter became a vengeful spirit to seek retribution, swearing to annihilate the Jiang family and the troop. It was evident that the vengeful spirit of Lu Jiao resided within these embroidered shoes. The moment Xiao Yu donned them, Lu Jiao had possessed her, controlling her actions. After slaying the last surviving servant, Lu Jiao made her way to the troop, intent on exterminating the leader and her former comrades. After all, she was pregnant at that time, and her death inevitably meant the demise of her unborn child. The depths of her resentment need not be elaborated upon, when the theater troupe refused to shelter her. It was clear they intended to eliminate her as well, rendering any notions of loyalty irrelevant. As the members of the troop perished one by one, when Lu Jiaojia was poised to take the life of the remaining troop leader. The moonlight unexpectedly illuminated the statue of Guangong in the bedroom. This moment infused the entire chamber with a haunting aura, compelling Lu Jiaojia to retreat into the embroidered shoes, thus safeguarding her spirit. Making any hope of escape nearly impossible, unless someone were to don those very shoes and allow her spirit to possess them. As for the troop leader, he fled under the cover of night. Seeking to preserve his own life, the theater was subsequently sealed due to the incidence of death, yet the cursed embroidered shoes remained within, awaiting a new wearer, and today, that moment had finally arrived. As the visions in their minds faded, everyone regained their senses, quickly grasping the underlying truths. It appeared that Lu Jiaojiao, now inhabiting the body of Xiaoyu, intended to slay them all, including anyone she might encounter thereafter. Just as Lu Jiaojia was about to strike, a figure emerged at the entrance, interrupting her actions. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Pan exclaimed in delight. Zhuang Xian. Indeed, it was Zhuang Xian who had resolved the police matters and arrived just in time. Ah, the spirit exorcist. Lu Jiaojia sensed the formidable aura of Taoism emanating from Zhuang Xian. The latter offered a subtle smile to Zheng Pan before leisurely advancing, intuitively understanding that a vengeful spirit had taken possession of a human host without the need for further explanation. Zhuang Xian exchanged glances with the theater troupe, signaling them to depart, while also urging Zheng Pan and a Fang on stage to leave as well. However, Lu Jiaojia would never allow them to escape. Raising her hand to see Shi Qing, yet, as soon as she extended her arm, Zhuang Xian's incantation interrupted her. Leave, Zhuang Xian commanded, casting a glance at the terrified Zheng Pan. Lu Jiaojia, now seething with fury, redirected her focus towards Zhuang Xian. Fortunately, Lu Jiaojia had previously been confined within the embroidered shoes, which limited her ability to accumulate more yang energy to enhance her ghostly powers, making her relatively easy to handle. Expelling her from Xiaoyu's body would resolve a significant portion of the conflict. At this moment, Lu Jiaojiao's rage peaked, and using Xiaoyu's form, she lunged menacingly at Zhuang Xian. Under such circumstances, Zhuang Xian, who had initially wished to refrain from revealing her powers in front of the crowd, was left with no choice but to retaliate. With a swift motion, she drew a specially crafted purple fan from her waist. The fan's surface was made from durable Oxford fabric, while its ribs were meticulously fashioned from stainless steel. Furthermore, each rib was adorned with sharp, petite diamond blades, allowing the female exorcist to wield it with both elegance and efficacy. As Xiaoyu closed in, Zhuang Xian unfurled the fan before her. Unsuspecting, Xiaoyu touched the fan's surface and was immediately repelled by a burst of golden light, crashing forcefully onto the stage. Without wasting a moment, Zhuang Xian advanced with graceful strides, using her knee to pin Xiaoyu's back to prevent any further movement. With the diamond blades of the fan, she gently cut the middle finger of her left hand. Lifting Xiaoyu's chin to apply her Taoist blood to the center of her forehead. A sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Xiaoyu no time to react. The universe is boundless, and the principles of yin and yang are invoked. With a decisive motion, Xiaoyu's shoes slipped from her feet, attempting to flee in tandem, when Zhuang Xian deftly flicked her fan, accurately pinning one shoe to the stage while the other shoe remained immobile by circumstance. Zhuang Xian approached, letting a drop of her blood fall upon the embroidered shoe, intoning, Dao Fei Tian Zun, drive away demons and subdue spirits. Extinguished. As the blood dripped down and the incantation concluded, the vibrant red of the embroidered shoes faded, transforming into a severely discolored and dilapidated pair of old shoes. Once tranquility returned, aside from Xiaoyu, who required 2 days to recuperate from the possession, Fang and the others were able to proceed with their performance without delay. Commencing the show punctually, accompanied by waves of applause from the audience, the performance unfolded splendidly, and Zhuang Xian and Zheng Pan in the audience watched with evident delight. Good heavens, how many secrets does she still harbor that I remain unaware of? Zheng Pan glanced at Zhuang Xian, a sense of astonishment stirring within. Finally, as the actors took their bows and exited the stage, this theatrical performance gracefully drew to a close. Chapter 29, The Lost Manor. Since the peculiar night when he encountered the monster, Cheng Bao found himself unable to shake the memory, compelling him to seek the truth with increasing urgency. Anyone who has attended school knows that teachers of other subjects often use the excuse of the physical education teacher's illness to appropriate class time. Back then, Cheng Bao would argue with other teachers, believing they should not encroach upon his physical education class, as encouraging students to exercise was, after all, a good thing. However, now, Cheng Bao rather enjoyed the class cancellations, as they afforded him more time to scour the internet for clues about the monster. While leaving the playground, a high school student named Wu Lin passed by Cheng Bao, and the two, who shared a good rapport, engaged in light conversation. After their exchange, they both broke into grins. "Hey, you little rascal, feeling bored again? If you're so idle, then drop and give me 50 push-ups," Chang Bao feigned sternness. Just then, two male classmates approached from behind. After greeting Chang Bao, a chubby boy named Huang Ji asked, "So, tomorrow marks the start of our 7-day school break. Do you guys have any plans?" Another student with a mushroom haircut, named Song Tian, suggested, "How about we embark on a week-long adventure at the internet CAF, battling it out for sheer enjoyment?" As Yasuo am unbeatable, he swayed his head animatedly as if reciting a passage, provoking a laugh from Chang Bao. "I think that's a splendid idea. If we pull this off, we'll surely make a name for ourselves in class," Wu Lin concurred. "Alright, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. Wherever you decide to go during the break is fine, but don't neglect your studies, rest assured, teacher." Just as Chang Bao departed, another boy called out from a distance, addressing Wu Lin and the others. "Hey guys, guess what amazing thing I found online?" Wu Lin eyed Tong Junjie with a mischievous grin, saying, "You haven't stumbled upon some hidden study website, have you? One of those where people are, shall we say, unclad?" Tong Junjie, after a moment of speechlessness, scoffed at Wu Lin and said, "Go play elsewhere." I emerged from the mire unstained. "Stop daydreaming about trivial matters. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I figured that none of you have any idea where to go for fun. Thus, I searched online for some attractions, and just as I was about to close the webpage, a place called Lost Manor caught my eye." Pausing for a moment, he added cheerfully, having said that, Tong Junjie showed the three perplexed friends the webpage featuring the introduction and images of Lost Manor. To their surprise, the place was akin to the pocket of Doraemon, offering everything one could desire, with mountains and waters, orchards, and an enormous entertainment complex. It truly is an excellent spot for relaxation. "Alright, this is where we shall go." After viewing the images, Wu Lin excitedly clapped his hands and declared. Consequently, the four of them reached a unanimous decision to make Lost Manor their destination for the upcoming 7-day holiday, although there were organized tours available. They felt that would be too restrictive. If they were to enjoy themselves, it should be to the fullest, hence they decided against joining a tour group the following morning. The talented F4 was ready to embark on their journey bright and early. Once the tourist bus arrived, the four eagerly squeezed aboard. Noticing that the bus was not very crowded, they casually chose their seats, despite Lost Manor being located on the outskirts of Haixing City. The journey would still take 5 to 6 hours. As one might surmise, it was indeed the estate of the gluttonous demon, Tu Dalong. Perhaps due to the early hour, Tong Junjie and Song Tian leaned against their seats and fell asleep, while Wu Lin and Huang Ji busied themselves with games, appearing quite spirited. "Come on, why aren't we moving? Am I dreaming?" exclaimed Huang Ji, while Wu Lin added, "Exactly, we have a promise to keep, like a pig hiding in a sty." Taking forever to make a move. Just as Huang Ji and Wu Lin were engrossed in their mobile game, a tall, slender man in the front row turned to look at them. This man was none other than Lu Nanjing, the suspect that Zhuang Xian was desperately searching for. "Hey, are you four also going to Lost Manor?" Lu Nanjing asked with a smile, pointing at the slumbering Tong Junjie and Song Tian while addressing Wu Lin and Huang Ji. "Of course, everyone on this bus is headed to the same place." Huang Ji, wholly absorbed in his game, answered without glancing at Lu Nanjing, completely oblivious to his rudeness. Observing this, Lu Nanjing fell silent, straightened his posture, and gazed intently at the fleeting scenery outside. Lost in thought, Wu Lin glanced at Lu Nanjing, sensing something was amiss, and pondered, since we boarded the bus, Tong Junjie and Song Tian have been asleep on one side and haven't interacted with me and Huang Ji at all. How does this person know we are together, and that we are students?" As time ticked by, they finally arrived at their destination shortly after 2 in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, the four stretched lazily, and when they beheld the majestic facade of the manor before them, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. "Previously, I had merely glimpsed this place online, but now I discover that it is far more spacious and luxurious than the images suggested." Indeed, those pictures served merely as a reference. As Tong Junjie jestingly remarked, the estate boasts a grand entrance fashioned from mahogany, intricately carved with depictions of various birds and beasts, exuding an air of magnificence. Passing through the gate, one encounters a cobblestone pathway that stretches approximately 100 meters, at which point the path begins to diverge. Alongside the fork in the road lies a vast expanse of lawn, adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers, complemented by an artificial fountain that playfully sprays water into the air. Continuing straight ahead leads to the estate's grand hall, which appears both lofty and magnificent. About 200 meters into the interior, one can find 2 expansive swimming pools, complete with inflatable ducks and beach balls, enticing one to plunge right in. The other 2 side paths lead to the estate's attractions and entertainment venues. As the four of them made their way to the hall in search of staff, they discovered a large gathering of people within, estimated to be around 1 or 200, seemingly part of organized tours. Groups of 10 or so were lined up neatly under the guidance of their respective tour guides, who were explaining various points of caution and safety for their visit. Despite the large assembly, the vastness of the hall made it feel far from crowded, instead accentuating the estate's grandeur. Wu Lin expressed his astonishment, saying, "Goodness, I thought our vehicle had few passengers, and I assumed the other tours wouldn't have many either." Yet this situation is utterly unexpected. We were wise not to join a tour, freeing ourselves from constraints, he added, observing Lu Nanjing's departure. Tong Junjie, perplexed, inquired, who is that curious individual? I don't recognize him, only that he rode with us in the same vehicle. Chapter 30, A Feast for the Senses. Following the voice, they turned to see the speaker was the butler, accompanied by Armada. Welcome to the Lost Estate, the butler proclaimed. I am the estate's butler. And this gentleman beside me, known as Armada, is our foreign friend and the estate's manager. He will assist you with accommodation, dining, and other matters. Here, you may relax to your heart's content, forgetting all your worries. For this is truly a paradise for humanity. After handing the microphone to Armada, he cleared his throat and, speaking Mandarin with a T-country accent, said, Our establishment comprises 6 levels. The first level houses this grand hall. The second is a leisure area, the third and fourth serve as accommodation zones, the fifth is designated for dining, and the sixth is reserved for the estate owner. It is advisable that you refrain from visiting the sixth level unless necessary. To avoid disturbing the owner's rest. As he spoke, a fleeting, imperceptible glimmer of coldness flashed in Armada's eyes. Once his discourse concluded, he signaled for the estate staff to escort the travelers to their respective rooms in an orderly manner. Given that tour groups tend to cluster together, most of the rooms on the 3rd floor were allocated to them, while the 4 companions were guided to their accommodations on the 4th floor. Each room was well appointed with high-end amenities, and due to the presence of only 2 beds in each of the 4 were assigned to 2 separate rooms. Wu Lin and Huang Ji resided in the room situated in the middle of the corridor, while Tong Junjie and Song Tian occupied the room at the far end. After a brief tidying up, they all felt a pang of hunger, prompting them to head to the 5th floor dining hall to indulge in a lavish feast. The restaurant was exquisitely adorned, with its layout and decorations exuding an air of refined taste. The 4 friends chose a table by the window and settled in, when Wu Lin contentedly exclaimed, Wow, this sofa is incredibly comfortable. The other 3 too wore expressions of bliss, squinting their eyes in enjoyment as they leaned back on the sofa, nodding in agreement. Before long, a melodious female voice broke the tranquility. Dear guests, may I inquire what you would like to order? Startled Tong Junjie was the first to regain his composure, straightening up and gazing at the smiling waitress before them, then glancing at his companions, who were still lost in blissful reverie, feeling somewhat speechless. Hey, this is rather unrefined, Lin Song thought to himself. Embarrassed, he addressed the waitress, could you please show me the menu? Receiving the menu from the waitress, Tong Junjie selected several meat dishes along with 2 salads, and added a serving of the house specialty bone soup before handing the menu back to the waitress. She took the menu with a continued smile and replied, Certainly, please hold on for a moment. With that, she turned and departed. I say, guys, come on, look at you all, we are dining in a high-end restaurant, and it is essential to maintain some decorum, Tong Junjie remarked. Oh, spare me the decorum. We've been at it since early morning, and right now, all that matters is comfort, Huang Ji lazily retorted. Wu Lin and Song Tian chimed in. Exactly, no matter how robust we are, we can't resist the need for a break. Tong Junjie, hearing their words, found them understandable. After all, they had endured hours of travel that morning without a moment to rest, and their energy was indeed depleted. Approximately 10 minutes later, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, nearly making their mouths water. Wu Lin was the first to sit up straight in anticipation of the culinary delights, with Huang Ji and Song Tian equally eager. While Tong Junjie had already set his utensils at the ready, the sweet-voiced waitress approached them, accompanied by several male servers, all carrying an array of fragrant dishes. As they placed the dishes on the table, the waitress announced, Thank you for your patience. Here are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy your meal and have a delightful dining experience. With a courteous bow, she and the male servers exited. Once they were gone, Wu Lin, showing little restraint, grabbed a large bone and began to gnaw on it, exclaiming, this is delicious. The meat is so tender and juicy, it's simply delightful. Observing Wu Lin with oil glistening on his lips, Song Tian and the others could no longer pretend to be reserved. They eagerly dug into the meat, enthusiastically praising the delectable flavors. The 4 individuals were now utterly famished, devouring their food with a ravenous appetite. In no time, they had polished off the meat on the table, and ultimately, they lifted the pre-portioned bone broth for a hearty drink. The broth bore a slightly unusual hue, a pale red, exuding a rich aroma. With a delightful fragrance of bones wafting through the air, scallions floated atop the surface, enhancing the flavor and igniting curiosity while simultaneously whetting their appetites. After downing the broth in one gulp, Huang Ji let out a satisfied burp, wiping his mouth as he remarked, This broth is indeed exquisite. Perhaps we should inquire about the secret recipe. With that, he flashed a mischievous grin. Wu Lin concurred, saying, I think that's a splendid idea. We could set up a stall at the school gate, and before long we might find ourselves on the path to wealth. Just the thought of it stirs a little excitement. Tong Junjie adjusted his glasses and teased, You two, don't get carried away with those fanciful ideas. This broth surely has some special secret, but they probably wouldn't divulge such crucial information. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it locked away in a safe. Like a Russian nesting doll, having eaten their fill, the group engaged in light-hearted banter. However, as they rose to leave, Wu Lin suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "Gentlemen, I've noticed something peculiar." He pointed towards a corner of the room. The three turned to see two gaunt men seated there, even slimmer than the enigmatic Lu Nanjing, with a stack of food piled high on their table, most of it meat. They appeared no different from ordinary people. Save for their slightly pallid complexions, however, their manner of eating was far from commendable, far worse than Tong Junjie's earlier display. The two men eschewed utensils, entirely grabbing at their food with their hands. Completely indifferent to appearances, consumed by their ravenous feasting. "I've been watching them since we arrived. At first, I didn't pay them much mind, thinking they must be starving after a long day, but now that we've finished our meal and are feeling quite full. They're still at it. Could they be competitive eaters broadcasting live from this spot? Yet, they look far too emaciated for that," Wu Lin remarked, a mix of curiosity and humor in his tone. Tong Junjie, growing impatient, chimed in. "Oh, come on, let's go. Why bother with them? We're hardly in a better state ourselves." "That's true," Song Tian added, joining in the self-deprecating humor. Consequently, the four of them turned away from the peculiar sight and made their way towards the exit. At that moment, the two strange diners simultaneously lifted their heads, casting their gaze in the direction of the departing group, their faces adorned with an unsettling smile. That grin, combined with their pallid complexions and eyes glowing with an eerie green light, sent an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Upon reaching the staircase, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Nanjing pacing in the corridor, his eyes darting and his demeanor shifty, occasionally tapping against the wall. Wu Lin regarded Lu Nanjing with a furrowed brow, expressing his confusion to his companions. "There he is again. He hardly seems like someone here for leisure. Should we go ask him what's up?" Huang Ji also became intrigued by Lu Nanjing's identity. At that moment, Lu Nanjing chanced upon the four individuals. He first let out a dry chuckle, then placed his hand to his mouth, mimicking the act of eating, before waving his hand dismissively, as if conveying some cryptic message to them. "Perhaps it is best not to approach him, for it seems his mind is not quite right." Huang Ji involuntarily shivered, yet soon changed his mind and descended the stairs, with the other three closely trailing behind him. Chapter 31, The Haunted House. As twilight approached, in the butler's chamber, Amada stood by the window, his gaze fixed upon the throng of merrymakers in the courtyard, remaining silent for an extended period. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a sinister glint in his cunning eyes. The butler, perched uneasily on the sofa, found himself unable to quell the turmoil within, observing Amada, who appeared detached from the situation. He tentatively inquired, "Must we truly proceed in this manner?" "No, there exists a second option," Amada replied, "which entails relinquishing the vast fortune concealed in the basement and seeking assistance from the authorities." "What purpose does the reopening of the amusement park serve?" "If not to lure these unsuspecting patrons into the manor." He gestured toward the individuals he referred to as food with a sly grin. Tu Xiaolong met his demise at the hands of that grotesque humanoid creature, which even sought to eliminate us. Had I not employed a ruse to frighten it off, we would both be dead, and any thoughts of money would be moot. It turned out that when the butler and Amada discovered Tu Xiaolong's lifeless body in the amusement park, before they could marvel at the cause of his death, the deformity had lunged at them, intent on murder. Fortunately, Amada possessed some sleight of hand that allowed him to conjure flames, thus driving the creature away. However, as he had stated, it was merely a trick, devoid of any substantial effect. While Amada was indeed formidable in the art of ghostly manipulation, he was utterly inept when it came to combating monsters. Now, the intimidated deformity fortuitously lay in wait in the basement, and neither dared to confront it nor could they alert the police, thus resorting to this desperate strategy. Let us not forget that on the 6th floor lurked the gluttonous ghost, Tu Dalong, who currently remained outside Amada's control. If they wished to resolve the issue of the deformity, they could only wait for the gluttonous ghost to take it, as the two individuals had just ordered their breakfast at the restaurant and were about to take their seats. They heard someone greeting them not far away. "You two have finally risen. I intended to invite you both to join us for breakfast, but after knocking for ages, it seems no one responded." Wu Hao and Huang Ji turned to see that it was Tong Junjie, who had already begun his meal with Song Tian. What a surprise! It turned out that these two had been awake for quite some time. Wu Hao and Huang Ji exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled. "It appears that we are the ones who have been playing chess with the Lord of Dreams." As the four gathered around the table enjoying their breakfast, Song Tian proposed to the other three, "Once we finish eating, shall we head over to the amusement park for some fun?" The trio swallowed their food and nodded in agreement. The amusement park resembled a small, self-contained city. To enter, one had to pass through a grand gate and a wide avenue lined with various entertainment venues, with the internal layout echoing that of the lobby's leisure area. There was an abundance of attractions. Truly a paradise for thrill-seekers, with most visitors congregating in this vibrant locale. "This is simply extravagant. I could easily spend 2 or 3 years here without feeling the need to leave." Huang Ji marveled at the sights before him. Frankly, with such a plethora of entertainment options laid out, he found himself at a loss for choice. The four strolled leisurely, their eyes eventually drawn to a haunted house. Its decor leaned towards an ancient style, Seeming out of place amidst the modern entertainment complex, thus attracting quite a crowd. As they approached, they noticed a girl emerging from the haunted house, tearfully sobbing, her face pale, evidently shaken by the experience. This sight only piqued the quartet's interest further, and under the guidance of the staff, they happily entered the haunted house. The interior of the haunted house was also adorned in an ancient style, promising a unique experience. Once the staff had briefed them on some safety precautions, they departed. Huang Ji boldly positioned himself at the front and declared to the others, "To be honest, I was once a master of haunted houses. Having experienced countless of them, just stay calm and follow my lead." He chuckled with a hint of pride. Tong Junjie and the others exchanged skeptical glances, but considering that they rarely ventured into haunted houses and were not well versed in their tricks, they chose to trust Huang Ji. After walking for about 2 minutes, the haunted house had yet to deliver any frightful surprises, not even a sudden appearance of a prop ghost. Finding it rather dull, Huang Ji turned to his companions and remarked, "This haunted house is lacking. I expected it to be far more terrifying." Upon hearing this, Tong Junjie and the others nodded in agreement. However, since they were already inside, they decided to proceed to the end. Just as they neared the next passage, a piercing laugh echoed through the air as a clown wielding an axe burst forth from the wall, charging at them with the weapon raised. The front-running Huang Ji was thoroughly startled, instantly turning tail and fleeing in a panic, his screams resonating throughout the haunted house. When he reached Tong Junjie and the others, he found them unfazed and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and run." As a result, Wu Lin, feeling dejected, said to him, "All right, stop running and take a look for yourself." The clown, still bearing a grotesque expression, wielded a blood-stained axe, his tattered clothing smeared with crimson, maintaining a frightful presence. However, the clown did not advance towards them, instead remaining motionless at the very spot where Huang Ji had just stood. "Goodness, is this really happening?" Huang Ji thought, rendered speechless, awkwardly glancing at Tong Junjie and the others, recalling his own panicked demeanor moments earlier. He feigned a cough and remarked, "Well, you see, the incident occurred so suddenly. I was caught off guard, please forgive my clumsiness." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Lin bluntly interjected, "Mansion's little tyrant, I believe it would be prudent for you to stick with us, otherwise, if we aren't frightened by the horrors within this haunted house, we might very well be overwhelmed by your dissonant voice." Huang Ji scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, no longer trying to act tough, but instead dutifully squeezed between the 3 others. After observing the clown for a while, the quartet continued their advance. "You know," one of them remarked, "this projection is quite realistic. Had the clown not displayed some virtual lines while standing there, I might have joined in the flight." Compared to the preceding tedium, the true thrill lay ahead. As the four surveyed the gruesome heads and severed limbs hanging on the walls, they felt an overwhelming sense of realism, causing their scalps to tingle and their hairs to stand on end. As they walked, they spotted a couple in the distance, approximately 20 meters ahead, appearing to be a man and a woman clad in matching outfits. This sight provided them with a modicum of comfort. After all, the presence of more people instilled a sense of security. Tong Junjie, puzzled as to why the couple had fled, urged Wu Lin, Huang Ji, and Song Tian to pursue them. Alas, being unfamiliar with the surroundings, they quickly lost track of the couple. In the blink of an eye they halted, and Tong Junjie, bewildered, questioned, "Are we really that terrifying? Why did they flee without even a glance?" Just then, Huang Ji seemed to hear something and whispered, "Listen, there's a sound like something being struck. It seems to be nearby." Chapter 32, Discovery. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discerned a sound. The four lifted their heads and noticed a room not far away, its windows boarded up, leaving only a few narrow gaps. They moved cautiously towards it, and as they drew near and peered through the window, they instinctively gasped in horror. Through the narrow slits, they beheld a figure within the room, donning a terrifying mask and grasping a bloodied baseball bat. Lowering their gaze, they spotted 2 individuals sprawled on the floor, their attire matching that of the couple they had seen earlier. This scene left the four momentarily dumbfounded, exchanging glances, too afraid to breathe heavily lest they alert the masked figure. However, what transpired next was even more chilling. The masked individual positioned the couple on the ground in a supine posture, then tugged at a rope nearby, followed by a resounding crash. A massive guillotine descended, instantly severing the couple at the waist, their bodies cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Startled, Huang Ji could not suppress a scream. This commotion caught the attention of the masked figure, who turned his gaze towards the window's gap, locking eyes with the four. Before the 4 individuals could fully comprehend the situation, the masked figure had already lunged forward. Standing before them in a low, ominous tone, the figure proclaimed, "Since you have all witnessed this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As he spoke, he raised the baseball bat, poised to strike. The 4, engulfed in despair, screamed and shut their eyes, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. Yet, after a tense silence of nearly 10 seconds, nothing transpired. Boldly, Tong Junjie opened his eyes, only to discover the masked figure had removed his mask and was chuckling to himself. It dawned on Tong Junjie that this was merely a ruse of the haunted house. He turned to his 3 companions, saying, "Let's not panic, we've been deceived once again, and all of this is a facade." Upon hearing this, Wu Lin and the others slowly opened their eyes, and upon witnessing the scene, they felt a mix of fear and frustration. Goodness, they went to such lengths that I almost believed I was leaving this beautiful world. Wu Lin exhaled in relief. Indeed, this is utterly terrifying. Anyone with a fragile psyche would have truly fainted here. Song Tian gradually began to relax. At this point, they could comprehend why the girl outside the haunted house had been reduced to tears. The trickery was indeed rather ruthless. The young man who had donned the mask broke into a cheerful smile and apologized, explaining, "I sincerely apologize for frightening you. The couple you saw at the beginning, the male was me. And the female is her." He gestured towards the young woman who had just exited the room. We ran off to change costumes. The dismembered figures you saw were merely mannequins, and the blood was nothing but paint. Moreover, every move you made inside the haunted house was relayed to us through radio by our staff, allowing us to execute our roles in a timely manner. After listening to the young man's explanation, Wu Lin, puzzled, remarked, "Wait, so you are scaring people for the sake of scaring them?" The young man quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. On one hand, this is part of our job, requiring us to instill fear. On the other hand, we believe that most haunted houses rely on the same old tricks. If everything hinges on fake props, those who have experienced it before will not feel scared. Thus, we attempt to deliver the most authentic sense of terror through live actors." Glancing at his watch, the young man continued, "We should be heading out for dinner soon. Not if you don't mind. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing the invitation, Tong Junjie and his companions readily agreed. Relieved at the prospect of having an insider with them, for who could predict what further terrifying tricks lay ahead, under the guidance of the couple, they arrived at the haunted house's exit after approximately 5 minutes. Once outside, the couple waved goodbye to Tong Junjie and his friends, seeing the sunlight, before finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling decidedly safer in the warmth of the sun after such a frightful experience. They inexplicably felt a hunger pang. While there were snacks nearby, they craved the irresistible allure of hearty meat dishes and thus chose to head to a restaurant. In the restaurant, they took their seats at the same table they had occupied during their first visit. As the dishes they ordered were served, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, making it impossible for them to suppress their salivation. The 4 individuals simultaneously engaged in a vigorous feast, indulging in hearty bites of meat, and eventually reclined contentedly on the sofa. In an inadvertent moment, Wu Lin caught sight of the 2 peculiar figures ravenously consuming their food, their lips curving into faint smiles. He abruptly sat up, poised to share his observation with his companions, only to discover that the 2 had vanished without a trace. Beside him, Huang Ji, noticing Wu Lin's sudden movement, inquired with a puzzled expression, "What are you doing? Are you already thinking of exercising right after eating? There are far too many odd characters here, aren't there?" Wu Lin pondered this in silence. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Collapsing onto his bed. A glance at his phone revealed that it was already past midnight, and his stomach began to grumble with hunger. The discomfort of late-night hunger was palpable, without a bit of sustenance. Sleep would elude him, therefore, he rose from his bed and ventured alone to the dining hall on the upper floor. The dining hall operated around the clock, offering a splendid array of food both day and night. Initially, Wu Lin intended to simply enjoy a bowl of noodles, but upon finishing, he found himself still unsatisfied and, in resignation, ordered several pancakes. As he approached the entrance of the dining hall, he noticed a flurry of moving shadows around the corner of the corridor. Driven by curiosity, he strode towards the corner, only to find nothing amiss upon arrival. Just as he was mired in confusion, faint sounds echoed from the upper floor. Isn't the master of the garden residing upstairs? Don't they worry about disturbing the master's rest with such noise? He mused, yet his curiosity grew stronger, and without further thought, he stealthily ascended the staircase. Step by step of the staircase leading to the 6th floor was dimly lit, requiring his eyes to adjust to the darkness. In contrast to the lower levels, the 6th floor appeared more spacious, devoid of excessive decor, with only a few windows. At the far end, a large room stood, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Clutching the pancakes tightly, Wu Lin cautiously approached the doorway. Perhaps due to recent comings and goings, the door was ajar, allowing a glimpse into the shadowy interior. At that moment, voices emerged from within, one declaring, "These are tonight's sacrificial offerings. I have already taken care of those from last night, ensuring no flaws remain." Another voice responded, "They have completely lost themselves, having consumed so much of the special meat. Their bodies have accumulated sufficient deathly aura. You may indulge to your heart's content." As Wu Lin listened to the conversation, he found the voices somewhat familiar. Yes, it has come to me. These are none other than the butler and the lobby manager. Chapter 33, Zhuang Xian's decision and the hope of the case. Who were they conversing with? Why were they speaking in such incomprehensible terms? At that moment, Wu Lin's eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room, and by the moonlight, he discerned a massive table within, with the butler and Armada standing beside an enormous armchair, which seemed to be occupied by a corpulent figure. Unbeknownst to Wu Lin, this was the gluttonous demon. Aside from them, approximately 20 others filled the room, presumably all visitors. Wu Lin cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of individuals and suddenly recognized the peculiar figures from the 2 restaurants amidst the crowd. At that moment, they stood in a line, motionless, each face rendered pallid and excellent. You have indeed not disappointed me. Maintain this state, and my powers shall undergo a transformative evolution, uttered the glutton, languidly seated. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of crunching bones echoed, followed by a cacophony of chewing. Once the gnawing subsided, Wu Lin observed as the aforementioned group began to approach the glutton, one after another. The glutton raised his hand to rest upon their shoulders, inclining his head as if to siphon something from them. Shortly thereafter, several individuals collapsed in succession. Wu Lin distinctly perceived that those who fell appeared as though their very lifeblood had been drained, their faces taking on a purplish hue, their bodies withered and emaciated. At the same time, he beheld the visage of the glutton. This sight was enough to send Wu Lin into a paralyzed state, as nearly half of the man's face was devoid of skin, revealing blood-red flesh beneath, which occasionally oozed with blood. This was no longer a human visage, it was unmistakably a grotesque, ghastly countenance, overwhelmed with terror. Wu Lin endeavored to suppress any sound, trembling as he prepared to flee, yet, before he could turn around, a hand clutching a damp cloth emerged from behind, covering his MO with a week-long holiday still ahead. It seemed rather premature to make any spontaneous decisions. Did these individuals truly have other destinations in mind? Given the circumstances, the trio opted not to dwell further on the matter and chose to remain at the estate. In the city, during this journey to southern Hunan, Zhuang Xian experienced a significant shift in her mindset, particularly after addressing the cases imposed by Jin Kangxiang and the incident involving the embroidered shoes. These experiences ignited fresh perspectives regarding her future endeavors. Although Zhuang Xian was acutely aware that her dismissal was merely a temporary setback, the feelings that resurfaced upon encountering supernatural occurrences were indescribably profound. Several years prior, she had been solely responsible for a case at the Yuchuan Shrine, where during a confrontation with a malevolent spirit, a playful child unexpectedly approached. Due to her failure to protect the child in time, the innocent was ultimately slain by the enraged apparition. This incident plunged Zhuang Xian into a deep abyss of guilt, prompting her to resign from her position, opting instead to pursue a career as a forensic expert. However, today, she had finally crystallized her aspirations, gaining clarity about her future path and recognizing her true calling. In the precinct office, Lian Yang gazed at Zhuang Xian, expressing his disheartenment. As I suspected, the day will come when you leave this place. Zhuang Xian, taken aback and slightly embarrassed, replied, "Ah, you knew." Lian Yang managed a conflicted smile. "Indeed, I not only foresaw your departure, but I am also aware that you are a spirit medium capable of exorcising ghosts. I merely pretended to be oblivious." And now, as Zhuang Xian inquired tentatively, Lian Yang sighed. "Go ahead, that is the path you must take. There are countless supernatural occurrences in this world that require the expertise of spirit mediums like you. Tasks that we, as police officers, cannot undertake. Thus, I hold great respect for your kind." He found it difficult to part with Zhuang Xian, yet he understood the necessity of her departure. Lian Captain, tears welled in Zhuang Xian's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your care over these past years, and for never exposing my true identity. When time permits, we shall meet again." "Indeed, I wish you all the best," Lian Yang replied, offering her heartfelt blessings. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the melancholy that had enveloped them gradually began to dissipate. At that moment, a couple entered Lian Yang's office, hand in hand, their cheerful demeanor suggesting familiarity with the precinct. This couple was none other than the staff members who had previously frightened Tong Junjie and his companions at the haunted estate, with the young man being Lian Yang's own nephew. Upon seeing his nephew, Lian Yang beamed. "Xiao Peng has arrived." The young man, named Xiao Peng, first greeted Zhuang Xian politely, then retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, handing it to Lian Yang. "Uncle, please give this to my parents after work. My girlfriend and I have a part-time job later, and I'm worried about losing it if I carry it with me." "Alright, you two go ahead, I'll deliver it to them after my shift," Lian Yang replied, accepting the money. However, upon seeing the cash, Zhuang Xian, seated nearby, became unsettled through the lens of her abilities as a spirit medium. She perceived a sinister aura emanating from the stack, suggesting it was tainted. "Xiao Peng, where did you acquire this money?" Zhuang Xian stood up, her expression grave as she questioned him. Xiao Peng gazed at Zhuang Xian in bewilderment, uncertain of the circumstances, and could only candidly say, "I'm working part-time with my girlfriend." "Where are you working part-time?" Zhuang Xian inquired. "At a place called Lost Manor. It's quite luxurious, with everything one could imagine. My girlfriend and I are specifically responsible for scaring tourists in the haunted house, and we earn several hundred a day. This is only for the duration of the 7-day holiday. After that, it will be over." "Lost Manor?" Zhuang Xian asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "What is the exact location of Lost Manor?" After clarifying everything, Zhuang Xian cautiously warned Xiaopeng and his girlfriend. "Why?" Xiaopeng did not comprehend Zhuang Xian's intentions. Although Lian Yang was equally perplexed, he understood that Zhuang Xian's words implied that the place known as Lost Manor was certainly suspicious. To alleviate Zhuang Xian's concern, he interjected, "Xiaopeng, be obedient. If they don't want you to go, then don't go. You're an adult. Do I really need to spell it out for you?" Upon hearing Lian Yang's words, Xiaopeng grasped the implication. Believing that there might be a suspect under police surveillance at the manor, and thus he chose not to inquire further, obediently departing. Subsequently, the police's computer personnel conducted a search in the southwestern suburbs as Xiaopeng had indicated, confirming that the so-called lost manor was a villa purchased by a wealthy individual named Tu Dalong. Upon seeing the name Tu Dalong, both Zhuang Xian and Lian Yang were taken aback, for he was one of the 3 victims murdered on the mountain road. The identity of the murderer in that case remained undetermined, and Zhuang Xian had lost her job due to her chaotic thoughts stemming from the suspicion of a monster. However, now the deceased had been uncovered by Zhuang Xian due to the sinister aura linked to money, which perhaps signified that clues would resurface, and the perplexing unsolved case that had baffled the police would finally reveal its truth. Chapter 34. Taking over the case in the blink of an eye, the holiday lives of Tong Junjie, Wu Lin, Huang Ji, and Song Tian came to an end. Before leaving the manor, the 4 contacted their parents to inform them of their expected arrival time. Yet, when they prepared to depart after packing their belongings, Wu Lin was nowhere to be found. Tong Junjie and the others took turns calling Wu Lin, but their efforts were met with silence. Helplessly, they resorted to searching everywhere, but despite scouring the courtyard and the entire amusement park, Wu Lin's presence remained elusive. What on earth is going on with him? We had all agreed beforehand. Why this sudden disappearance? Tong Junjie pondered. Wu Lin has been acting quite strangely these past few days, often vanishing, and when I do see him, he carries a peculiar meaty scent. Before Tong Junjie could elaborate further, Song Tian suddenly recalled something. Wait, the meaty scent, could he be in the restaurant? We haven't checked upstairs yet. After exchanging glances, the 3 rose in unison and headed to the 5th floor. Upon arriving, they found the vast dining hall completely deserted, eerily empty and silent. Even after thoroughly searching the remaining rooms on the 5th floor, they found nothing. At this point, their gaze shifted to the only floor they had yet to explore, the 6th. If they failed to locate Wu Lin there, they would truly be at a loss. However, as they ascended to the 6th floor, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows, surrounding them. Among them was the butler. The butler addressed the others with a commanding tone. Bind these 3 and take them to the adjoining chamber. We have pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. With that directive, the group lunged towards Tong Junjie, Huang Ji, and Song Tian. Faced with the imposing figures of several burly men, the trio had no means to resist. After a few desperate cries, they succumbed to unconsciousness and were subsequently bound and taken to the secluded area of the leisure level. Had Tong Junjie and his companions been awake, they would have noticed another individual lying in the adjoining chamber, Wu Lin. In a nearby residential complex, several adults gathered beneath a tree, their demeanor fraught with anxiety. Speaking was Tong Junjie's mother, who was visibly agitated, stamping her feet in distress. Song Tian's mother offered words of comfort. Do not be overly sorrowful. Junjie's mother, the children are no longer young and are capable of taking care of themselves. Wu Lin's father suggested, if it comes to it, perhaps we should report this to the police? Seeking their assistance is certainly preferable to remaining here in futile worry. I concur with Wu Hao's father. Continuing in this manner is indeed unproductive. Thus, the parents of the 4 children collectively proceeded to the police station to present their case. Typically, a report of a missing person is not filed until 24 hours have passed, yet upon learning that this incident involved the lost manor, Lian Yang immediately took it with utmost seriousness. The lost manor again. We have received numerous reports of disappearances associated with it recently, and we already have a dedicated task force investigating the matter, so there is no need for excessive concern. Just then, Chu Shang from the Aoki Shrine entered, followed closely by Wang Changyang and Lu Tao. Indeed, this time it was Zhuang Xian who had summoned them upon hearing that the Aoki Shrine had arrived. Zhuang Xian, who had been resting in Lian Yang's office, joyfully dashed out, playfully shaking hands with everyone, saying, I apologize for troubling you once more. Chu Shang, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced around and curiously inquired, you seem to have quite a number of cases here. What was it last time, the ghost warrior? And what is it this time? Noticing that one individual was missing from the group, Haixing, Chu Shang asked in confusion, where is the president? Why hasn't he come? Chu Sheng explained, our president sustained injuries during the last mission and has yet to recover, so he could not attend. I refrained from mentioning it to avoid worrying you. How unfortunate. Zhuang Xian felt a pang of guilt. However, recalling the urgency surrounding the lost manor, she curtailed her concern and allowed Lian Yang to elucidate the entire situation to the Aoki Shrine. After listening intently, Chu Sheng stroked his chin with interest. The lost manor? Just the name itself sounds rather eerie. What do you two make of it? Turning to Wang Changyang and Lu Tao, Chu Sheng asked. Wang Changyang, with a worried expression, remarked, didn't Zhuang Xian already visit? She mentioned that the aura within is quite oppressive. Moreover, for so many individuals to vanish consecutively is far more serious than the century-old ghost warrior issue. Lu Tao concurred with Wang Changyang's assessment, adding, if that is indeed the case, then the adversary's strength cannot be underestimated. Relying solely on the 3 of us may prove inadequate. For precaution, it would be prudent to summon Jin Kong with his presence. Our task will be considerably more manageable. Chu Sheng nodded, recognizing the necessity of seeking assistance from Jin Kong. Indeed, during the last encounter with the Ghost Warrior, he utilized an illusionary realm and began to observe the unfolding events with amusement. This time, it would be prudent to allow him to demonstrate his true capabilities. Moreover, should the situation prove more formidable than the Ghost Warrior, his illusionary realm would undoubtedly come in handy with that. Chu Sheng dialed Jin Kang's number. Moments later, Jin Kang's voice came through the line, accompanied by the distinct sound of slurping noodles. "What a rare caller, are you inviting me to a meal?" Jin Kang's tone was laced with playful banter. Chu Sheng, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Aren't you in the midst of eating? Let's dispense with the idle chatter and get to the point." Jin Kang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "What is it?" "Speak freely, I will certainly assist if I am able." After a few more slurps of noodles and a sip of broth, Jin Kang decisively responded, "Send me the location, and I shall set off shortly." The reason for this urgency was that Zhuang Xian had not yet formally joined the Aoki Shrine according to the rules established by Chi Hao Chang prior to being inducted into the society. Unless one possessed an independent spirit master qualification like Jin Kang, participation in supernatural cases was strictly prohibited, with violators banned from future recruitment. It remained unclear whether the other four societies adhered to such regulations. But it was unequivocally enforced at the Aoki Shrine. The rationale behind this was tied to Chi Hao Cheng's experiences prior to his arrival in the country, which would be elaborated upon in future narratives. By the way, the other four societies included the Eastern Yin Yang Post, the Southern White Dove Exorcism Society, the Western Tianhua Exorcism Society, and the Central Plains Yutuan Exorcism Society. Chapter 35, A Confrontation on a Narrow Path. The following morning, following Jin Kang's arrival the previous night, Chu Sheng, Wang Changyang, and Lu Tao set off in their vehicle several hours later as they drove into the suburban area where the Lin Misguided Manor was located. Jin Kang grew restless. He observed that the trees lining the road were entirely locust trees. It is noteworthy that locust trees are inherently associated with the yin, possessing the capability to gather malevolent energy. In feng shui, a balance of yin and yang is auspicious, with an excess of yin leading to a decline in yang, and vice versa. Furthermore, the locust trees here were not particularly tall, indicating they had not been planted long ago, suggesting they were specifically cultivated for spirit rearing. Jin Kang's expression turned grave, and Chu Sheng, Wang Changyang, and Lu Tao sensed the gravity of the situation, although they had previously reviewed the police drone footage, which only depicted the layout of the manor itself. They had not anticipated the forest of locust trees lining the route. In this setting, where all conditions for spirit cultivation were met, one could only wonder what monstrosity might arise. The four remained silent, each lost in their thoughts, awaiting their arrival at the manor's grand entrance. Upon entering the manor, they were immediately enveloped by a palpable aura of malevolence. It appeared that the entities within were far more formidable than the Ghost Warrior. Nevertheless, having come this far, it was essential to confront whatever lay ahead. Lu Tao took the lead, with Chu Sheng and Wang Changyang following closely behind, while Jin Kang brought up the rear. They formed a diamond formation, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As they reached the grand hall, a chilling wind swept through, followed by several wisps of black mist. Once the mist dissipated, a few figures emerged. A menacing clown wielding an axe, a long-haired female specter with a pallid complexion, and a ghost with a single eye materialized before Jin Kang and his companions. These props, which had once terrorized Tong Junjie and his friends in a haunted house, were in fact genuine spirits brought from country T by Amada. Just as Jin Kang was momentarily taken aback, the clown lunged forward, axe raised, while the long-haired ghost extended her elongated claws in a fierce assault. Only the one-eyed ghost remained stationary, not yet engaging. Chu Sheng, Wang Changyang, and Lu Tao swiftly brandished their respective weapons to defend themselves, while Jin Kang retreated to the sidelines, observing the unfolding chaos, wary of other malevolent entities that might still be lurking. This cursed locale was certainly not merely the playground of these seemingly insignificant minions. Chu Sheng, brandishing his straight-edged dagger, managed to repel the clown, but just as he prepared to pursue, he suddenly realized his feet had become immobile. The clown, seizing the moment, lifted the axe for a retaliatory strike. Indeed, there were still hidden threats. As Chu Sheng found himself in peril, Jin Kang hastily threw a dagger, which accurately struck the clown's head, causing it to dissipate into a cloud of black mist. With the clown's demise, Chu Sheng regained his mobility. The entity responsible for his earlier immobility, the Binding Spirit, possessed little combat prowess but could incapacitate individuals, rendering them unable to move. Such foreign ghostly tricks were not characteristic of spirits born naturally. Observing the elusive Binding Spirit, Jin Kang silently intoned, "Heaven and earth boundless, the principle of yin and yang." Just as he was about to pierce his finger to let blood fall to the ground, the previously dormant one-eyed ghost charged forward, interrupting his incantation. Chu Sheng, seizing the opportunity, bit his finger, smeared the blood on his dagger, and charged at the ghost, bellowing, "Exorcism slash." He then struck down the one-eyed specter. What he had presumed to be a formidable final adversary turned out to be a mere facade, after allowing his blood to drip to the ground. The binding spirit was effortlessly subdued as well. Meanwhile, the female specter, still engaged in combat with Wang Changyang and Lu Tao, realized she was now alone and, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of dark energy to drive them back. Attempting to flee, however, they would not permit her an easy escape. Lu Tao and Wang Changyang simultaneously chanted, "By the decree of the Heavenly Master, exorcise and subdue the spirits," hastily as the law commands. They bit their fingers, smeared blood upon their weapons, and hurled them towards the fleeing specter. The blood-imbued weapon struck the back of her head, resulting in a piercing scream before she dissolved into black mist. After dispatching these minor foes, Jin Kong and his companions did not linger. Hastening upstairs, upon searching the second floor, they discovered a hidden compartment and rescued the barely conscious Tong Junjie and his friends. Consequently, Wang Changyang remained behind to tend to the 4 children, while Jin Kong, Chu Shang, and Lu Tao ascended further, determined to confront the main antagonist. As they climbed, the oppressive aura thickened. Soon, they reached the 6th floor, where they rushed into a large room, only to be met with a grotesque sight: a table strewn with dismembered human limbs, assorted chunks of flesh scattered across the floor, and blood congealed in pools. Accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread, before Jin Kong and his companions could act, a deep, ominous roar echoed through the room: "You dare attempt to steal my delicacies?" As they turned to look, standing before them was a gluttonous demon, towering at nearly 2 meters in height, with a massive physique and a terrifyingly grotesque visage. The 3 were taken aback. The sheer size of this creature was truly formidable. The gluttonous demon's growth rate was alarmingly rapid. Merely feasting on human flesh could significantly enhance its power. Given its current development, vanquishing it would prove exceedingly challenging. Lu Tao sensed impending doom. This is bad. The presence of T-Country's sinister art of nurturing demons indicates that, aside from those few demons, there are humans involved, at least one person from T-Country or someone knowledgeable about this dark sorcery. I have no idea where this individual might be hiding. I can only hope that Wang Changyang remains unharmed downstairs. Chu Shang also sensed the gravity of the situation. There was little they could do now. All they could offer was a prayer for Wang Changyang, for they were trained to confront demons, but humans posed a far greater dilemma, one they could not simply eliminate. Jin Kong, filled with righteous fury, addressed the gluttonous demon. "You shall pay for your deeds." The demon responded with a chilling laugh: "You are merely a group of hedonists, lost in your desires, consuming the flesh of your own kind. Your greed is no different from mine." Unsurprisingly, all the meat served to the patrons in the restaurant was, in fact, human flesh. Upon hearing the gluttonous demon's words, Jin Kong and the others felt their anger intensify. They ceased their banter and armed themselves, charging at the demon. The gluttonous demon scoffed: "You think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts?" With that, it raised its fists and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the very floor to tremble as if the earth itself were quaking, sending the 3 of them staggering back several meters. "Such power!" Lu Tao exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Meanwhile, downstairs, Wang Changyang was nearly thrown off balance by the sudden tremor. Just as he intended to check on Tong Junjie and the others, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find a chef brandishing a cleaver, lunging at him. In a split second, Wang Changyang lifted his right leg and executed a side kick to the chef's hand, dislodging the knife, followed by a swift high kick to the chef's chin, knocking him unconscious. Before Wang Changyang could fully comprehend the situation, the door was abruptly locked by Amada and the butler, who were hiding outside. "Open the door, open the door!" Wang Changyang pounded on the door, calling out. Chapter 36, The Sacrifice of Lu Tao. Upstairs, Chu Shang fought while intoning, "Heavenly Master of the Tao, dispel demons and subdue spirits, hasten as the law commands." He smeared his blood on the dagger and shouted, "Demon exorcism!" as he struck at the gluttonous demon. At that moment, Jin Kong and Lu Tao joined the assault. The gluttonous demon raised its arm to block their strikes. Although it sustained a wound, it appeared to have little effect, merely opening a gaping gash that emitted noxious black smoke. With a furious roar, the gluttonous demon unleashed its stench, forcing Jin Kong and the others to stagger back, before countering with relentless ferocity, catching them off guard. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Jin Kong had no choice but to invoke the realm of illusions once more. He hastily recited the incantation, "Endless heavens and earth, yin and yang, borrow the law, 5 elements array, retreat into the illusion." The trapped gluttonous demon became increasingly enraged, striking violently at the barrier of the illusory realm. At this moment, Jin Kong's complexion turned pale. The spirit exorcist, who had never known fear, began to feel trepidation. "This is disastrous. He is about to break the barrier." No sooner had he spoken than, with a resounding bang, the gluttonous demon indeed shattered the barrier of the illusory realm, effectively breaking free from its constraints. In a swift leap, it lunged towards Jin Kong, its corpulent form causing the ground to tremble, making Chu Shang and Lu Tao stagger in their stance. Good heavens, this creature has managed to breach the illusory realm. It is not merely superior to century-old ghost warriors but exists on an entirely different plane of power. Jin Kong uttered this incredulous remark before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing weakly to the ground after a dizzying whirl, he slumped onto the floor, unconscious. Indeed, the illusory realm had drawn upon all the inner strength of the spirit exorcist. Once breached, it inflicted a grave blow to the body. While not fatal, it rendered one as incapacitated as if their tendons had been severed, necessitating at least a year and a half for recovery. Jin Kong, Chu Shang, and Lu Tao practically shouted in unison, their eyes bloodshot with alarm. Meanwhile, the gluttonous demon began to unleash the dark energy within its body, and under the influence of this malevolence, it entered a frenzied state, hurtling towards the unconscious Jin Kong like a heavy artillery shell poised to obliterate him. In a bid to protect Jin Kong, Lu Tao threw himself forward, colliding with the gluttonous demon. The outcome of which was painfully evident. Lu Tao was sent spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground after a full rotation. Old Lu. Chu Shang expressed his concern. Lu Tao, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to prop himself up, blood staining his mouth as he offered a faint smile to Chu Shang, as if he had made a resolute decision. We must take Jin Kong away. We have involved him in this, and it cannot cost him his life. Chu Shang's eyes widened in shock, his gaze misting with unshed tears as he comprehended Lu Tao's intentions. No, you cannot do this. Perhaps there is still a way. Chu Shang implored. It is futile, this creature has no weaknesses left, a dagger cannot harm it, we must resort to negotiation, Lu Tao replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head reluctantly. A fortune teller once predicted that I would not live past 25, it seems that prophecy rings true. Please apologize to Wang Changyang and Hao Chang for me, and ask them to forgive me for departing first. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Chu Shang's face, each droplet a testament to his despair. No, you cannot. Lu Tao rebuked Chu Shang, enough with the pleasantries, buy me a few more seconds, then take Jin Kong and flee. Ah! Chu Shang let out a desperate and helpless roar, his eyes brimming with tears as he brandished a straight-edged waist knife, engaging the gluttonous demon in a fierce struggle to buy Lu Tao that precious last moment. Meanwhile, Lu Tao sat cross-legged, reciting, the earth spirit heeds the heavens, I beseech the gods of the underworld, this evening, let our fates intertwine, aid me in guiding the living, first take my spirit, second receive my soul. Third seal my 7 orifices, that I may no longer exist in the realms of yin and yang. Upon finishing his incantation, Lu Tao drew deep cuts across his facial features and temples with the dagger, allowing blood to stain his entire visage. With his eyes sealed, suddenly a thick veil of white mist enveloped Lu Tao, which swiftly transformed into a dark fog. Then a chilling voice echoed, I shall claim your life. And allow me to assist you. Upon closer inspection, a ghastly figure emerged, adorned with a sinister green visage, sharp fangs, a black hat perched upon its head, and clad in dark attire, exuding a malevolent demeanor with a pallid complexion. This was none other than the 8th Lord of the Underworld, Haixing. Chu Shang, unable to bear the sight, focused all his thoughts on battling the gluttonous ghost, yet ultimately he was forcefully propelled away due to his inability to prevail. Just as the gluttonous ghost was about to strike down Chu Shang, its fist was unexpectedly frozen mid-air. It turned out that the ominous energy surrounding Lu Tao had ensnared the ghost's fist, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Lu Tao, whose features were already marred, coldly remarked, Humph, mere trifles, and yet you dare to flaunt your skills before me. The gluttonous ghost, sensing something amiss, inquired in a voice tinged with fear. You, who are you? What, you do not even recognize your 8th Lord, Haixing? Without waiting for the gluttonous ghost to utter another word, the entity possessing Lu Tao struck a powerful blow to the ghost's chest. The power of the underworld spirit proved formidable, sending the gluttonous ghost crashing backward. Haixing then produced a soul hook and spun the chains, hurling them towards the gluttonous ghost. Instantly, azure ghostly flames ignited along the chains, scorching the gluttonous ghost and causing it to emit plumes of black smoke. In excruciating pain, the gluttonous ghost let out a furious roar, forcibly breaking free from the chains, ascending to a heightened state of fury. Haixing scoffed disdainfully, a futile struggle, and now frenzied, the gluttonous ghost unleashed its full spectral energy, charging at Haixing as if preparing for a final gamble. Meanwhile, Chu Shang, racked with despair, carried Jin Kong away without a second glance. Haixing once again swung the soul hook, blocking the gluttonous ghost's assault. Once ensnared, Haixing began to chant an incantation, and thus a colossal cage formed from the gathered dark energy trapped the gluttonous ghost within. Subsequently, Haixing released the soul hook, and within the cage, a gigantic iron whip materialized, suspended above. With relentless strikes from the whip, the gluttonous ghost succumbed to a chorus of anguished cries, its body swelling grotesquely, akin to a balloon being inflated with air, until it finally burst with a resounding explosion. The shockwave from the explosion obliterated the surrounding walls, flattening the entire 6th floor, and the gluttonous ghost was no more. In the courtyard, Chu Shang, who had brought Jin Kong outside, sat silently weeping by the fountain, aware that this night marked an eternal farewell between the Aoki Shrine and Lu Tao.as for Wang Changyang. Shortly after being confined to a room, he managed to break free using magic. Upon discovering the butler and Armada attempting to flee after their conspiracy was unveiled, he pursued them from the estate, finally managing to capture them after a prolonged chase. Stunned and motionless. At dawn, the police, led by Lian Yang, arrived and, after rescuing dozens of survivors including Tong Junjie, ordered the demolition of the detrimental manor. From the original group of over 200 tourists, only a handful remained alive, compounded by the earlier losses of employees consumed by the gluttonous ghost, which explained the immense difficulty in dealing with this situation. At the police station, "Hello, Commander, I intend to file a complaint against that exorcist. He was excessively violent when he apprehended me in Amada, breaking my leg in the process." I in the police interrogation room. The butler rather shamelessly accused Wang Chengyang first. "Indeed, his leg is broken, and his face resembles that of a swollen pig due to Wang Chengyang's blows, yet this was all a consequence of his and Amada's desperate resistance. Wang Chengyang had no choice but to employ force." Lian Yang, gritting his teeth, pounded the table in righteous indignation, exclaiming, "Violence? At least the two of you weren't killed. Do you comprehend the lives you've extinguished? Over 200 souls, just like you. Damn it, I truly desire to make this public, to have the entire city rise against you too, turning you into a sieve, but alas, I cannot." At Aoki Shrine, with his shoulder still bandaged, Kiyoshi Hiroto stepped forward, reverently placing the memorial tablet of the fallen Lu Tao upon the altar. Burdened with profound sorrow, he, alongside Chu Sheng and Wang Chengyang, bowed 3 times in gratitude for Lu Tao's noble spirit. The Exorcist dagger, a crescent-bladed weapon wielded by Lu Tao in life, was also positioned before his memorial. During this solemn occasion, Jin Khan and Zhuang Xian were indeed present, but Jin Khan, utterly weakened and devoid of spiritual power, lacked even the strength to move his limbs, remaining seated in a wheelchair, gazing mournfully. His full recovery would require at least 6 months. As for Zhuang Xian, she was inconsolable, weeping uncontrollably over the table, only managing to bow in tribute once her tears had subsided. Explanation: exorcists and spirits are sworn adversaries, and the interference of the living in matters concerning the deceased constitutes a grievous transgression, resulting in a strained rapport between exorcists and the underworld. Should one seek the assistance of a yin chai, it necessitates a life in exchange, serving as a means to atone for the exorcist's transgressions against the spirits. Otherwise, the yin chai would not acquiesce upon agreeing to the exchange. The exorcists do not transform into spirits but rather are obliterated, for the underworld harbors no place for them, as was the fate of Lu Tao, an enduring remembrance. Chapter 37, The Deformed Man in Haixing. Just as everyone believed tranquility had returned, unbeknownst to them, peril still lurked within the manor's basement, prior to dispatching a construction crew to dismantle the estate. It was imperative for the police to conduct another search to ensure no other victims remained undiscovered. As a police officer named Xiao Lu was documenting the items being removed from the manor in the courtyard, a call from Lian Yang at the police station came through. Lian Yang's tone was charged with urgency, warning Xiao Lu to refrain from entering the basement, for during the interrogation of the butler and Amada, those two nefarious individuals had revealed the presence of a deformed man lurking in the basement, possessing formidable prowess, akin to that of a monster. However, the warning arrived too late. Xiao Lu informed Lian Yang that a colleague had just descended into the depths, igniting a swell of concern within Lian Yang. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the basement, the sounds echoing like frantic gunfire. "Xiao Lu, what is occurring on your end? I could have sworn I heard gunshots." Lian Yang inquired anxiously over the phone. In the courtyard, Xiao Lu remained oblivious to the situation within, his nerves taut as he stammered, I suppose it must be the deformed individual you mentioned. Should I go down and take a look?" Lian Yang commanded. "No, wait a moment," informed the other colleagues remaining outside to stay vigilant. "The circumstances are unclear, and indiscriminate support would only lead to further chaos." "Understood," came the reply, and a silence fell, as if everything had returned to tranquility. However, before long, something darted out from the entrance of the manor. It was the deformed figure. The creature moved with astonishing speed, and before Xiao Lu and the other officers could recover from their bewilderment, it leapt and bounded to the edge of the wall, then, with a grunt, glanced up at the height of the barrier, and propelled itself over in a manner akin to a frog's leap. Xiao Lu was left speechless with shock. "What happened? What on earth is going on?" Lian Yang inquired incessantly over the phone. At this point, the conjectures of Zhuang Xian regarding the monster had been validated, and Lian Yang no longer dismissed such occurrences as mere fantasy. Yet, to resign upon entering the Aoki Shrine would be deemed improper by any standard. To put it bluntly, it was akin to treating Chi Hao Chang like a mere plaything. As night fell, heavy rain began to pour down on the dirt road of the countryside. A girl, drenched to the skin, sat alone amidst the downpour. She had no rain gear, her hands were empty, her petite frame looked fragile, and her hair was in disarray. Barefoot, her feet were caked in mud, and the rain had rendered the path pockmarked and treacherous, each step a struggle through the muck. A stone jutted out, striking her foot, and in pain, she sought refuge under a tree. After wiping the mud from her feet, she discovered a toenail split open, the wound stinging fiercely under the relentless rain, blood emerging only to be swiftly washed away. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she curled up under the tree, her arms wrapped around her knees. With a clap of thunder, the light illuminated her pale, emaciated face, revealing a large swollen area on her right cheek. The girl was a pitiable soul, surnamed He, given the name Ming Qiu, nearly 16 years of age. Her father, He Daniel, was notorious in the village for his insatiable alcoholism, often resorting to violence against his wife when inebriated, a quintessential scoundrel. To make matters worse, just half a month prior, his wife had tragically succumbed to illness. And not only did He Daniel show no sorrow, he was even unwilling to contribute towards purchasing a coffin. Ultimately, it was the villagers who, unable to bear the sight, pooled their resources to provide a proper burial. In the ensuing weeks, He Daniel continued his daily drinking binges, each time descending into a state of utter drunkenness. This was why Haixing found herself alone outside in the pouring rain tonight. The swelling on her right cheek was the result of her father's blows. The rain poured relentlessly, and the howling wind whipped the branches into a frenzy. Under the pitch-black tree, Haixing sat, her damp clothing chilling her to the bone. At that moment, a hunched figure approached slowly from the distance. Haixing saw him, yet she did not flee, for she recognized that this silhouette was not He Daniel. In the mind of Haixing, who possessed a limited intellect, nothing instilled fear save for the beatings inflicted by He Daniel. Even the arrival of a monster would seem safer than her own father. Indeed, the hunchbacked figure approaching was nothing less than a grotesque creature, one that had leapt over the wall of the estate in the presence of the police. This deformed individual had fled for an entire day, traversing from dawn to dusk, covering nearly 50 kilometers from the suburbs to the countryside, a seemingly exaggerated distance, yet trivial for one such as this. Logically, the deformed man had no need to run incessantly. After all, the suburbs lacked the multitude of surveillance cameras found in the city, and once out of the estate, the police would find it challenging to track him down. However, one must remember that on the very day of Zhuang Xian's dismissal, she had met with Zhang Pan and Chang Bao, who had mentioned seeing a tall, slender man grappling with the deformed individual. This indicated that the creature was indeed fleeing from that very man, who had appeared shortly after the deformed man escaped the estate. To clarify, that man was none other than Lu Nanjing. Lu Nanjing had ventured to the estate in search of the deformed individual, and his subsequent departure was prompted by the discovery of the estate's dark secret, the presence of a terrifying glutton. Thus, in an effort to avoid drawing danger upon himself, he wisely chose to leave and await. At the end of a dirt road lies a modest hill, beneath which rests an antiquated village known as Xinghua Village. At the far end of the village stands a solitary red brick house, the residence of Haixing. Xinghua Village is neither particularly large nor small, housing approximately 100 families. Aside from a number of able-bodied men who have ventured out for work, those remaining are predominantly the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled. However, exceptions do exist, such as He Daniel. He Daniel was a robust middle-aged man, and although he could choose to seek employment elsewhere, he, as a native farmer, shows little inclination even toward agricultural labor. His wife once tended to their home, but since her passing, he is left with only the intellectually challenged Haixing. It is likely that before long, the few acres of land owned by the He family will become overgrown with weeds, falling into complete neglect. Indeed, it has been merely half a month since his wife's demise, and already the kitchen utensils have accumulated a layer of dust. He Daniel, disinclined to cook, relies on Haixing, who lacks culinary skills, to sustain themselves by purchasing provisions from the village's small shop. He Daniel manages with his penchant for alcohol, often subsisting on peanuts and a drink, but curiously enough, in recent days, food has mysteriously begun to appear in the kitchen, both meat and vegetables, accompanied by fruits such as apples and bananas. This peculiar occurrence transpires only once each morning, providing sustenance for the entire day. Although odd, He Daniel has not harbored significant doubts, speculating that perhaps a kind villager is stealthily delivering these provisions at night to ensure Haixing's well-being. Consequently, Haixing has been fortunate enough to enjoy a full meal at each sitting. In the bedroom, He Daniel jolted awake, glancing at the clock on the table. It was still not yet midnight, and outside, the rain poured down more heavily than before. The reason for his awakening was a cracked tile on the roof directly above his bed, through which the rain seeped, landing squarely on his face and rousing him from slumber. Otherwise, he would have slept until dawn without a doubt. Such is the nature of humanity, no matter how weary one may be. External stimuli can make it exceedingly difficult to return to sleep, and He Daniel was no exception. Sitting on the edge of the bed, unable to doze off, he suddenly craved alcohol once more. Thus, he bellowed for Haixing. Although Haixing's mental capacity is akin to that of a 5-year-old, she is still capable of venturing out to procure liquor, having been tasked with such errands before. Yet He Daniel seemed to have forgotten that Haixing had been chased away long before he fell asleep and was not present in the house. After calling out several times to no response, the realization struck him, but rather than seeking Haixing, he cursed and scrounged for money to buy the liquor himself, displaying a complete lack of the concern one would expect from a father. "What a foolish girl, how did I end up with such a child?" he muttered as he made his way to purchase alcohol. On his way, He Daniel continued to grumble. The effects of the earlier drinking lingered, leaving him in a daze, stumbling as he walked. He had brought an umbrella but, in his foggy state, forgot to open it for protection against the rain, dragging it along the ground instead. Upon arriving at the small shop, He found the owner had closed for the night. It is to be expected. In the countryside, there are no entertainment venues at night, so people generally retire early even if they cannot sleep. They tend to stay at home watching television. Particularly on rainy days. Hidenio, a man who revels in alcohol, was unwilling to accept this situation. Clenching his fists, he pounded on the iron door of the small shop, attempting to coerce the owner into opening it. However, after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no response. The small shop, akin to a home, had the owner residing within. Logically, with such a cacophony, one would expect him to have emerged by now. Damn you. Urguzi, here I am seeking to purchase liquor, and you refuse to conduct business, you coward. I shall see just how deeply you sleep. Hidenio cursed the owner vehemently, then staggered around to the back of the shop, where he could glimpse the owner's bedroom through the window. He was astonished to discover that the owner was engaged in intimate relations with his wife, both of them illuminated by light and utterly unclothed, without even a blanket to shield their modesty, openly indulging in their passionate encounter. Well, this is quite the spectacle. Hidenio stared intently at the performance on the bed, his gaze lecherous, and feeling a stirring below. During their passionate exchange, the owner's wife asked, "Isn't someone knocking? Aren't you going to answer?" The owner, focused intently, replied, "In the dead of night, it can only be that wretched drunkard Hidenio. If we ignore him, he will leave, and see now there is no sound." Indeed, it was true. "My little darling, come, do not disrupt the atmosphere." As he spoke, the owner inadvertently glanced out the window, only to be startled by the sight of Hidenio, who was peering in with an utterly fixated expression, causing the owner to nearly lose his composure. The couple hastily dug beneath the covers, and the owner, filled with rage, pointed an accusatory finger, exclaiming, "Hidenio, you filthy scoundrel, I swear I shall end your life." "Hey, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? I didn't mean to," Hidenio responded, unashamedly grinning. This infuriated the owner further, who quickly donned his trousers and prepared to confront him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hidenio abandoned any thoughts of purchasing liquor and stumbled away towards his home, all the while brazenly shouting, "Urguzi and his wife were caught in the act by me. Quite clearly, what luck this fellow has." At his outburst, several villagers emerged to witness the commotion. The owner, upon seeing the gathering crowd, felt a wave of shame wash over him and halted in his tracks, angrily threatening the fleeing Hidenio, "You beast, if I do not end your life, I shall not be considered a man." Hidenio, convinced he had merely imagined the scene, dismissed the thought and turned to threaten Haixing. "You little wretch, if I catch you running again, I shall break your legs." He raised his hand in a mock gesture of violence. Terrified, Haixing retreated a couple of steps, lowering her head and stifling her sobs. "Go to your room and sleep," Hidenio bellowed once more before taking a seat on a stool, still displeased at not having procured any alcohol. This was the most primal of human instincts, which suddenly ignited a desire within Hidenio. He longed to engage in intimate activities, yet with his wife deceased, he found himself unable to release this pent-up energy. "What are you still standing there for? I truly wish to put an end to you." Haixing had reached the age of 16, with her feminine features having developed into maturity, coupled with the rain that had drenched her completely. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, naturally accentuating her alluring curves. Upon closer inspection, there was something undeniably enticing about her appearance. Oh my, the thoughts of a father towards his daughter, how grotesque it must be. Hidenio suddenly realized his mind had wandered astray and vigorously tapped his head in an attempt to regain clarity. At that moment, Haixing was also making her way towards the bedroom, and just before she closed the door, Hidenio couldn't help but steal a glance. Chapter 39. What rest? In this unfortunate incident, the only silver lining was that no officers had lost their lives. The individual who suffered the most severe injury merely had a small gash on his arm. Lian Yang swiftly arrived at the hospital to visit his subordinates. When inquiring about the details of the attack, the involved officers still felt a wave of trepidation. Their descriptions of the grotesque assailant were largely consistent: ugly, agile, and possessing a terrifying lethality reminiscent of a mutated creature from a science fiction film. When that monster appeared, we were indeed frightened. However, at the time, we all believed it to be a survivor, so we merely drew our weapons in caution and refrained from firing. It wasn't until the creature lunged at us with astonishing agility that we realized the imminent danger. It clawed and roared in a hideous manner, and in its frenzy, it injured the nearest officer, Xiao Zhang. Consequently, we had no choice but to open fire, yet the creature's speed was simply too swift for us to hit it. It dashed among us, knocking us down one by one, yet it seemed to harbor no intent to kill. Rather, it appeared to be engaging in a form of provocation before ultimately fleeing the basement. I couldn't help but ponder, if this creature was the same as the one that had killed 3 people on the mountain road, why did it spare the officers? Did it selectively choose its targets, only preying upon the wicked while leaving the virtuous unharmed? At that moment Zhuang Xian from the Aoki shrine called, "Hello, Chief Lian. I was preoccupied and didn't have my phone with me. Did you call me?" Zhuang Xian, still unaware of the situation, inquired curiously. "Yes, I indeed have something to discuss with you." Lian Yang proceeded to inform Zhuang Xian of the events that transpired in the basement. After sharing the details, He sighed and expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, when you first suspected the existence of a monster, I didn't trust you. Now, sigh, Chief, your sudden apology feels unwarranted. It's unnecessary." Zhuang Xian replied awkwardly, scratching her head before adding earnestly, "Now that the existence of the monster has been confirmed, I believe it's time for a change in the case's management." "Why?" Lian Yang asked, perplexed. Zhuang Xian kindly explained, and Lian Yang, understanding her implication, helplessly shrugged. "So the case will be handed over to you at the Aoki Shrine?" "Exactly," Zhuang Xian reassured him over the phone. "Although this is not a supernatural case, it is certainly not something that ordinary individuals can resolve, so it would be better entrusted to us." Lian Yang's face bore an expression of guilt as he spoke. "It is not that I am unwilling to transfer the case to you, rather, it is that your association has just lost a spirit medium, and I truly do not wish to burden you further. I merely intended to offer a suggestion." Lian Yang's words rendered Zhuang Xian silent. Indeed, Lu Tao's demise had caused Haixing, Chu Shang, and Wang Chengyang to lose a dear brother, and the three grown men had even broken into tears. With Zhuang Xian herself feeling her eyes swell from sorrow, then there was Jin Kong, who, although not a member of the Aoki Shrine, had fought alongside Haixing and the others, and everyone in the association had long accepted him as one of their own. Yet now not only had he lost his spiritual abilities, but he also required a wheelchair for mobility. Although Jin Kong's hands and legs would heal in 2 or 3 days, the restoration of his spiritual prowess would take a full 6 months, during which he would be unable to handle any supernatural incidents. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Xian hesitated and murmured softly, "Perhaps the Aoki Shrine should indeed take a temporary respite." At that moment, a stern voice interrupted. "Rest? What do you mean by rest? As long as there are still souls in the Aoki Shrine, we shall never cease. It is our duty." Zhuang Xian, lost in thought, was startled by this proclamation and quickly turned to see Haixing standing behind her. Having appeared silently, with a stoic expression, Haixing took Zhuang Xian's phone, pressed it to his ear, and resolutely informed Lian Yang on the other end, "Hello, Officer Lian, we at the Aoki Shrine are officially taking over the monster case. So there is no need for your police force to exert themselves further. Of course, we will continue to collaborate." After speaking, Haixing returned the phone to Zhuang Xian and turned to stride into the backyard. Observing the seemingly transformed president, Zhuang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. She stood there in a daze, contemplating whether she had inadvertently offended Haixing in some manner. How could a man who was usually so amiable be so cold today? Chapter 40, Jingyi. At the entrance of the Aoki Shrine, Jin Kong languidly sat in his wheelchair, smoking a cigarette. He now resembled an ordinary person, and remaining at the Aoki Shrine in this manner was not sustainable. After all, everyone in the association was quite busy, and he felt it best not to linger and complicate matters, even though no one had expressed any disdain for his presence. We all know that Zhuang Xian could be considered half a disciple of Jin Kong. Yet few are aware that Jin Kong actually has a true disciple, albeit a rather special one who requires extensive time for instruction and thus cannot yet handle supernatural events independently. This disciple is named Jing Yi. To clarify, by special, I do not imply that Jing Yi is lacking in intelligence. Rather, he is simply exceedingly ordinary. Among all the spirit mediums currently, without exception, they possess the innate gift of dual yin-yang eyes. Fundamentally establishing a solid foundation for catching ghosts necessitates the ability to see them. Jingyi is nearly 3 years younger than Jin Kong, and their relationship is one of both mentor and friend. When they meet, Jingyi affectionately calls Jin Kong Kong Ge. By chance, Jingyi encountered Jin Kong while he was addressing a case in a certain location, and being inherently fascinated by supernatural events, he had naturally heard of Jin Kong's name. Contemplating the fleeting opportunity before him, Jingyi knelt before Jin Kong, beseeching him to accept him as a disciple. However, Jin Kong was not inclined to take on apprentices, particularly since Jingyi lacked the coveted yin-yang vision, making the teaching process laborious and troublesome. Thus, he politely declined. Yet, Jingyi remained undeterred, stubbornly following Jin Kong with unwavering resolve to become a spirit exorcist and participate in ghost hunting. Demonstrating an unyielding determination to achieve his goal. In an effort to dissuade Jingyi from his persistent pursuit, Jin Kong imparted to him some fundamental knowledge for self-defense and ghost hunting. Explaining what spirits feared. However, aside from the self-protection techniques, the information regarding ghost hunting was utterly useless to Jingyi, as only those with yin-yang vision could perceive spirits, visible only when they wished to be seen. Recognizing the necessity of acquiring yin-yang vision, Jingyi continued to cling to Jin Kong, intent on mastering this crucial skill. Ultimately, Jin Kong, unable to withstand Jingyi's relentless entreaties, reluctantly made an exception and accepted him as a disciple. Nevertheless, the process for an ordinary person to awaken their yin-yang vision was arduous and prolonged, requiring the memorization of Taoist scriptures, abstaining from desires, avoiding killing, and eschewing meat, alongside guidance on how to open the solar plexus. All essential to cultivating this ability. In contrast, those naturally endowed with yin-yang vision faced far fewer restrictions, needing only to open their solar plexus. Of course, there existed quicker and simpler methods to see spirits. such as using cow tears and willow leaves. Cow tears were the least convenient, with the drawback of a brief duration. Once the tears dried, the ability vanished, meaning one might not even glimpse a spirit before the effect wore off. As for willow leaves, they required soaking in realgar water before being applied to the eyes, with strict regulations regarding the quantity of water and realgar used, the soaking time, and the duration of application. In addition to the necessity of applying either rooster blood or black dog blood to the center of the forehead for efficacy, yet, even with such complexities, the effect lasted but an hour. In the pursuit of ghost hunting, did one truly have the time for such preparations? Even if accomplished before the hunt, could one ensure finding and capturing a spirit within that limited time frame? Thus, the two became acquainted. Jingyi indeed possessed remarkable perseverance, diligently reciting Taoist scriptures at home while adhering to the prescribed abstentions. Upon approaching Jin Kong, he handed over his phone, exclaiming, "Why bother repairing this old clunker? If it's broken, just replace it, it's already discontinued." Jin Kong took the phone, expressing his gratitude to Wang Changyang with a sigh. "It has sentimental value, I don't wish to part with it. Besides, today's smartphones are far too complicated, I cannot fathom them." It turned out that during the investigation of a case involving a gluttonous spirit, Jin Kong's phone had fallen and broken, and it had only just been repaired at the shop. Wang Changyang furrowed his brow and placed a hand on Jin Kang's shoulder, inquiring, "What are your plans in this state? Why not simply join us?" Wang Changyang was well aware that this statement effectively amounted to a rejection, so he refrained from further questioning. After requesting a cigarette from Jin Kong, he settled on the steps at the entrance to smoke. As Jin Kong activated his phone, he was met with the disconcerting sight of multiple missed calls on the screen, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. It was known that few possessed Jin Kang's number. Aside from the exorcists from the 5 major factions, only a handful of local police officers and one disciple had access to it, thus, it could be said that he rarely received calls. And any call received indicated that a case had arisen. Upon opening the call log, Jin Kong discovered that all the missed calls originated from a single number, that of none other than his disciple Jingyi. The last time Jingyi had called was in the early hours of yesterday, a time when most would be sound asleep. It seemed in the hospital. Jingyi awoke in a hospital bed, with his weary parents and a boy of the same age named Zheng Tang slumbering beside him. Although Jingyi's injuries were caused by Zheng Tang, he had the option to refrain from participating or to withdraw midway. Thus, the current predicament could not solely be attributed to Zheng Tang. Moreover, it was Zheng Tang who had risked his life to save Jingyi. As for his injuries, half of Jingyi's face had been severely burned, wrapped in thick bandages, and his hair had been shaved to a bald state due to the scorching flames. Even his eyebrows had been completely removed. Fortunately, his clothing had provided a first layer of protection, and thanks to Zheng Tang's timely rescue, the damage was not too grave. Only extensive areas of his skin were reddened from the burns, which would gradually heal over time. As the ringtone of the phone on the table sounded, Jin Kang's call came through, stirring Jingyi's parents and Zheng Tang from their slumber. Gazing at Jingyi's disfigured visage, the trio was filled with sorrow. To spare his parents further anguish, Jingyi forced himself to endure the pain, teasing in a weak and hoarse voice, "Oh, I never would have guessed. When one encounters an individual with shared interests, it is inevitable that both parties will appreciate each other's talents." In the days that followed, Zheng Tang frequently sought out Jingyi to discuss supernatural tales, incessantly imploring Jingyi to introduce Jin Kong to his master, which eventually caused Jingyi to feel a flicker of annoyance towards Zheng Tang. This time, as Zheng Tang approached, Jingyi could easily surmise that he was once again prepared to regale him with a series of nonsensical stories. Reluctantly, Jingyi rose from his slumber to open the door, only to be greeted by Zheng Tang's grinning visage, who exclaimed, "Jingyi, I've encountered another supernatural event. Shall we go investigate?" Again, Jingyi replied, exasperated, "My dear fellow, every time you tell me about these supernatural occurrences, how often do they prove to be authentic? You take every rumor at face value, while I have no time to waste on your wild escapades." Although Jingyi harbored a desire to encounter a genuine supernatural event, yearning to apply his acquired skills to perhaps resolve it, he found that the tales Zheng Tang presented were consistently devoid of any real paranormal essence, leading to nothing but fleeting excitement. "Rest assured, Jingyi, this time it is absolutely genuine." Zheng Tang appeared to be brimming with confidence, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor. "Absolutely? Is that so certain?" Jingyi retorted, harboring no expectations. Zheng Tang's tone softened as he realized it might be prudent to temper his assertions, allowing himself an escape route. "At the very least, the probability is greater than before. It is quite likely to be a supernatural event." "Very well, I shall entertain this notion." Thus Zheng Tang recounted the details he had gathered, revealing that in his grandfather's village, there existed a renowned carpenter whose carving skills were exceptionally refined, earning him a distinguished reputation throughout the city. The wooden creations he produced were not only exquisite in craftsmanship but also remarkably affordable, a fact Jingyi was already aware of. Alas, as time wore on, the venerable carpenter could not withstand the ravages of age and departed from this world 5 years prior. Throughout his life, The old carpenter had been honest and upright. No matter how exceptional his work, he never charged exorbitant prices, earning modest sums without deceit, ensuring a comfortable existence. However, the old carpenter had an unambitious son. Infamously named Ergo, this individual was notorious for his laziness. He had whimsically dropped out of school in his teenage years and, even in his 30s, refused to engage in any form of labor. Spending his days either lounging at home or cavorting with unsavory companions, with no intention of seeking employment, the old carpenter wished for Ergo to learn his carving craft, envisioning it as a means of sustenance. But Ergo stubbornly declined to learn, showing no interest even in observing the craft. Frustrated by his son's lack of ambition, the old carpenter lamented Ergo's idleness, noting that at over 30 years of age, he remained unproductive, with potential suitors disinterested in marrying him due to his lack of prospects, leaving him perpetually single, with no alternative. As the family's only son, Ergo had been indulged in his youth, and changing his ways proved to be a formidable challenge. A few years later, the old carpenter passed away, which meant the family had lost its sole pillar of support, resulting in a complete loss of their economic foundation. To compound matters, Ergo's mother soon fell gravely ill, and the family's modest savings quickly dwindled due to exorbitant medical expenses. On one side was the indolent Ergo, and on the other, his gravely ill mother. Within a mere 2 or 3 years, they squandered their resources, eventually reaching a state where they relied on the villagers to bring them food to stave off hunger. Despite this dire situation, Ergo never sought employment. Tragically, one day his mother passed away, leaving him alone in what was once a thriving household. Yet, even in this profound loss, the lethargic Ergo showed no inclination to change his ways. Fortunately, the late carpenter had been a man of good character and maintained cordial relations with the villagers, allowing Ergo to beg for sustenance from house to house. Initially, the villagers tolerated his presence. But over time, their patience wore thin and gradually they began to avoid him, their glances filled with disdain, and even relatives kept their distance, unable to comprehend how someone could be so irredeemably lazy. Last winter, amidst biting winds and frigid temperatures, Ergo succumbed in his disheveled and squalid home, the cause of death unknown, whether from starvation or exposure, perhaps both. His lifeless body was discovered several days later when a concerned villager, noticing his prolonged absence, ventured to check on him, only to be met with a harrowing sight. Whom could one blame? The villagers? Perhaps not. They had shown more than enough compassion. Who could endure the daily disturbances caused by such an irredeemable individual? Had Ergo displayed even the slightest desire for change, the villagers would have surely offered their assistance. The tragic outcome lay squarely on Ergo himself. It was his own inner laziness that ultimately led to his demise. This incident even made headlines, as it is indeed a rare occurrence for someone to literally work themselves to death through sheer idleness. Not long after Ergo's passing, the once desolate house began to exhibit strange occurrences. Nearly all the villagers reported witnessing inexplicable phenomena. In the dead of night, lights flickered to life within the abandoned dwelling, and shadows resembling human figures wandered by the windows. Their movements were slow and mechanical, reminiscent of a robot. Why resembling human figures? Because the shadows were of human height and appeared to possess limbs, yet their heads were distinctly anomalous, irregularly rounded and seemingly adorned with horn-like protrusions. This bizarre gait made it evident that they were not human. Such occurrences frightened many villagers. Some daring souls ventured inside the house at night but returned the following day in a state of madness. From that point onward, no one dared to enter, and even during the day the villagers hurried past, never daring to glance back at the house. Thus rumors of hauntings began to circulate. Chapter 42. Entering the village. Is this really true? After listening to Zhang Tang's account, Jing Yi pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, I only learned of it today, which is why I sought you out, Zhang Tang replied, visibly excited. Jing Yi's curiosity was piqued, and he became intrigued. Alright, please share the details. The day was sweltering, yet Zhang Tang involuntarily shivered as he spoke. My grandfather is the village chief of that very village. He cautioned the villagers to keep this matter confidential, forbidding any public discussion. No one, under any circumstances, because if such things were disclosed, ordinary folk would never believe them, and our village would inevitably become a symbol of feudal superstition. After a brief pause, Zhang Tang continued, however, today he could no longer bear it and approached my father, revealing this matter in hopes that my father could assist him in finding a spirit exorcist to perform rituals at the haunted house and dispel the spirits. That is how I overheard it. Then why did you come to me? Jing Yi asked, utterly astonished. Exactly, you possess some knowledge in this area, Zhang Tang exclaimed with enthusiasm, regardless of the truth of the matter. As long as you go in the capacity of a spirit exorcist, whether you succeed or fail, there will be remuneration. If by chance you do manage to resolve this issue, the reward will be even greater. I've heard that each household in the village is contributing 1,000. Wow, there must be at least 100 households in that village. Jing Yi was taken aback, noticing that the prospect of money piqued Jing Yi's interest. Zhang Tang seized the opportunity to elaborate. Just think about it, this trip certainly won't be in vain. There will be some form of reimbursement, and it's possible that the commission could amount to tens of thousands. Even if we split it, each of us could walk away with 50 or 60,000. How splendid. Jing Yi was left speechless, finally grasping why Jin Kong always appeared to be financially secure. It dawned on him that receiving a commission for a case could yield such substantial fees, thus someone of Jin Kang's caliber must indeed be a considerable tycoon. In truth, Jing Yi's assumption was not far from reality. Being a spirit exorcist could indeed be a lucrative profession, however, one must be aware that it is a perilous endeavor, often risking one's life, with the less capable facing dire consequences. Most critically, the earnings of a spirit exorcist are not to be squandered on illicit pursuits. Almost all of Jin Kang's income was devoted to charity, ensuring health and well-being, thus, what appeared to be a high income was, in fact, quite ephemeral. From the moment one becomes a spirit exorcist, romantic entanglements become irrelevant. Indulgences in food and drink are permissible, but any dalliance with lust leads to the loss of one's abilities and a precipitous decline in lifespan. This is the very caution Jin Kong consistently impressed upon Jing Yi, to steer clear of desire. So, what do you think? Have you given it any thought? Zheng Tang prodded, noting Jing Yi's dazed expression. Jing Yi pondered. While I genuinely aspire to become a true spirit exorcist, my skills are still lacking. If this is genuine, both of us are utterly clueless, and we could find ourselves in grave danger. Fear not, I have nothing to lose, and you possess some abilities. What is there to fear? Just bring along the Taoist artifacts your master bestowed upon you, even if you can't vanquish the ghosts. At the very least, they should serve as protection. But look at you, when it seemed far-fetched, you complained. Now that we might actually have an opportunity, you faltered. Zhang Tong teased, observing Jing Yi's indecision. Fine, let us take the plunge. We must have our first try, Jing Yi resolved with a firm bite of his lip. Zhang Tong, filled with excitement, encouraged. Prepare yourself, maintain a calm mindset. We shall set out early tomorrow morning, first to survey the site. So we are ready to act by nightfall. Zhang Tang's flurry of arrangements suggested he had some experience. That night, Jing Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. As the reality of the situation loomed, his confidence wavered. Such uncertainty is but a natural human response. He made several attempts to contact Jin Kong to inform him of the matter, but ultimately set down his phone. Perhaps this was not truly a supernatural incident, and there was no need to disturb the busy Jin Kong. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow to ascertain the situation. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhang Tong called, instructing Jing Yi to meet him at the village entrance to commence their journey. Throughout the bus ride, Jing Yi remained pensive, gazing silently out of the window at the passing scenery. Only Zhang Tang spoke incessantly, his spirits high. Jing Yi finally broke his silence, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Had he faltered again? My heavens, if that master Jin Kong of yours had been my teacher, I would have surely emerged from the mountains by now. Why on earth did he choose you? Zhang Tang regarded Jing Yi's courage with a hint of disdain. Jing Yi angrily retorted, don't involve my brother Kong in this. What, am I mistaken? Zhang Tang shot back, are you truly prepared to become an exorcist? Is that not tantamount to courting death? He lowered his voice and scoffed, mindful of the other passengers. We are indeed inviting disaster upon ourselves. Jing Yi shouted back, I am but a novice, and you are utterly clueless. What else could this be but recklessness? I admit I wish to tackle genuine supernatural occurrences on my own, but I now realize my eagerness was misplaced. I am clearly unprepared. Zhang Tang sighed, shifting to a more comforting tone. Steady yourself. Did you not say that one must always have a first time? The opportunity is at hand, just ensure you have your talisman ready. If you cannot even protect yourself now, that would be quite excessive. Wouldn't he? Jing Yi, burdened with worry, closed his eyes, contemplating Zhang Tang's words. He had a point. If all else failed, they could always retreat and seek Jin Kang's assistance. At last, they arrived at their destination. A village even more remote than Jing Yi's own, surrounded by towering mountains. Strikingly, from a distance, this village appeared far more sinister. Upon entering, they discovered it to be desolate, seemingly devoid of inhabitants. Zhang Tang informed Jing Yi that following the reports of hauntings, the village's youth could not bear to remain and had left, leaving behind mostly the elderly and children. Only a fool would stay, Zhang Tang remarked. The two made their way to the village chief's home but were soon confronted by a group of middle schoolers who blocked their path, each wearing an air of bravado as they regarded the newcomers. What do you want? Step aside, Zhang Tang admonished. Do you dare to test me? A stout, dark-skinned boy stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, I won't let you pass. What are you going to do about it? The audacity of the child referring to himself in such a manner sent Zhang Tang into a fury. What the hell, at such a tender age? You presume to act like this? Have your parents taught you nothing? Enough, let us just go. Why argue with children? Jing Yi urged as he pulled Zhang Tang away. However, the group of children seemed intent on preventing their departure, posturing as if they were seasoned streetwise individuals. Just as Zhang Tang was about to teach one of them a lesson, the village chief arrived just in time. Under the chief's guidance, the two managed to safely extricate themselves from the encircling youths. The village chief invited the two individuals to take a seat inside the house for a moment of respite. However, Zhang Tang, unable to contain his eagerness, proposed that they first investigate the haunted house. Reluctantly the village chief acquiesced. As they made their way, the chief curiously inquired of Zhang Tenger, "Did you not mention bringing a Taoist priest along? Where is he?" The chief turned to glance at Jing Yi. His expression one of bewilderment. This young man bore no resemblance to a spirit exorcist whatsoever. His attire was entirely unbefitting, lacking any semblance of a practitioner of the mystical arts, yet the chief felt hesitant to press further, fearing that his inquiries might offend Jing Yi and thus provoke displeasure. Chapter 43. There is no escape under the guidance of the village chief. They soon arrived before the haunted house within the village. Other villagers had emerged from their homes to witness the two, hopeful that someone might resolve the unsettling matter. True to its reputation as the abode of an old carpenter, the house remained wooden and boasted 2 stories. Such architectural style, one would assert, belonged to antiquity. It was a rarity in contemporary times, clearly constructed by the skilled hands of the old carpenter himself. The entrance was overrun with verdant grass, some blades soaring higher than a person, while the thickets occasionally harbored leaping toads. Spider webs adorned the eaves and windows, suggesting that since the old carpenter's passing, no one had tended to the place, indeed, that ergo was truly indolent. Though lacking the eyes of a medium, Jing Yi sensed an unusual aura surrounding the house, as if it were shrouded in an ethereal darkness. Even in broad daylight, an unsettling chill permeated the air, causing goosebumps to prickle across his skin. It appeared that the hauntings were indeed inevitable. Zhang Teng beckoned Jing Yi to enter and explore further, but Jing Yi declined, asserting that he had gleaned enough information and that it would suffice to return at night. After all, the situation was glaringly apparent. The immediate priority was to contact Jin Kong and apprise him of the developments. Seeking his counsel, Zhang Teng then approached the village chief, assuring him earnestly, "Rest assured, grandfather, my brother possesses remarkable abilities, and this issue will surely be resolved." "That is reassuring," the chief replied, though his expression betrayed a lack of faith in Jing Yi's capabilities. Zhang Teng was merely boasting, failing to consider the consequences. At this moment, Jing Yi was not inclined to dwell on Zhang Teng's words. His mind was preoccupied with how to address the pressing matter at hand, yet sleep eluded Jing Yi. He hastily retrieved his phone to call Jin Kong, but after several attempts, he was met only with the disheartening sound of an unanswered call. "Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later." "So why blah blah blah?" In English, why was it turned off at such a critical time? "Kong Gu, please don't do this. I urgently seek your assistance," Jing Yi exclaimed, exasperatedly stamping his foot. Unfortunately, his hopes ultimately proved futile. Soon enough, the night arrived, a time that filled Jing Yi with trepidation. The village lay in eerie silence, devoid of even the sound of a barking dog. The moon was intermittently veiled by drifting clouds, casting an ominous pall over the entire village, as if it had been swallowed by darkness. An indescribable horror permeating the air. Under the faint illumination of the moonlight, the house loomed like a monstrous creature, its head emerging from the depths as it peered at them. The 2 windows resembled the malevolent eyes of this beast, while the ajar wooden door gaped like an abyssal maw, poised to devour them whole. The long wild grass outside seemed akin to the claws of death reaching out from the underworld, accompanied by the croaking of toads. Jing Yi felt that this place might indeed serve as his and Zhang Teng's grave. He dialed Jin Kong's number once more, only to be met with the persistent silence of a powered-off phone. However, the typically reckless Zhang Teng refrained from calling Jing Yi inside directly this time. Instead, he tugged him into a nearby thicket, cleverly stating, "To speak candidly, I actually do not believe this place is haunted, for ghosts are neither visible nor tangible, let alone capable of casting shadows. I suspect someone is merely playing tricks. Let us hide here and observe for a while. When the mischief maker appears, we can seize the opportunity to confront him and subsequently report to my grandfather that the matter is resolved, allowing us to leave with our reward." What a delightful prospect! Had this sentiment been expressed earlier, Jing Yi might have agreed. However, it was too late now, for the house before them undoubtedly harbored secrets. As for why ghosts might cast shadows, that remained a mystery for the time being. Hiding in the grass seemed prudent, affording them more time to ponder their next steps. "You cannot truly believe I brought you here to meet your demise, can you?" Zhang Teng quipped, chuckling at his own cleverness. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had struck midnight. Both boys, crouched in the grass, struggled against the heaviness of sleep, their bodies besieged by the incessant itching of mosquito bites. Yet the wooden house remained eerily silent. Neither the supposedly self-illuminating lights nor the shadows flitting by the windows made an appearance. "Alas, it seems the prankster is aware of our presence and has chosen not to play tonight." "Just wait a moment, you did not drag me out here for nothing. This house must be haunted," Jing Yi declared gravely. "Oh, come now, stop deceiving yourself. Let us depart." Oh my goodness, before Zhang Teng could finish his sentence, the lights within the house suddenly flickered to life, startling both boys into heightened alertness as they remained frozen in place, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Indeed, it was not long before a mechanical figure appeared by the window, its rigid form swaying about the room, its irregular head bobbing back and forth in a repetitive motion, seemingly intent on being seen. "Jing Yi, quickly, get up and seize this creature," Zhang Teng, still convinced of a prank, dashed toward the door before Jingy could intervene. Alas, the arrow had been loosed, and Jingy, recognizing the urgency, hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, the occupant of the house seemed to sense their approach, swiftly retreating from the window. Vanishing from sight. As Jingy and Zhang Tang ran, they could only hear the sound of hurried footsteps echoing around them, loud enough to suggest that the shadow had found a place to hide. What on earth is happening? The undeniable evidence left Jingy feeling despondent. Why do ghosts cast shadows? Why were there footsteps? Could it truly be the work of a person? Yet, that should not be the case. Jingy's mind raced with confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfolding mystery. In the midst of contemplation, he and Zhang Tang entered the room, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure ascending the staircase. Vanishing on the second floor, Zhang Tang, ever impulsive, paid no heed to caution and dashed up the stairs, determined to uncover the truth, although Jingy initially intended to remain rooted in place to untangle his own perplexities. He could not ignore Zhang Tang's reckless pursuit and thus followed him upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Jingy found that Zhang Tang had mysteriously disappeared. The walls were bare save for some dilapidated furniture, and the floor was strewn with debris. Cobwebs adorned the ceiling, while the aged windows rattled in the wind, offering no indication that anyone had ever resided there. This level contained only 2 rooms, and Zhang Tang was surely in one of them. Jingy cautiously approached the nearest room and, upon pushing the door ajar, was met with a horrifying visage that loomed before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized the face was crafted from wood. Caught off guard, Jingy stumbled back in fright, hastily grasping the gourd-shaped jade pendant that hung around his neck, preparing himself to confront this bizarre apparition. This pendant, a Taoist talisman bestowed upon him by Jin Kong, served the same protective purpose as the Bagua jade pendant worn by Jin Kong himself. Look at you, so frightened, you truly are a coward. The figure spoke, revealing itself to be none other than Zhang Tang, who had donned a wooden mask he had found to startle Jingy. Observing Jingy's panicked response, it was evident that he had succeeded in his prank. Fuming, Jingy whispered furiously at Zhang Tang, "What is the meaning of this? Are you jesting at a time like this? Have you forgotten why we came?" Zhang Tang, brimming with confidence, replied, "Do not fret, there's but 1 room left. The mischief maker must be hiding within, likely trembling in fear right now. Let us go in and capture him." Exercise caution. After exchanging a knowing glance, the 2 stealthily approached the only remaining room, standing before the door. Zhang Tang summoned his courage and kicked it open, yet, as they peered inside, they discovered that apart from a puppet leaning against the corner, there was no one else present. How strange, where could he have gone? Did he leap from the window? Zhang Tang scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Jingy seemed to grasp something, his focus entirely drawn to the life-sized puppet. Chapter 44. The burning of the puppet. The puppet's head was an irregular round shape, its features composed of triangular and elongated forms. A few wooden strips adorned its crown as makeshift hair, while its face bore unsettlingly fine red markings, and its mouth was fixed in a smile. Despite its wooden eyes, they possessed a piercing and chilling gaze. This figure exuded an inexplicable eeriness. Considering all these elements, Jingy deduced that the shadow by the window must have belonged to this puppet. Yet, at present, the puppet appeared unremarkable, its facial carvings merely unsettling, lacking any semblance of life. How, then, could it have moved? Zhang Tang also noted the resemblance between the shadow by the window and the puppet, though he too could not articulate the reasoning behind it. What a peculiar occurrence. Could someone be manipulating the puppet? Zhang Tang mused, stepping forward to lightly kick the puppet's face. It was precisely this seemingly casual remark that jolted Jingy into realization. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within him. Of course, its possession. Zhang Tang, unable to catch Jingy's words clearly, turned his head in confusion and queried, What did you say?" After speaking, he kicked the puppet once more. However, Jingy had no time for extensive explanations and quickly raised his voice to urge Zhang Tang, "Get away from that puppet, it is possessed by a spirit." "What, is that for real?" Zhang Tang, unable to comprehend, instinctively retreated to Jingy's side. As expected, once Jingy grasped the situation, the puppet deemed it unnecessary to continue feigning lifelessness and began to stir. It mechanically stood up, its eerie, artificial smile creeping closer step by step towards the 2. In that moment, Zhang Tang, who had been bold all day, now felt a twinge of fear. While Jingy maintained his composure, the puppet emitted a piercing, sinister laughter that sent chills down their spines, before extending its slender arm toward Jingy. Both Jingy and Zhang Tang stepped back in an attempt to evade it, but to their astonishment, the wooden arm elongated infinitely, leaving them unable to create any distance. Helplessly, Jingy found himself grasped by the puppet by his collar, lifted off the ground. At this juncture, the spirit within the puppet spoke, "You little brat, you choose to ignore the path to heaven and instead wander into hell. Prepare to meet the king of hell." It was unmistakably the voice of Ergo. Jin Kong had once told Jingy that there exists a phenomenon postmortem where a spirit is compelled to attach itself to other objects. A fate most feared by ghosts, particularly when it comes to the Bagua Buddhist statues, or other talismans that have been consecrated. Once ensnared, escape becomes impossible, and over time, the spirit merges with the puppet. "You possess a jade pendant. Don't you, why isn't it afraid? Zhang Tang anxiously inquired of Jingyi, who was suspended in midair by the puppet. Fool, it has fused with the puppet, what is impervious to Taoist talismans, and thus the spirit feels no fear. As Jingyi spoke, he delivered a kick to the puppet's body. Although the puppet was knocked to the ground, it did not release its grip on Jingyi's collar, holding on tenaciously, infuriated by the kick. It flung Jingyi away with such force that he crashed against the ceiling before plummeting heavily to the floor, nearly losing his breath in the process. The puppet rose again, its lifeless eyes fixating on Zhang Tang. And its arm stretched out like a spring once more. Fortunately, Jingyi, enduring the pain, managed to push the puppet aside, allowing Zhang Tang to narrowly escape disaster. Run, run, Jingyi shouted at Zhang Tang, despite his many flaws. Zhang Tang was certainly not the type to abandon a friend or act selfishly. Fleeing alone was out of the question. That he seized a wooden stick from the ground, gathering all his strength to strike the puppet's head fiercely. This blow sent the puppet's head flying from its body, rolling on the ground for a couple of turns. However, the situation would not end so easily. The dislodged head soared back and reattached itself to the body. Then spun around 180 degrees, letting out another shrill laugh before taking off and pursued once more. As Jingyi and Zhang Chang desperately fled along the road, they noticed distant flickers of flames, suggesting a fire had ignited. Upon approaching, they discovered that the stack of wheat straw belonging to the village chief had been set ablaze by a group of mischievous children. This troublesome group consisted of the middle school students who had blocked their path upon entering the village. The ringleader, upon spotting Jingyi and Zhang Chang, not only showed no remorse for their actions but audaciously declared, "Humph, who asked the village chief to meddle in our affairs? He deserves a lesson in his own shop." Enraged, Zhang Cheng shouted, "Damn it, you lot are bound to end up in jail sooner or later, a pack of little ruffians." Meanwhile, Jingyi, still recovering from his fall, painfully advised Zhang Chang, "We must warn the children to flee. Ergo won't be so easily thwarted and will soon chase after us. Flee, it might just be too late." Jingyi's words barely left his lips when the puppet had already caught up with them. It is important to note that this puppet was possessed by the ghost of Ergo, moving with surprising agility, its clumsiness merely an illusion crafted to frighten the villagers. In Ergo's perspective, instilling fear was far preferable to inflicting physical harm, for while the latter only causes temporary damage, the former inflicts lasting psychological trauma. After enduring such prolonged terror, the villagers were now haunted by shadows of fear, even suffering nightmares in their sleep. This was precisely the outcome Ergo sought. Due to the fire, many villagers were abruptly awakened from their slumber, rushing outside to assess the situation upon encountering a puppet capable of independent movement. They were left in shock, with the more timid among them fainting outright. The group of middle school students had already fled in a panic. Unable to escape, Jingyi mustered his strength to confront Ergo, demanding, "Why are you treating the villagers this way? They owe you nothing." To his surprise, Ergo, as shameless as in life, roared in response, "Why? Because they ignored me, allowing me to suffer and perish from cold and hunger. And you still dare to ask why?" Jingyi, with a bitter smile, retorted, "I never imagined that even as a ghost, you remain oblivious to your own faults. You brought this upon yourself. Look around you, who has not toiled for their rewards? You are lazy and stubborn, and now you dare to blame others for your misfortunes. Your current plight is entirely self-inflicted, and you deserve no sympathy. I do not require your lectures," Ergo snarled. "Since it has come to this, I shall show no mercy, and now both the villagers and you too shall perish. I hope you remember that this calamity was instigated by you." "Is that so? I fear you may find that difficult to accomplish," Jingyi replied ominously. With that, Jingyi gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and charged at Ergo. He then embraced the puppet's wooden form, gathering all his strength to sprint towards the burning stack of straw, ultimately plunging into the inferno, determined to perish together. Jingyi's intuition was correct. The amalgamation of Ergo and the puppet indeed rendered him impervious to Taoist talismans, but would by its very nature, is fearful of fire. With every advantage comes a disadvantage. Thus, should the puppet be consumed by flames, Ergo would vanish alongside it. The inferno blazed fiercely, the searing heat unbearable for Jingyi, and with his clothes beginning to ignite, he and a puppet struggled desperately amidst the flames. The villagers stood frozen in shock at the sight. However, Zhang Tang would not remain a mere spectator. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the raging fire, enduring the scorching heat on his face as he thrust his hand into the flames to drag Jingyi out. He then forcefully rolled Jingyi on the ground, slapping and hitting him while shouting and crying, employing every possible method to extinguish the flames clinging to Jingyi's body. Seeing little effect, Zhang Tang resorted to unfastening his trousers to relieve himself. Upon Jingyi. At that moment, he disregarded all propriety, realizing that this was the most effective course of action. Ultimately, the fire was extinguished. Though Jingyi sustained burns and lost consciousness, at least his life was spared. Chapter 45, The Arrogant Woman. 2 days later, Zhang Tang was at the hospital entrance, keeping company with Jingyi as they awaited Jin Kong. Observing Jingyi, who wore a cap, had no eyebrows, and whose face was half covered in bandages, Jin Kong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Konggu," Jingyi greeted with a slight wave of his hand. Jin Kong sighed deeply, offering a half-hearted smile as he patted Jingyi's shoulder, feeling a pang of discomfort within. After a brief silence, Jean Kong sensed the awkwardness of the atmosphere and inquired, "Are you alright?" "It's nothing, I don't need to stay in the hospital with my limbs intact," Jing Yi replied, his voice still hoarse, primarily due to the copious smoke that had invaded his throat. "That's good." Their exchange felt alien and awkward, as both harbored guilt towards one another. Likewise, Zheng Tang stood by, idolizing Jean Kong yet unable to muster a word, his head bowed in silence. After all, he was the instigator of this calamity. And should his idol form a negative first impression of him, his aspirations of learning from him would be dashed. "Why don't you introduce this friend of yours?" Jean Kong asked, gesturing towards Zheng Tang. Instead of blaming Zheng Tang, Jing Yi took on the role of an introducer, grinning as he said, "This is Zheng Tang, a good brother I've known since childhood, and he particularly admires you. If you don't mind, perhaps you could take him under your wing too." Touched by Jing Yi's support, Zheng Tang raised his head with hopeful anticipation, silently awaiting Jean Kang's response. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I haven't either. Let us go find a place to eat together." Jean Kong decisively changed the subject. To spare Zheng Tang any embarrassment, he added, "By the way, what do you feel like eating?" "Well, I've long heard of the luxurious delights of coffee and steak, but alas, coming from a poor family, I've never had the chance to try them. Perhaps you could take me to experience them?" Jean Kong laughed heartily, his mirth devoid of mockery, simply amused by Zheng Tang's humor. He continued, "Anything that is food is indeed high-end. Coffee and steak are merely pretentious fare for those who seek to impress. The same goes for tea tasting. If we're not thirsty, there is no need to drink. When thirsty, anything can be gulped down. What's the essence of tasting? Are we thirsty or not?" "Exactly, that makes perfect sense." Jing Yi sincerely admires Jean Kong's candid nature, always speaking his mind, and he readily agrees. In the end, Jean Kong made a decision. "Alright, let us heed Zheng Tang's suggestion and find a Western restaurant for a meal." "Sounds good." Thus, the three of them set off, chatting and laughing all the while. As for whether Zheng Tang would become Jean Kong's second apprentice, at this point, no one could say for certain. At the Western restaurant, Jing Yi perused the menu for quite some time, yet he remained undecided about what to order. "Brother, are you going to order or not?" Zheng Tang asked, looking perplexed at Jing Yi. "I wish I could. The problem is, this menu is mostly meat dishes, which I cannot eat, and the vegetarian options are all salads, which I am not accustomed to." "Ah, I see, I forgot you were vegetarian," Zheng Tang realized. Meanwhile, Jean Kong, sitting across from them, was struggling to suppress his laughter. He then pointed at Jing Yi and told the nearby waiter, "Bring them both a steak." "I'll pass. I'm not hungry." In truth, Jean Kong felt a bit hungry after a night on the road. But he wasn't fond of Western cuisine, and he had only come along for Zheng Tang's sake. Brother K, you forgot I can't eat meat, right? You were the one who cautioned me about it." Jing Yi whispered, leaning closer to Jean Kong. At this moment, Jean Kong could no longer hold back his laughter, leaving both Jing Yi and Zheng Tang bewildered. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and tell the waiter to change my steak," Jing Yi exclaimed, confused. "Good heavens, why are you so honest? I told you that those who cultivate yin-yang vision cannot eat meat, and you actually believed me. What do you mean?" Jing Yi was utterly baffled. "I was just joking." Jean Kong explained, "If I, as a Taoist, can eat meat, why can't you? I merely said that offhand and didn't expect you to take it seriously and persist for so long." Jing Yi was speechless. It turned out that for all this time, he had adhered to an unnecessary rule, depriving himself of the meat he craved. Jing Yi then inquired, "What about beef and dog meat? Are those permissible?" "Indeed, I cannot consume the meat of those two animals." "But you can. You are not a Taoist," Jean Kong replied with a mischievous grin. "Oh, so you were deceiving me all along. Does that mean I can have a girlfriend? In other words, I can finally share my romantic endeavors with you?" Jing Yi's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Jean Kong suddenly turned serious. "What did you say? You're in a relationship?" "Absolutely not. Exorcists are entirely opposed to this. How could you? Did I scare you?" Before the excited Jean Kong could finish, Jing Yi playfully nudged Zheng Tang beside him and said to Jean Kong. Now it was Jean Kong's turn to be at a loss for words. In truth, Jean Kong had not intentionally deceived Jing Yi for so long. He simply forgot about the matter until today when he saw Jing Yi struggling with the menu. The restaurant was bustling, with a steady stream of customers coming and going, and the staff were busy at work. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced through the warm ambience of the restaurant, cutting through the chatter of the patrons. The entire restaurant fell into an abrupt silence, with patrons ceasing their conversations and casting curious glances towards the woman. Before them stood a strikingly beautiful young lady, elegantly attired, furiously pointing at a waiter while hurling insults, intermittently unleashing profanities that starkly contrasted with her sophisticated appearance. From the tirade, it became evident that the waiter had inadvertently spilled red wine on her table, tarnishing her designer handbag, which ignited this scene of chaos. "Are you blind? Do you have any idea how expensive this bag is? Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't compensate for the damage." She continued her relentless verbal assault on the waiter. Unfazed by the manager's personal apologies, her words growing increasingly vitriolic. While berating him, she brandished her sports car keys, a blatant display of her wealth as she pointed an accusatory finger at him. As the waiter appeared on the brink of tears, even fellow diners could no longer bear the sight, with one gentleman standing up to vocally chastise the woman's boorishness. Indeed, her leather handbag, even if stained with wine, could easily be cleaned with a tissue. There was no need to cling to such a trivial matter, yet the woman remained inexplicably arrogant, rejecting both the establishment's apologies and reparations, insisting that the waiter kneel before her in front of the gathered crowd. Her behavior resembled that of a nouveau riche, unable to adapt to sudden wealth and seeking to flaunt her status. Reluctantly, the waiter, desperate to keep his job, prepared to kneel just as his knees began to bend. He was halted by the imposing figure of Jin Kong, soon joined by Jing Yi and Zhang Tang. Jin Kong pulled the waiter behind him, offering a sense of security, and turned to glare at the haughty woman, declaring, "I suggest you rein it in. Be a decent human being. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can bully others. Yes, he made a mistake, but why should he kneel before you? Who do you think you are?" Jin Kang's emotions appeared to be running high, seemingly on the verge of an outburst, repulsed by the woman's foul language and blatant disrespect. It was the first time Jing Yi had witnessed Jin Kong in such a furious state. Leaving her slightly astonished, Chapter 46, The Accident. The arrogant woman clearly held Jin Kong in contempt, defiantly questioning, "And who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? What does this have to do with you?" As someone well acquainted with the world, Jin Kong had encountered all manner of individuals. He surmised that this woman's audacity stemmed from more than mere wealth. Perhaps she had powerful allies backing her. If not, she could only be described as a fool who had never experienced the harsh realities of life. However, Jin Kong was indifferent to whether she was affluent or influential. He would always stand against injustice, never concerning himself with the repercussions of offending others. With a disdainful smirk, he cautioned her, "Don't take things too far. Remember, there are eyes everywhere. Accumulate some virtue for your own benefit." Upon hearing such words, the woman became even more arrogant and domineering. She promptly retrieved her phone from her bag and began to issue threats, her words laced with derogatory insults aimed at Jin Kong. "You pathetic little troll. It seems you are determined to provoke me today, aren't you? Do you think that scar on your face can intimidate me? Come, tell me your name and where you live. I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she prepared to make a call. Witnessing this, Jing Yi and Zhang Tang exchanged worried glances, thinking that she intended to summon someone to beat them up. This was escalating into a serious matter. However, Jin Kong remained unfazed, his expression steady and his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the woman. Just as she was halfway through dialing, she reconsidered, sensing that it might not be the wisest course of action, especially since Jin Kong showed no sign of being affected. Surprisingly, she felt a twinge of guilt, yet, in an effort to maintain her bravado, she spat out a couple of harsh remarks toward Jin Kong and, after uttering one particularly vile curse, strode away with her bag, seemingly indifferent. Had she truly left, just like that? Was this mere bluster or a sign of underlying hesitation? The onlookers stood in stunned silence. "Humph, she picks on the weak," Zhang Tang scoffed, seizing the opportunity to deride the woman. Fuming, the woman entered the parking lot, and upon spotting a luxurious sports car parked there, she disregarded her recent indulgence in alcohol and took to the road. It was rush hour, and the streets were teeming with pedestrians and vehicles alike. As she approached an intersection, the traffic light turned red. Reluctantly, she halted her vehicle, impatiently waiting for the pedestrians and cars on either side to pass. Moments later, boredom overcame her, and she decided to touch up her makeup using a compact mirror. However, in her haste, she lost her grip, and the foundation case slipped from her grasp, tumbling beneath the car seat. "Oh dear, what bad luck, all because of that wretched scar-faced fool ruining my mood," she muttered as she bent down to retrieve the compact, oblivious to the fact that her foot remained on the accelerator and the engine was still running. The already narrow space between the seat and the steering wheel was further constricted by her long legs, forcing her to squeeze awkwardly. In that moment of inertia, her foot pressed down hard on the gas pedal, and the car surged forward like a wild stallion set free. This was a grave situation. The sidewalk ahead was crowded with pedestrians, and the out-of-control vehicle had transformed into a fearsome weapon. Posing in extreme danger, panic surged within her as she straightened up, attempting to steer while simultaneously trying to brake, but the more frantic she became, the worse it got. Clad in high heels with slender, sharp bases, her foot became stuck in the gap of the pedal, rendering her unable to move. To make matters worse, the shoe stubbornly refused to come off. Indeed, as the car barreled into the crowd, those fortunate enough to be on the edges narrowly escaped the catastrophe, while those caught in the middle had no time to react or evade, falling victim to the relentless onslaught of the vehicle. Crushed beneath its tires. In a state of sheer terror, the woman screamed, flailing her hands in a frantic attempt to activate the windshield wipers, causing them to swing wildly from side to side. Subsequently, the vehicle recklessly barreled through the pedestrian walkway and came to a halt in the midst of the intersection, only to crash violently into several passing cars with a series of deafening thuds. It was not until it collided with the roadside guardrail that the car finally came to a stop. Witnessing this scene, bystanders exchanged anxious remarks about the recently unfolded calamity. "My heavens! That was utterly terrifying. It nearly struck me. Indeed, I wonder who the driver is. How careless. Alas, some will surely face consequences. It's highly likely the owner will be apprehended." This incident resulted in 6 pedestrians and 4 vehicles being struck. causing a complete traffic standstill as the roads became severely congested. Soon, traffic police and paramedics arrived at the scene, and after transporting the injured to the hospital and removing the wrecked vehicle, it took a considerable amount of time to restore the traffic flow to normalcy. Among the 6 injured pedestrians, 5 sustained serious injuries, with 1 tragically declared dead at the scene. The deceased, a woman, fell victim to the car's front and rear tires, which mercilessly crushed her chest, leading to an immediate cessation of her heart and lungs. The unfortunate soul was named Zhou Xiaoqian, although Zhou Xiaoqian bore responsibility for the accident. She was fortunate enough to survive and had already passed the critical phase, being transferred from the emergency room to a private hospital room, when Zhou Xiaoqian's parents received notification from the police. They hurriedly made their way to the hospital. By their appearance, they clearly belonged to a well-to-do family, the mother adorned with gold earrings and a gold necklace, dressed in a manner even more fashionable than her daughter, while the father, a burly man with a face full of flesh, exuded an intimidating presence. The Zhou family was engaged in the lucrative pharmaceutical business, supplying medications to nearly all major hospitals across the nation. Furthermore, the couple had only this one child, Zhou Xiaoqian, whom they had spoiled, fostering her haughty demeanor. At the entrance of the hospital's morgue, anguished cries resonated. Xiaohui, how could you leave us like this? Do you truly not care for me and your family? An elderly woman fell to her knees, her face streaked with tears, while a middle-aged man beside her wept uncontrollably. Equally heartbroken, they were the relatives of the deceased woman, specifically her grandmother and husband, both dressed modestly, embodying the essence of rural folk. The man, surnamed Chen, was an orphan who, having met the girl named Xiaohui, found destiny intertwining their lives, eventually leading him to marry into her family due to his lack of filial ties. Xiaohui hailed from a single-parent household, having lost her father at a young age and relying on her mother and grandmother for companionship, managing to lead a relatively stable life after Qin Jiazhong married into the family. He proved to be diligent and capable, learning the trade of car repair and renting a shop in town. During busy farming seasons, he would shoulder the entirety of the physical labor, epitomizing a good husband. Unfortunately, within a few years, Xiaohui's mother also passed away, leaving her grandmother as the sole elder in the young couple's household, although Qin Jiazhong and Xiaohui had not yet borne children. Their love for each other remained strong, and they treated the elderly lady with utmost respect, living harmoniously. Yet, who could have foreseen that misfortune would again befall this family, culminating in Xiaohui's tragic death from a car accident? Alas, fate seems particularly fond of tormenting the unfortunate, mercilessly pursuing an individual to the brink of despair. Chapter 47. The desire for peace. At this moment, Chen Jiaji wiped away his tears, his bloodshot eyes wide with rage, as he clenched his fists and stormed outside. Clearly, he intended to confront the instigator of this calamity. Upon locating the single-occupancy hospital room where Zhou Xiaoqian lay, Chen Jiaji did not hesitate to kick down the door. Before her parents could react, he lunged forward, seizing the hospital gown of the recently awakened Zhou Xiaoqian. Why? He screamed in a fit of hysteria. Suddenly a fist struck him, and Chen Jiaji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before collapsing to the floor. The assailant was none other than Zhou Xiaoqian's father, Zhou Chun. Who do you think you are, you lowly scoundrel? Are you trying to murder my daughter? Zhou Chun bellowed, his fist clenched like a sandbag, directing his fury at the fallen Chen Jiaji. Judging by his words, he appeared to be a man of contemptible character, and it seemed that Zhou Xiaoqian had unfortunately inherited his lack of grace. Chen Jiaji shook his head to regain his composure and, with a forced chuckle, retorted, "Murder your daughter? Ha, who is truly the murderer here?" With that, he rose to his feet and charged at Zhou Chun. Delivering a vicious blow, Zhou Chun, not one to be trifled with, retaliated in kind, and the two engaged in a frenzied brawl, completely disregarding any notion of defense, until medical personnel arrived to separate them. Both men bore the marks of their conflict, with bruises adorning their faces and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, yet, in their fervor, they still sought to break free and continue their fight. Driven by sheer rage due to their altercation, both Chen Jiaji and Zhou Chun were taken to the police station for a stern reprimand. Throughout the ordeal, Zhou Chun maintained an air of indifference, casually crossing his legs and folding his arms across his chest, entirely dismissive of the officer's words. He even took it upon himself to lecture the agents, proclaiming that he paid substantial taxes annually, and that the officials were sustained by affluent individuals like him, thus deserving of his respect. The agents, though seething with frustration, realized that grandstanding was not a crime, and after delivering their admonishment, chose to release him. As for Chen Jiaji, the officers advised him to calm down. As long as Zhou Xiaoqian's condition allowed her to testify, the court would expedite the proceedings, striving to provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Upon exiting the police station, Chen Jiaji staggered toward his auto repair shop, where his anxious mother awaited him. On his way, he passed a noodle shop and halted, reflecting on how his mother must be yearning for Xiaohui. Worried that she had yet to eat, most importantly, he recalled that he and Xiaohui had often dined there together. Familiar with the owner, upon entering, the owner, busy in the kitchen, looked up and greeted him with a smile. Ah, you're here. The usual, 2 bowls of char siu noodles, one mildly spicy, the other none at all, both with extra scallions, right? This was their customary order, so the owner was well acquainted with it, blissfully unaware of Shelwy's tragic passing. Chen Jiaji wearily settled onto a stool, his face drooping as he slowly uttered, "No, just one portion, for my mother." So the old lady has come from the village. Very well, please wait a moment. The proprietor replied affirmatively before beginning to cook noodles in the pot. However, upon further reflection, something seemed amiss, prompting him to inquire with a hint of confusion, "But wait, did you two cook today or not? Why did you both eat?" Yet the old lady did not, in the future. "Even when my mother is not around, I will only require 1 serving." Upon hearing this, the owner paused his work to scrutinize Chen Jiaji closely, noticing the pallor of his complexion and the dullness in his eyes. "What is wrong? Have you encountered some trouble?" the owner asked with concern. Chen Jiaji remained silent, motionless in his seat. After a brief moment, the seemingly strong man unexpectedly broke down in tears before the owner and other patrons in the establishment. In the hospital's morgue, he had longed to weep unabashedly, but with his mother present, as the family's pillar, he felt he could not appear weak, lest it deepen her sorrow, and now, at last, he could fully unleash the anguish within. Sobbing while striking his own face with his palm time and again, until the owner rushed over to restrain his hands, he continued. Once they reached a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, his wife anxiously remarked to Zhou Chuan, "Our daughter has stirred up a grave matter this time. If it goes to court, the minimum sentence will be 3 years in prison." Zhou Chuan appeared to have a solution in mind. His demeanor remarkably composed. "It's all right, as long as the victim's family does not press charges." Xiao Qian 1 tea serve time. "We are not short of money, we can simply compensate them generously. After all, who doesn't love money? While that may hold true for most, the man who fought me today presents a different challenge. He doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by money. Especially with his wife deceased, it complicates matters further." His wife pondered. Zhou Chuan glanced around to ensure no one could overhear their conversation before whispering to his wife, "I had Lao Qiu look into it. That fellow is an orphan, a son-in-law without roots. Those who grow up without parents lack the understanding of familial bonds. With his wife gone, he has no reason to remain." "Are you suggesting that his feigned outrage and the fight were merely a means to extort more money?" his wife speculated. "Most certainly," Zhou Chuan replied with an air of superiority. "I understand the mindset of such impoverished individuals thoroughly. It's a matter of survival. If not for money, what else would it be? Perhaps once he receives the compensation, he will abandon the old lady. After all, she is not his biological mother." "Are you confident in this approach?" his wife expressed her apprehension. Zhou Chuan smirked. "Even if that man has some integrity, I have alternative strategies to prevent our daughter from going to prison." "Rest assured," Jingyi observed their hurried departure with curiosity. "Have you noticed? Those two ahead seem rather secretive." Jin Kong chuckled. All right, you two. Stop dawdling and hurry to get your number, otherwise, you'll end up waiting in line for ages again." Despite the formidable challenges, particularly the difficulty of evading customs, as long as Chen Jiaji is resolute in pursuing responsibility, no matter how arduous the endeavor, he is determined to leverage his connections to ensure Zhou Xiaqian's departure. For the sake of his beloved daughter, Zhou Chun has already arranged for individuals to contact transoceanic vessels, while simultaneously seeking to compensate all those affected by Zhou Xiaqian's actions, offering substantial sums as bribes to deter any potential lawsuits. For the majority, money presents an irresistible temptation. After persistent bidding, nearly all the victims' families agreed to forego further pursuit, with the sole exception of Chen Jiaji. Unlike Zhou Chun's belief that Chen Jiaji lacks resolve, he is steadfast. He loves Shelwy and honors his mother, sentiments that no amount of money could ever compensate. The compensation he is entitled to is a matter of principle, and filing a lawsuit is an obligation he must fulfill, regardless of the circumstances. Zhou Xiaqian will undoubtedly pay for Shelwy's death. Chapter 48, Crisis. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's confidant, Lao Qiu, continues to attempt persuading Chen Jiaji to withdraw the lawsuit. "Get lost. How many times must I say it? I don't want your filthy money. I am determined to sue the woman who killed my wife." When Lao Qiu placed a suitcase filled with cash before Chen Jiaji, he was met with disdain, even though it amounted to a staggering 2 million. Lao Qiu, struggling to contain his anger, implored earnestly, "You must understand, this is merely a portion. If you accept it, the remaining funds will be transferred to you immediately." With a cold smirk, Chen Jiaji displayed utter indifference towards the money. "I don't need it. Take your money and disappear from my sight, or I swear I'll make you regret it." "Of course, I understand," Lao Qiu replied, still wearing a forced smile. "A life lost cannot be revived even if we were to serve time. Your wife would still be gone. Why not take this money and start anew?" Faced with Lao Qiu's relentless persistence, Chen Jiaji no longer wished to engage in further discourse. Grabbing a shovel from the wall, he threatened to strike, causing Lao Qiu to retreat a few paces in fright. "Stubborn fool, you refuse to heed reason. What do you possess to contend with the Zhou family? Boss Zhou has already shown you considerable leniency. You worthless life." Lao Qiu, having lost his patience, insulted Chen Jiaji before leaving in disgrace. After several unproductive discussions, Zhou Chun abandoned the idea of further negotiations, since Chen Jiaji was adamant about pursuing the lawsuit. They would have to resort to contingency plans. Since Xiaohui's death, Qinjiaji had scarcely slept, consumed by grief, and nearly driven to madness. He yearned for the court to convene swiftly. As an orphan without familial protection, he had learned to safeguard himself, cultivating a profound sense of distrust. In recent days, he had been masking his emotions, closely monitoring the movements of the Zhou father and daughter, wary of any cunning maneuvers from the old fox. After all, those engaged in significant business are often sly and duplicitous, a necessity for survival in the competitive market, hence the need for vigilance. Thus, he stationed himself near Zhou Chun's residence, following him discreetly whenever he ventured out. Indeed, his diligence bore fruit. He eventually uncovered a monumental secret: this old fox intends to send his daughter away. Qinjiaji discerned Zhou Chun's intentions, a faint smile unwittingly gracing his lips. Soon, the authorities confirmed that Zhou Xiaoqian was fit to appear in court. And thus the court summons was delivered into Zhou Chun's hands, with the hearing scheduled for a few days hence. Without delay, he prepared to flee the country. Following a meticulously crafted plan, Zhou Chun drove Zhou Xiaoqian to the harbor. Subsequently contacting the captain he had previously bribed, ensuring Zhou Xiaoqian was placed aboard a transoceanic vessel, granted permission to set sail that very night. He could not leave, as he still had substantial business interests in the country. Concerning the court's proceedings, he had already procured a lawyer to mitigate the situation. The ship sped across the sea, just as it was about to enter international waters, when customs officials abruptly emerged to intercept it. Nearly 100 naval officers, imposing and authoritative, boarded the vessel, conducting a thorough search, ultimately uncovering Zhou Xiaoqian in the engine compartment. Having planned her escape, evidently, Qinjiaji had timely informed the authorities, who were now vigilant. Zhou Chun's attempt to outsmart the system had backfired. Not only had his daughter failed to escape, but he too had ensnared himself in the consequences. Yet, this was not the end of the saga. Zhou Xiaoqian faced inevitable imprisonment, potentially receiving additional years on her sentence. However, Zhou Chun, at most, would be charged with aiding his daughter's flight, a relatively minor offense, coupled with a team of lawyers willing to engage in unscrupulous tactics for a robust defense. Zhou Chun was sentenced to merely 2 months of incarceration. One can either possess power or wealth, but to wield both is a daunting prospect, and Zhou Chun epitomized this duality, unbeknownst to many. He was involved in illicit dealings, familiar with numerous ruthless individuals. Initially, he had aimed to keep matters discreet, but upon learning that Qinjiaji had sabotaged his plans from the shadows, retribution became imperative. During a visit to the prison, Zhou Chun covertly instructed Lao Qiu to seek out the underworld figures and exact a severe lesson upon Qinjiaji, even if it did not cost him his life. He desired to ensure that Qinjiaji would spend his days confined to a wheelchair. Xiaohui was laid to rest in the countryside. Zhou Xiaoqian endured her sentence, and Qinjiaji, having reconciled his inner turmoil, remained in the village to accompany his mother. The auto repair business was temporarily set aside. One evening, a noodle shop owner, familiar with Qinjiaji, reached out to him due to his motorcycle breaking down. Upon learning of his presence in the countryside, the owner decided to leave the motorcycle at Qinjiaji's repair shop, as there was no urgency to retrieve it, and it would merely occupy space in his small noodle shop. The keys to Qinjiaji's shop were hidden in a crevice of the wall, a fact the owner was well aware of. After making the necessary arrangements, he wheeled the motorcycle over. "Who are you?" the owner inquired fearfully upon encountering the unexpected visitors. The leader of the group, masked and menacing, brandished a spring knife before the owner, menacingly asking, "Where is that mechanic?" Realizing these intimidating individuals were seeking Qinjiaji, the owner surmised it was likely related to the ongoing legal troubles. Out of loyalty to a friend, however, due to his inherent psychological fear, he naturally stuttered while speaking, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The group of individuals did not believe his words. The leader, realizing that the boss was deceiving him, took 2 steps back, settled into a chair, and commanded the others to go and beat the boss. They covered the boss's mouth to stifle his cries, and then fists began to rain down upon his face like a torrential downpour. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the boss lay on the ground, battered and bruised, too frightened to move. "How about it? Are you still stubborn?" the leader inquired nonchalantly, twirling a spring knife. He then remarked to those beside him, "It seems you were still a bit too gentle. Completely ineffective. Go, take my knife and cut off one of his fingers." As he spoke, he handed the knife over. Another masked figure approached the boss with the blade, but as he crouched down to make his move, the boss, in a state of terror, hastily pleaded for mercy, revealing the location of Qinjiaji's residence in the countryside. The leader sneered and said, "It would have been better to do this from the start. Why put on a brave front and endure a beating? Morality is not something for powerless scum like you to preach. Take care of yourself." After a round of mockery, the group opened the roll-up door to leave. Just before departing, the leader turned back to warn the boss, "If you dare to tell the agent about what happened tonight, I assure you, your fate will be dire. We can easily uncover your address within moments. So for the sake of your family, keep your mouth shut." Subsequently, ensuring that no one outside was aware of their presence, they boarded a van parked at the roadside and departed. Their next destination was undoubtedly the countryside where Qinjiaji resided. Chapter 49, Qin Jiaji's intent to kill. Faced with threats, the boss dared not inform Qin Jiaji that trouble was brewing. Instead, he swallowed his grievances and left, for who was he, a man of no influence? To confront such a group, one night, Qin Jiaji's grandmother suddenly developed a high fever, compelling him to take the elderly woman to a clinic in the neighboring village under the cover of darkness. This clinic was the only one within several villages. The distance between the two villages was considerable, necessitating passage through a thicket and across a bridge. The group that initially sought to trouble him had intended to employ their usual tactics to break into Qin Jiaji's home, but fortuitously spotted him exiting, which suited their intentions and simultaneously mitigated their risks. The night was eerily quiet as the masked individuals stealthily trailed Qin Jiaji and his grandmother. However, this was no film. People were not fools, and inevitably following someone would create noise. Indeed, as they passed through a small grove, Qin Jiaji heard sounds behind him. Realizing they had been detected, the pursuers abandoned any pretense of concealment. Jiaji, is there someone there? The elderly lady, with her poor eyesight, asked uncertainly. Qin Jiaji, observing the group, recognized that they were not local villagers, especially since they were out here in the dead of night, armed and evidently seeking him. He surmised that Zhou Chun would likely not let this matter rest, and it seemed they had come for retribution. Grandma, run. With that, Qin Jiaji swiftly crouched down, hoisted the ailing elderly woman onto his back, and fled. As the group behind sensed the situation, they too began to pursue. Realizing that this desolate place was the ideal setting for an ambush, it was imperative that they prevent Qin Jiaji from entering the village and causing a commotion. Due to the burden of carrying the elderly woman, Qin Jiaji found himself unable to escape and was soon cornered. Upon reaching the bridge point, one of the assailants approached without hesitation, brandishing a baton and striking it against Qin Jiaji's calf. The impact caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, grimacing in agony. The elderly woman tumbled from his back and was swiftly dragged aside by the group, who then turned their full attention to Qin Jiaji, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Since Zhou Chun had no intention of taking Qin Jiaji's life, the assailants refrained from targeting his head, aware that such an action could easily lead to fatal consequences. The batons continued to rain down upon Qin Jiaji, showing no signs of abating. Throughout this ordeal, he found himself devoid of any means to resist, gritting his teeth in silence, not uttering a single sound. In contrast, the elderly woman, filled with fear, cried out for help, her voice echoing in vain as no one was around to hear her pleas. Desperate and heartbroken, the elderly woman noticed a brick on the bridge and seized it, hurling it at one of the attackers' backs. The assailant, taken aback, paused in anger, turning to deliver a vicious kick to her abdomen. The force was too great, causing her to stumble backward and collide with the edge of the bridge, ultimately losing her footing and plunging into the waters below. The bridge was neither exceedingly high nor low. Although a river flowed beneath, the elderly woman was unable to swim and could only flail desperately in the water. The assailants, witnessing the scene, panicked and rushed to the edge of the bridge. At that moment, the elderly woman had begun to sink, and in a matter of moments, the water enveloped her head, leaving only her hand protruding above the surface. She never received the help she so desperately needed before being completely submerged. The leader of the group realized the gravity of their actions. The consequences of death were far more severe than mere assault. In a state of panic, he urged the others, "Don't just stand there, run." The remaining masked individuals snapped out of their stupor and fled in haste. As for Qin Jiaji, despite witnessing the elderly woman fall into the river, he was too severely beaten to rise and render assistance. His legs and several bones seemed to be broken, rendering him incapable of acting swiftly. When he finally managed to roll and crawl to the riverbank, the surface of the water had already returned to a placid state. "Grandma, Grandma," Qin Jiaji cried out as he plunged into the river, diving beneath the surface in a frantic search, ultimately locating the elderly woman. "Grandma," Qin Jiaji's anguished wail echoed into the night, as his tears mingled with the river, shattering the silence of midnight. This incident had spiraled out of control. Initially, Qin Jiaji merely wished for Zhou Shaoqian to face imprisonment, but Zhou Chun's arrogance and defiance exacerbated the situation. In his heart, Qin Jiaji was convinced that the group had been sent by Zhou Chun. Apart from Zhou Chun, he held no grievances with anyone else. Now, with the two closest relatives in his life lost to the Zhou family, mere imprisonment could not suffice as reparation. He vowed to seek vengeance, determined to demand a life for a life from Zhou Chun. Not only Zhou Chun, but also his wife must perish. Were it not for Zhou Shaoqian's impending prison sentence, providing her no opportunity to take action, she would have been included in the reckoning as well. The impoverished dread the affluent fear the reckless, and the reckless are terrified of those who have nothing to lose. Despite Zhou Chun's considerable influence, as long as Qin Jiaji is willing to stake his life, the dynamic shifts. One operates in the light while the other lurks in the shadows, rendering Zhou Chun utterly defenseless. Qin Jiaji refrained from reporting his mother's death to the authorities, as he lacked the evidence to implicate Zhou Chun. Moreover, with Zhou Chun currently incarcerated, he could easily disavow any accountability without the need for legal counsel. With vengeance as his sole recourse, he found himself without alternatives. Hatred had transformed this once law-abiding citizen into a madman. In the prison visitation room, old Shio returned to update Zhou Chun. How goes it? Zhou Chun inquired, picking up the phone to address old Shio on the other side of the soundproof glass. Old Shio glanced around, ensuring the prison guards were oblivious to their conversation, and whispered, "An accident occurred. Those reckless youths have killed someone. Chen Jiaji is dead." Zhou Chun's face paled in shock. As they spoke, both he and old Shio maintained their composure, suppressing any expressions that might attract the attention of the staff. Old Shio took a deep breath and clarified, "It was not Chen Jiaji who died, but rather his grandmother." "Did Chen Jiaji file a police report?" Zhou Chun began to fret over various concerns. "From the looks of it, he probably hasn't. He may not even know you were involved." Old Shio speculated. No, even a fool could surmise it was me." Zhou Chun's expression turned grave. He was convinced that Chen Jiaji was aware of his involvement, yet the fact that he hadn't reported it was decidedly suspicious. "A cornered dog will leap over the wall. When a person is driven to desperation, they can resort to anything." He articulated his foreboding to old Shio, saying, "His failure to report it may indicate he intends to exact revenge personally." "What, are you suggesting he will wait for you to be released to kill you?" Old Shio exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, but what frightens me more is that he might first target my wife." Zhou Chun pondered deeply. "Consider it, after all, we are responsible for the deaths of two of his loved ones. I fear he may not only wish to kill me but may also be planning to harm my wife." There is nothing more to be done for now," Zhou Chun lamented. He remained trapped, and seeking police protection was impractical. With the elderly lady deceased, involving the authorities would only entangle him further, akin to walking into a trap. Time was of the essence. Old Shio promptly departed the prison, commencing the tasks Zhou Chun had instructed. Chapter 50, Mutual Destruction. Chen Jiaji grappled with inner turmoil. If he truly intended for Zhou Chun to experience the anguish of losing loved ones by murdering his wife, it would indeed be an act of utter madness. Yet, each time he beheld the desolate emptiness of his home, devoid of Xiao Hui and his mother's voices, the flame of vengeance reignited within him, compelling him to proceed with his plan. Days later, when Chen Jiaji chose to infiltrate Zhou Chun's opulent residence under the cover of night, he was caught off guard by Zhou Chun's cunning foresight. The old fox had anticipated his intentions and fortified his defenses in advance. What to do now? Zhou Chun was not absent from the premises, and numerous guards patrolled the estate, making a brazen intrusion a fool's errand. Yet, the obligation to avenge an irreconcilable enmity could not be dismissed. As Chen Jiaji concealed himself in the shadows, tormented by his thoughts, his attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby sewage well. One would assume that such a grand residence would possess a sewage system, perhaps even interconnected with the one outside. After all, the occupants, no matter how clever, would hardly suspect his entry through such a route. With this notion in mind, Chen tentatively lifted the well cover and, shrouded in darkness, descended the ladder into the depths below. Guided only by the light of his phone, he cautiously navigated the sewer. Inching deeper into its bowels, upon reaching another well cover, he realized he was now beneath the opulent mansion. Gently pushing the cover aside, he peered out. Although his view was limited, the adjacent swimming pool indicated to him that he must be in the backyard. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Striving to quell his rising anxiety, he quietly replaced the cover and resolved to remain hidden in the sewer until a suitable opportunity arose. An hour passed, then 2. The noxious stench of the sewer became unbearable, making it difficult for Chen to breathe. Just as he felt on the verge of despair, faint voices drifted down from above. "Come on, brothers, it's time to eat. The dawn is near, and nothing should happen tonight. Let us eat first." Realizing that his chance had come, Chen climbed the ladder once more, cautiously opened the well cover, and surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching. With a surge of bravery, he emerged. He stealthily approached the side of the house, opened a window, and slipped inside. Ascending to the upstairs bedroom, he opened the door to find Zhou Tai still soundly asleep, igniting a fresh wave of fury within Chen. Do the wealthy truly possess such a callous disregard for life? How could someone so oblivious continue to sleep, even after the havoc wrought upon others? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hand tightened around the small knife concealed on his person as he stepped into the bedroom, with the knife raised high. Just as he was about to plunge it into Zhou Tai's chest, he hesitated. It became apparent that Zhou Tai bore little responsibility for the events at hand. His wife had been slain by her daughter, and his mother by her husband. If he were to indiscriminately take the life of an innocent, how would he differ from that demon Zhou Chun? Was he truly descending into madness? No, he could not allow this to happen. A fierce internal strew, yet he did not cease, his expression remaining steely as he swung the blade downwards, gradually staining the entire bed crimson with blood. By the time the people in the courtyard arrived, it was too late. Zhou Tai lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaji sat motionless at the bedside, his gaze vacant, having abandoned any thought of escape. "Brothers, kill him," one of the bodyguards shouted, and the rest surged forward, wielding fruit knives. Chen Jiaji awoke with a start in a remote motel room, cold sweat beating on his forehead. It had all been merely a dream of infiltrating the mansion to slay Zhou Tai. In truth, Chen Jiaji ultimately relinquished the idea of avenging Zhou Chun's wife, for he had not yet descended into madness to that extent. Now his singular aim was to eliminate Zhou Chun. He had resolved that after killing Zhou Chun he need not await a court's judgment, he would end his own life through suicide. After all, there was nothing left in this world that he wished to cherish. He sought to join his wife and mother in the afterlife. A few kilometers away from this modest inn lay the prison where Zhou Chun was serving his sentence, and he was here to await Zhou Chun's release. The conclusion of this tale. Soon, the day of Zhou Chun's release arrived, and Lao Qiu brought a group of people to welcome him. Zhou Chun felt a sense of confusion. Why was there no sign of Chen Jiaji? Had he misjudged the situation, or was Chen Jiaji's target only himself? As he stepped through the prison gates, once the staff closed the door behind him, Lao Qiu eagerly approached Zhou Chun to greet him. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaji sat expressionless in a car parked some distance away. Observing it, all of this was the vehicle he had rented specifically for this momentous day, the day he would die alongside Zhou Chun. After a dry chuckle, Chen Jiaji started the car and drove it into the middle of the road, flooring the accelerator and hurtling towards Zhou Chun's position at full speed. By the time anyone reacted, it was too late. Zhou Chun was caught off guard, struck by the car, which continued to speed forward, ultimately crashing into the prison wall, claiming his life. Ha! Chen Jiaji gazed at the mangled body of Zhou Chun and found himself laughing. That laughter was interwoven with joy and fury, with despair and madness, ultimately converging into one singular feeling, the satisfaction of vengeance and liberation. Nearby, Lao Qiu and his companions stood dumbfounded, while prison officials rushed out. Drawn by the commotion, when they opened the car door, they found Chen Jiaji slumped over the steering wheel, lifeless, a gash across his neck from which blood flowed profusely. He had taken his own life. The once clear sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and before long torrential rain began to pour, leaving the people standing still, marking the end of this story. Society has never treated individuals with fairness. Some are born into wealth while others remain impoverished regardless of their efforts. Perhaps you are favored by fate, while he is forsaken. Nonetheless, as human beings, let us strive to be kind. No one should look down upon another. The goddess's super son-in-law. Captivating introduction. The young lady never strives for improvement. Captivating introduction. Madame's disguise once again shakes the city. Captivating introduction. Yi Beichen. Captivating introduction. A commoner from a humble background. Captivating introduction. Gu Ronghang in April. Captivating introduction.